Invincible.
Like a Hellcat. Coming like a Hellcat. Like a Hellcat.
Yeah, Mexi's just got to play his life here, buy as much time as possible for Liquid to come over and reinforce, but there you go. Mexi going to come through. Mert will fall first with BA here. He's actually going to peek back out. Marco gets knocked, and Abita comes in, gets smashed down. There you go. BA are going to fall immediately. I think, yeah, Lou's going to try and send a Molotov. Oh, it hit the tree.
Oh, no. So unlucky. So unlucky.
Grenade perfect. Grenade perfect.
Gets the barrel out, gets himself one knock. Let's see if he can find the second. Will he find it? Oh my lord, Chris, you absolute beast. Finds the second immediately. Here comes the third. Chris finds it. Will he find the fourth? No, just exactly not the frag. So is Dan. That, my friends, over the ridge straight ahead of them. And as you can see now, Vampire, they will be forced to make a move. Flashes are coming in. Molly's being thrown in the other direction. More Molotovs available for Spiro. Now shots being fired. Lou spots the first. Won't be able to get the knock initially. Let's see if he can get a second time around. No one happened. Vampire will fall. This is 1v1, and it's going to be Northern Lights to claim the win.
Oh, they're going to pull up. Looks like they're going to pull up on top of Danimon. Actually, Danimon with a pre-Molotov. Going to do a lot of damage, but Vascu going to run him over there, but he will fall. Brexco finds him. T-Bone burning.
How is this one going to fare for you? He's holding an air angle, a very broken level 1 vest, and he's going to tack one, 13 HP now. He's been chilling for a while. Now he's going to be on fire. That should be GG, and indeed it is. Liquid.
PSD going to try and send a flash over and convert still.
Why do you jump, though? That's the question. You know exactly where they are. Spiro now over the ridgeline. It's going to get angles on two. PSD is going to fall. There's only 2 guys left from the other side. It's just Vampire, and he's going to fall now. DA. 4v1. Is it a DA Lul or is it a DA PUBG? We're just seconds away from finding out.
See, now they're coming up, and there you go. As easy as that.
My only fear is where the hell can you go that you might actually have a chance to claim at this point in the game. Greg's gonna fall of the vehicle. Ibango is gonna be taken out as well. Danneman taken out by Saga. That's a clean-cut kill, and now Goose. Well, it shouldn't be free, and they actually committed to a place there's already people, and no one's taking control of the hill. 8 behind Nigeria will take him down in return. Speed is down as well. They're in trouble. Uber coming in late. Gustav was falling already. They had a free hill, but they did not know Syria. Trying to stay alive. He will not. Uber falls. Face Clan falls too, and oh my lord.
I'm going to be trapped behind this one, and the utility now coming across. That's a big nade from Liquid. The second one, fantastic. James again in the middle of the circle. That one's going to be right on the star for the next circle here. Archie. Archie's just gonna deny. Yeah. Don't fancy it at all. So the boys are going to able to get right up. Spyro actually going to find Misi on the way in though. And he will get the flush. He doesn't find the second. Looking good with the barrel. Here comes the utility. Smash and Marco just trying to play time here. Just waiting for anything. Raise Your Edge potentially gives away to them. But Smash falls and it's just Marco now. And it's just a matter of time. He's actually going to deny.
It was already positioned, or maybe it's a bait. Maybe it's a bait for his teammates, but the first one gets a second confirmed as well. Sucker! They need to commit to this. The rest that come up, there's going to be 2 guns pointing. Will they get them down, though? Intense, nice prone down. Gets the first. Will they get the second? Yes, they will. Door to be closed. 1 falls instantly. Rupture, nice spray coming in. Could be kill number 2 for the Wildcats in this game. They might get the 3rd one. They might get the 4th one. They're all over the place. Getting them down. PSD is found, but if they get the flush here fast enough, there might be a rest opportunity. He's got to stay in that flank spot in order to get them down. Oh, he thinks so at the right time. If he gets up here, that's 1 shot shooting instantly. Gets the 1st one, gets the 2nd one, almost gets the 3rd one. That was exactly what they needed.
Wildcats now, they need a miracle.
What's the flank that was guys on this side, and it's all crumbling for the Wildcats. Levent, you got a double just before. Now you need to get a triple. If you want to win, that's what it ain't gonna happen. Race your edge.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back. It's day number 3 here of the group stage for PCS3 EU as we are getting down and dirty with groups A and C. Hi, Floof. Chilling out in the background, playing with the toy, being a little bit crazy. That's the life of Floof. I've got Martin as well as Patrick here. It's Team AFK once again to bring you all of the breakdowns here for groups B and C, fighting against each other after we had A and C yesterday. I'm excited to round things out for our first week here, Martin.
Yeah, I am extremely excited as well. Like this kind of first half of once we're done today, we're gonna be halfway done with the group stage, and we're gonna kind of go over it again, and the team's gonna have a second chance. But today, it's gonna be interesting. Like we have a lot of the teams that were playing yesterday that were able to frag out. I'm kind of hoping that they have set themselves a goal for today and try to chase down FaZe. FaZe had a less than mediocre on at least for their performance day yesterday. So yeah. I definitely think some of the teams they are able to jump ahead of them. So I'm curious to see if we're going to see that, especially from some teams like Liquid and Omaken and some of the guys that had really good performances yesterday.
Yeah, having 81 points on day 1 and then 23 in the second day. It's but still breaching that triple-digit mark. Fantastic stuff. He stole my hoodie, by the way. Anyway, talking to Froz, moving on. We all have the same one. Looking at how things are going to play out today, are there any names that are specifically jumping out from you when it comes to, say, yesterday's performances, for example, that you're looking at today thinking, that's my boys, even though we're not doing predictions just yet? Not those ones.
I mean, you gotta talk about NLT, Liquid, Omak, those are some of the teams yesterday that we saw kind of dominating the lobby, and they were only playing the first day, meaning that they're gonna have their second day today. Having a little bit more games underneath the belt is gonna help them out, knowing what teams they have around them, how those kind of teams plays around them as well, in terms of how they rotate, where they rotate, what time they start rotating. That's kind of stuff that is super crucial, and usually that kind of stuff can change from team to team when it comes to coming into a group qualifier like this, coming in from like the open and close qualifiers before. So you can't really do all the research before it actually has started like this.
Yeah, for sure. Eventually, we're going to get to take a look at the standings as well that have actually gone on here so far. There they are. God, they're so on point. We've got today playing things out. Northern Lights team, Liquid Omicron, as you previously mentioned here, Froz. And just in general, I think a lot of eyes, Martin, are definitely on those three teams, especially, as well as TSM and Etiquette, who did well in that first day, now coming into the last day here to try and get themselves some extra nice, juicy points.
Yeah, like I mean, what I was saying before as well with Omicron, like some of these teams that only played one day so far, like it's pretty close. They are sitting in a really good spot. If they have the same performance yesterday, or same performance as they did yesterday, they will literally jump ahead of FaZe, and they will jump ahead the 5 teams that are sitting in 1st to 5th right now. And I'm really curious to see that one. What I'm looking at though is that we are gonna have to take out the bottom 8 teams, and the bottom 8 teams, they have to have a good performance today to really put that into their performance going forward in the rest of the group stage. And our current bottom 8 teams is Apex, Winstreak, Navi, which is super curious, and Texas Rangers, 303 Esports, Redline, Pull Up, and Afterhold, obviously. Now that they've only played half of these, there are some teams that they've performed below the average what we would like to see them to do, considering how many of the teams that are sitting from 6th to 16th right now that are playing today as well. It's only Istanbul Wildcats and Fenerbahce that is not playing, so they really have to put themselves ahead and really try to compete for that. If there's a big difference, obviously, after all up to Apex, it's 20 points difference, massive difference. So I would say even with the performance yesterday that Apex had, if they do that today as well, and then continue that kind of performance as a median, then they should be fine as well.
I guess there is one reassurance for us in that, of course, this is day 3 out of 6, of course, right? Like if you're looking at all of these teams and they're thinking to themselves, we're kind of in those bottom spots, at least they've got a little bit of leeway to go home, even though they're probably already home, go home and actually figure out how they're going to be able to jump up to those top important spots.
I mean, you can take yesterday as an example with Raise Your Edge, for example. Coming into the last 2 games, they had 5 points throughout the first 4 games. And then they just had 2 wins in a row. And they're one of the 3 teams who got 2 wins in a row. But those 2 wins gave them 36 points, which is basically half of what they gained through 12 games so far. So it's still anyone's game. Like, anyone can still make it. And all you need to do right now is play your own game, figure out, okay, if our normal strategies doesn't work, change something up to make sure that something that works for us is the way we want to play the games today. And you're going to grab a few points, make sure that you're not in the bottom. Still, after today, we're only going to be halfway through the group stage here, so there's still plenty of time and games to actually make some changes if you need to.
Yeah, yesterday we saw Northern Lights, Liquid, DA getting themselves their victories on Miramar here. All of which are, of course, playing things out today. Martin, coming into Miramar, of course, you know, Liquid is a team that sat nice in the middle. DA is a team that sat nice in the middle. It makes it easier when you have these kind of drop locations to get those rotations going, even though, as we talked to 17 at the very end, teams like Liquid and DA oftentimes butt heads in the middle of these, be it moves, rotations, things like that. So at least they've got a nice drop spot, I suppose, to get things going first off.
Yeah, so there's 2 strategies at least when it comes to drop. Now we're gonna get a bit deep into this one. I don't know. I think we have time for it. But there's 2 kind of strategies in terms of drop. Either you try to get a good drop spot that is very central, so you over an average have shorter to the center of the next circle, right? We're playing many games here, so Picardo, San Martin, Hacienda, all these spots are super close. And then you have the strategy that Bystanders and Navi and some of these guys is that they're not, and by looting center, you're forced to go early. Like, you're forced to often rotate earlier than the other teams, meaning you will get less loot. That means you have to be fast at looting, and you have to secure cars as a higher priority. You cannot You cannot just chill in one car and try to get in there because you often need to scout. And then there's the teams that are on the other hand. Bystanders, Navi, some of these teams that are looting very far on the edge. They want to do slow rotations. They want to be the team that is coming in the furthest and also do the big macro rotations. And the big macro rotations is super interesting because this is where Miramar really is such a wonderful map. And that's why Navi has been doing very well on Miramar, and also Bystanders has been doing very well on Miramar because they're doing these super clever rotations that is like enables you to get over on the less occupied part of the circles. So that's really why I love watching Miramar and some of these teams' macro rotations.
Yeah, definitely so. It's funny because for me, Erangel at the very beginning was absolutely the be all end all. I wouldn't have anything other than Erangel. But then Miramar really started to grow on me competitively, based a lot on what you're suggesting and saying. But anyway, it's predictions times, gentlemen, and I will start things off with Froz here for our predictions as to who's going to do well today. Froz.
All right, I'm going to start off with Omakin today. I feel like yesterday they showed a really good performance. They didn't get that many placement points, so in terms of what they actually could have gone. They did get some fourth places. I think it was 3 of them, actually. But I want to see them getting even further and with more people alive, because a lot of times we saw them snaking towards the end there, losing a lot of players, trying to make a move towards the end. But if they can keep people up, they're going to have those high kill counts and chicken dinners.
Yeah, I mean, the super consistency from them came out yesterday in terms of second place and fourth place galore, but let's get it rounded out, boys. Let's hit it harder. We got Martin. What are we thinking, Martin?
So my prediction for today is going to be TSM, and I'll tell you right now why. Is yesterday I was playing Among Us with Fex and Miraku, and Fex didn't get the imposter too many times, and usually he kills a lot of people when he gets the imposter, so he didn't get imposter too many times, so he really needs to kill a lot of people today. So I think he'll frag out. So I think that's a good that's a good prediction for today. What do you think?
And with that, the show is over. Thank you very much. Brilliant.
No, serious stuff. I think for today's kind of the composition of the group they're playing against today, I think that they're going to have a decent amount of space to rotate, and I think they're going to be taking a lot of these kind of mid-game fights that will put them in great position to kind of push in third party as well. I'm curious to see how they're going to start. The Miramar, if they get these kind of early starts where they get the ball rolling early, then usually and historically they're going to have a great day.
All right, and I am going with Northern Lights. I think they're back, baby. After, I mean, considering what they had in terms of their, first places when it came to the charity showdown, third places, second places, etc., in some big tournaments, I feel like the 11th place and then what went down during DreamHack stuff was just a bit of a blip to me. And after we heard from Batulins as well, my confidence is restored for the most part. What do you think about it, Frost?
I mean, if you look at how they were playing yesterday, they had a really great start. It went downhill a little bit towards the last game, but overall, I feel like they could really get this working. I want to just see them being maybe even a little bit more aggressive because of the fighting power they have on that team. And we know that they like to shoot at everything that moves, and that's what they should be doing because that's what they do best.
Yeah, they definitely do. And with Lou apparently being now officially Lou, not The Deep, I guess, maybe the name change was just what he needed, because yesterday he was blasting. So that was great to see as well. We just got a few more moments, Martin, before actually getting into our first Miramar here of the day. Any other teams that we're looking out for to try and put up a good showing?
Yeah, I'm really looking at Navi as well. They have to step up. Today, they especially here in Miramar or next 3 games, they need a great start. They had some really rough games yesterday. I was kind of surprised how they only got 4 points in 4 games in the last 4 games after having a pretty good start. But then again, historically we've seen them have some the first day they're playing in a tournament, have some rough games, and then they really turned back on, analyze. Spend some time and looking at the competition and come back super strong and just start fragging out as well, getting a lot of points on the board via kills and then securing sometimes a really high placement and then some mediocre placements, but they still frag out and they are putting themselves around this 60 to 70 point mark for kind of points accrued through kills.
For me, I'm excited to see how Etiquette's going to fare here in their second day of the group stages. I mean, yes, in their first day, Froz, they got themselves a third place when it comes to A versus B. And that's not usually the Etiquette I'm thinking of when it comes to these big tournaments is like, if they're going to do well, it's a 7th through 8th place is kind of something like that. But a third place was a little bit out of the blue, and it feels like they've been stepping up a bit. What do you think, Froz?
Yeah, it was mostly on Miramar, and we had a lot of circles around La Bandita where they want to drop. And you gotta like look at the players like Hugh and Fenderlost, because those two were basically top damaging the lobby on the first day. But also Hugh was one of the top killers as well. So I'm looking forward to see if they can bring that back, but also bring it on later on for Erangel as well, because they had better games on Miramar than Erangel.
All right, time to get to it. It's our first game, Miramar. Oh, I can't say it. We're going to Toby and Hypoc to save me as quickly as possible.
Thank you, James. Heading over to with Hypoc. It's gonna be great. Yeah, that's the new map. You haven't heard of it? There's a volcano. It's gonna be good fun. And I think actually the teams that were being brought up during the on the desk just prior to this game starting were all extremely relevant. TSM, they're gonna have, I think, a lot more space now with bystanders probably opting to go back to Montenuevo. And then a team like Etiquette, we see them now. They're flying down towards Minas, and I was actually a little curious because we've seen them in lobbies with Liquid before, where they would normally opt to go down to where DA would land in the southwest side of Picado. But we rarely ever see Etiquette in the lobby where both DA and Liquid are present. So fun to see. That we get Etiquette over towards the east rather than opting to take fights towards anywhere really around Picado.
Yeah, and obviously the other thing to consider in this lobby in particular, obviously Raise Your Edge aren't around Minas, so it's going to relieve some of the pressure in that area. CN's obviously pulling up to the north a little bit. They couldn't really get across to their typical Impala or west side of Impala drop spot, so they're going to be coming from afar. Elsewhere, not really seeing too many surprises, and as vanilla as they go, TSM going to be slap bang in the middle. Well, I say TSM, I mean Iroh. So really, Iroh that actually found themselves a knockout of vehicles. Obviously, Etiquette trying to. Isn't that great? He was iron sighting, and there's an.
I was gonna say.
On the roof next to him.
He would say, you know what? I don't need a scope to take further out of his vehicle. I'll just iron sight him, and then I'll smack on my 8x. That's true. I mean, look,
we do get to see it
out of the car as well. Oh my lord.
Yeah, Miriku's still feeling it. I don't know if anybody had the chance. I know I mentioned it to you, obviously, earlier, Toba, but Dofos did tweet out the video of that endgame situation versus Ents with TSM, and I mean, that's absolutely fantastic to watch. Again, to get a really good insight. There's another team I always talk about in North America, STK, just how good, how calm and concise their comms are in the late game, especially when it's a straight 4v4 like that. No real information, and there's a bit of a stalemate as Phase 8 closes in. But it's a real eye-opener to watch a video like that and hear exactly what's being laid out, what information is being relayed. And obviously, Miraku was the star of that clutch-up, really. So been in fantastic form, to say the least.
It goes to show, like, it kind of proves my theory that all these guys are just robots. Like, it's no nerve, no emotion, just going out and doing inhumane, reactionary video game things. Because when you can remain that calm in a 2v4 that you end up clutching, and the only response to it is like, hell yeah, good job. Like, I would be screaming, flipping tables all over the place, jumping out of the chair. These guys are like, yeah, just another day at the TSM office, I guess. I mean, that's insane. Being able to have that clear comms in a hectic situation like that, very impressive. So for those guys who haven't already, make sure to go to Dofus' Twitter and watch that clip. Very, very, I guess, educational to some extent.
It is, yeah, because it's not, again, hopefully, when we get back to LAN events, obviously listenings are a big opportunity to kind of hear what's going on behind the scenes. But we don't see it much. It's not really something that we get an opportunity to experience an awful lot, because I mean, people have to put up with listening to us, Toby, instead of being able to listen to the players.
Wait, I thought that was pretty much why people were here. Oh, they're here for the players? Oh, all of a sudden, like it's starting to make sense now.
I might be muddying the water slightly, but
I don't know why. I mean, yeah, of course they're here for us, Hypoc. Didn't you know?
I have been told I've got a face for radio, so I guess this I'm in the right line of work.
Oh, yeah. Especially when they don't look at us, I guess.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, I guess. Maybe.
I'm not actually
I
wearing
don't know.
clothes from the waist down. It's probably a good thing.
We gotta, I mean, you gotta go back on track for a sec here. I mean, now it's not as much as it was before, but TSM has all the space in the damn universe. And DA and Liquid. Yesterday, we had games that were all about the drive-bys. Murd is gonna find himself in between two teams now. Mexi's gonna be coming over the top trying to help out as well. And how is he still alive? As a matter of fact, I don't believe Murd has taken any damage yet. The thing is, when you're driving these cars, yes, you can shoot, but you don't really have that much space to reload. And right now, there's a full-on bumper car engagement going on with Liquid and DA. And as a matter of fact, I mean, while we keep saying, oh no, yeah, Mexi, you're caught in the open, buddy. Down he goes. The flush should be coming in as well. We heard them talk about it yesterday. I mean, they talked to the analyst desk talked to 17 yesterday about DA. I mean, yes, they run into each other every now and again, but more often than not, they haven't had to fear anything really now. DA has got more pressure with the new lineup.
Just quickly, this is obviously a favourable first circle pop for Liquid, but this is late for them to be coming out Picardo. I mean, they're leaving at the 5-minute mark. Usually, we would see one or two of them flex out north. I mean, Mexi coming to the compound that he usually does, but slight overextension maybe coming out to the open to try and support. I think it was Clib and Jeems that were the two first vehicles out there, but it was late. I mean, my initial thoughts of what the hell are DA doing running all the way through Picardo when. Obviously, Liquid are never going to move that far away from their spot here. They might come up and take something next to Graveyard as they've done now, but I mean, it's ballsy from DA, and it's unfortunately Liquid that lose out on that situation.
I mean, like, and the teams would normally be the first ones sent up north, like a minute or a minute and a half prior to what we saw them do now, as you're saying. I mean, and this time around, honestly, I don't think DA were expecting them. Like, by rotating through Picardo, which they've done a billion times before in these circles, they normally just backtrack Liquid. They never actually run into them, because they would have been far gone by the time that,
but wait,
wasn't it? DA comes around.
Was it? This is a fantastic turn of events actually, because it was game one yesterday, and Mexi just absolutely decimated the entire DA team, including the team kill. But I'm giving Mexi the credit for that one as well.
Yeah, that's fair enough. That's fair enough. Credit where credit's due. He was the one holding the angle. He was the one forcing the team kill, I guess you might even be able to say. Now let's see. Northern Lights, I should say, sorry, trying to make their way down the power grid hillside. And Lou is going to be the first one down here for Toolens. He is going to be taking some 1 kilometer shots from Melman, not expecting any real threats to commence off of that. And then Navi, they have all the space in the universe. No big fears for them. They can just go straight on in, all the way through Monte Nuevo. The plane was fine down here, which means that they will be well aware that the teams that were here left a long time ago.
Yeah, well, bystanders have actually moved on. Actually made their way into this initial circle again. We'll have to hop on with a red line way over on the other side of the map. So it's coming up past Impala. After all, a team yesterday for me, I mean, if we look at the leaderboard, I mean, that kind of does tell the story about how their games have gone so far. But again, we talked about these guys, stage 2 of DreamHack, Toby.
Yeah.
And I mean, at stage 1, fantastic performance. Stage 2 was kind of like they were stumbling a little bit. I think that's the fair way to do it. But I mean, yesterday they just didn't look good, Toby.
They really didn't. And there again, I mean, I mentioned it, I want to say, yesterday, and I'm glad that today's leaderboard kind of proves my point in saying that after all, when they qualify the tournaments, they play one play style, and when they then make it there, they changed it up. They qualify with aggression in coming in late and playing that kind of Navi-esque style. But as soon as you have another team kind of contesting that play style, like Navi, like your Tornado Energy to some extent too, they don't dare try and do that. And I don't feel like they have an alternative playstyle that can keep them at the same level that they qualify with, which is why we see them qualify with like all straight A's through qualifications oftentimes. And then as soon as they make finals, you go and think, wait, what the hell happened here? They just stomped everyone and now they do nothing.
If we're to put them in another kind of open team bracket as bystanders, I mean, bystanders, when we had that interview with them in DreamHack, they said, we have our play style, we stick to it. We don't care who we see in the kill feed nearby. We have our game plan and we execute. And really, I mean, that's the best way that one of these open teams is going to be able to adapt. You can't
Yep.
think to yourself, oh, Na'Vi are going to be coming in from the southwest. Let's not play Edge on the southwest just in case Na'Vi come in from that side. You're constantly going to be backing yourself into a corner, and I mean, that's the hardest thing to adapt to is when you're talking yourself out of what you would be most comfortable doing.
It really is. Just gotta kill Na'Vi then, forehead. Because that's an easy
Yeah.
task, right?
Take
New
'em on.
circle. New circle is popped, and we'll see Na'Vi. Well, they're not sitting center. As a matter of fact, they're sitting on the west side, but a pretty favorable west side for now. That ridge line or mountain side we always mentioned to be deadly is, well, it's finding itself dead center in this one. San Martin down towards Picard of the mountain stretch there, right in the middle, and it's gonna force teams to make decisions as to, do we opt to stay out towards the east in the lowlands towards your graveyard, maybe a little further uphill towards Minas, or do we try to now climb the mountain before everyone gets over there later? In the meantime, Intense gonna spot a rotation. That's actually Omarkin now in blue, making the rotation and across, and somehow seems like Gemty lives to see another day.
Yeah, initial couple of tags from the org there, but nothing to follow up. The rest of Omarkin relatively split in rotation here. So Gemty is going to try and hold down the fort for the time being. You can see T-Bone just over in the distance there with a teammate Calvin flexing over that direction slightly, but always a tricky place to take a fight, especially this early on. If you're looking for space over there, speaking of looking for space, Vanty going to fall straight up on top of Quizzy. Quizzy getting the better of him initially, and actually Melman going to pick up a second kill onto the pull-up guys, so they will lose 2 for this, and both kill points going over to Tornado Energy.
Yeah, this is both good and bad info to get at this point in the game. For reasons I'll mention in just a moment. T-Bone, well, we saw Omarkin trying to be held off by Apex, and finally they do find some success in the keep. They managed to take down T-Bone, not expecting any residents to be coming in there. But what I wanted to mention before is that Pull-Up was the team that you could argue might want to try and play San Martin in this game. They didn't, but now the teams are getting kills on them inside San Martin. That might mean that teams actually think they landed here. It sounds weird because obviously Tornado Energy, if they look for it, would know that this was a clear area. They loot around San Martin, so they would know that no parachutes came into the city. But still, you could have missed it. There could have been that one, oh wait, they're actually inside San Martin. That must be because they came here and looted here. They didn't. So there's actually, I mean, the early game, there was an absurd amount of space for TSM to really stretch into, and San Martin was part of it.
And making the most of that space as well. Again, a good split really to stop anybody kind of coming across that terrain past Hacienda, but also having kind of control of that warehouse at the bottom of, I mean, the center of the circle that we talked about previously, which is that unplayable rocks kind of mountain area, the high ground overlooking San Martin. Is the best access is from that warehouse really, and early on it's going to be difficult for anybody to kind of play the surrounding area. But another couple of seconds and we'll see our fate. A lot of teams.
Will we though?
Yeah, I was
gonna
gonna say a lot of teams kind of opted to sit. Yeah.
Oh, this is dumb. This is so dumb.
It's right down the middle as well, dude.
It really is. We're not sealing no fates. I mean, fates are probably gonna be sealed now, but we're not promising anything with this shift at all. Could still go east, down the hill. Could still go west, up on the plateau. We know it's gonna shift away from the center, or at least it should with the next circle, but it's still impossible to say where it's gonna go.
I mean, this is circle roulette. It's red or black. Where do you want to place your chips? To be honest with you, it's pretty much a straight spot. I mean, we did see a wacky one the other week. Obviously, one pulling hard back down to Picardo.
Yeah.
Hold that thought. Had to get pulling up on top of Liquid here. 3-man of Liquid trying to hold on to the church. Ibby actually stuck in between the crates here, so Lewis going to get the better of him. Jeem's going to try and trade that one out. He does get Thunderlost down. Only the 2-man from it to get here. And Huith, oh, he nearly didn't get that, but he does pick up the second. And Huith with 14 HP going to clean up Liquid. They will be eliminated in 16th place. That's not what you want to see after the performance they had yesterday.
Damn, M4 wins these, I guess, now. And the Nerf barrel, Nerf hasn't even come into effect yet. Vex, he's gonna find Melman over the top. The AUG loses against the barrel, to be expected. Page, in the meantime, trying to hold off against all of 303. That ain't gonna happen. He's gonna go down, but there are teammates ready nearby to try and see if they can do something. 2 down, 3 down. There's just 1 more left on his feet. He's gonna survive for now, but no! Down he goes. All of 303 eliminated in a matter of seconds. Dempsey will fall too, so unfortunately for Vasco, he's gonna be the last remaining Omarken player, which means there's gonna be a little more space for Etiquette to maneuver around through. And this is gonna be damn tough. Like, all these teams will have to, I think anyway, transition out of San Martin soon on these hills, and there's just not that much space to maneuver around.
Well, with everyone from the east side making a mad dash to get some space here, TSM are actually allowed to play this hillside, and this is the one thing that really stops Tornado Energy from getting control or getting free access uphill here. I mean, Northern Lights are going to keep TSM honest for the time being, but this hillside we see TSM set up on was the exact hillside I was talking about. It's not playable in this previous circle because of how much presence there was on the east side.
The amount of vision that they have up on the hill. I mean, Northern Lights, all kinds of control from up there. And you can see, I mean, this is what really makes these circles terrible. Yes, Apex are inside the circle, but you're forced to move so close to the hill, like to the I guess you can say hill, like the face of the mountain, that you're essentially forced to play in the open. There's 1 or 2 compounds available, and believe me, they're already taken all of them. If this one goes east, you're forcing teams not only downhill, but into nothing. Like, it's just open. It's flat and it's open, and it's super duper difficult to play. Now let's see, where are we going? Well, there. Exactly where I mentioned. There's nothing you can play here. As long as Apex are still inside the circle in that position, you cannot play that entire left side of the hill. This is an absolutely garbage circle.
Yeah. I mean, the problem is that we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 teams up on the plateau, the power grid plateau, and I mean, traversing any of those routes down kind of to the north and south of Northern Lights is so difficult. But the thing is once you come down, there isn't space for 6 teams down there, Toby.
You can't go anywhere. Yeah, exactly. There's absolutely nowhere for you to go. And if you're staying down there, not only are you going to try and hide and get healed up, but you're going to be shot at while that's happening. Now, see, after all, you're going to take a fight to red line, Danimon. First, a flash thrown over, then a molly. Ain't going to do a whole lot of damage, but he's going to stay alive, at least for now. Needs to back off. Goose is over the top, getting the knock on towards Marv, so some kind of help is coming in, but Danimon's still left all on his own.
And the nade's coming over in response now towards Danimon. He's got to be careful again. DA will have sight lines if he tries to peek the top of this ridge here. We've got to be careful not to lose one inside the dip, because the res is going to be nigh on impossible. Actually, Danimon going to go aggressive, gets an initial tag, but no double headshot for the knock there. You can see one of his teammates coming over the top side to... Oh yes, Ibaka. He's going to try and send some utility in there. That nade is fantastic. Oh my word. It did a load of damage to Evas as well. Danimon going to come over here. He didn't spot him on the back wheel. He does indeed. Red line eliminated in 13th place.
Solid play coming over the top from Ibaka. He was even getting shot at too, but still maintained the focus clear. He pushed forward, got the nade in there, and that did all the damage needed to get the elimination. Now, after all, can push further south around. I'm actually surprised when we look at the map right now. I'm surprised to see Apex maintaining the split they're in right now. And also, Batulins, he may or may not have been sitting up here for a bit too long, because now there are a lot of opponents kind of in between him and his teammates. They are still 4 alive, Northern Lights, but I believe Batulins might find himself in a position he can't get out of. In the meantime, Orange, you are in trouble, mate. Unless you can really go out and do some damage here. You want a 1v3 against all of bystanders. I'm not seeing him get out of here alive.
No, he's going to have time to get this first aid off, though. And still some utility coming over from bystanders. Senya coming into the backside. Tab pulling up as well now. They're just going to take this fight, I think.
Whoa, somehow they're turning this around. Pistola comes in the vehicle a little too greedy in that one. Maybe Beamy's going to try to hold off now on his own. No one is hit. How in the universe are Na'Vi coming out of this one alive? They're going to get the kills. They're going to get the wipe, and they're going to eliminate bystanders.
Yeah, and I mean, it's usually the team that pulls up onto the underside of these rocks is the one that's punished the hardest, but Na'Vi absolutely flipping that one on its head, and they pick up the 4 kills. Aaliyah and Quizzy still outside, got to find a way in. Batulins
had to happen
breaking his own ankles. Little bit greedy there. Little bit greedy.
Yeah. I don't
staying up there a bit too long. I mean, he's got up there. He's got up there, so he's got to be able to get down.
Maybe he went up there with a vehicle and the vehicle flew off the hill and then he couldn't get down. I'm not sure. But either way, he is going to go down.
On the west side.
Yeah, and he couldn't find a way down, maybe. I'm not sure. But regardless, he's going to fall. Rest won't come in, but Silence dies to blue. It's not going to give any points away. So let's see now. Circle. Is it going to be... Oh, my lord. We're hitting up the hill again. How absurdly freaking horrible can the circles be in this game? We're going back up the hill. Everyone that just literally committed their lives to rotate down now has to move back up. Na'Vi in a good position. Northern Lights even better. So despite losing Batulans, they're going to be in a god tier position up on the hill here. Everyone towards the east, you are in trouble.
I mean, I'm actually surprising myself right now with how bad the circles have been for us, Toby. I say for us.
It was going to shift away, right? It was going to shift away. That's what you said, right? We're literally on the hillside in phase 5. This is so far beyond horrible. Last phase, for those of you guys didn't notice, last phase, we essentially wiped half the server. Like, we went from somewhere around 54. No, wait, let me just do the math. Yeah, 54. Let's see, Vasco is going to survive. 54 down to 27 in one phase shift. That is, that's brutal. Lyro now is trying to do something. Made his way up the hill. CSM still 4 alive as well in a I want to call it a decent split. The circle taken into consideration, but look at where Fex is sitting. I mean, there are 2 guys just kind of clustered down in that shack, and they have really got nowhere to go.
Yeah, the worst thing is Dendalos. I don't think he's going to have space to stop for a medal. No. He's going to try and pop it here. He's not going to get it off.
One tech. Oh, Spiro actually going to be able to find him. And now, despite all the efforts teams have been putting into it, we haven't hit placement points before just now. Calvin's going to try to cross, and Tense wanted to do the same, doesn't succeed in doing so. Ivel and Simsy are going to come to follow. Good timing on knowing, obviously, that that Senya had to reload there, so they're going to cross or try to at that point in time. In the meantime, Na'Vi now has to hold off against all of After All as they come up the hill.
Yeah, the problem is where Apex decide to pull up, they might actually be in a position to pinch After All. Oh, they lost a tire.
Reverse.
Don't think they're going to get stranded. Vehicle not going to blow up just yet, but they're going to hear these flashes. It's going to give them the information that, I mean, maybe not assuming it's After All, but they're going to know a team is close enough, or a couple of players at least. A little bit of a smoke trail going down. Ivel going to make the cross. He is indeed going to make the cross.
Oh,
I see something in the kill feed.
Oh no, TSM, what's going on here? You're all getting peppered. They came down the hill. I was actually surprised to see if they left Vard uphill and went down. They might have tried to go down to pick them up, but
yeah, they did,
clearly not as successful as they wanted it to be. They're all going to fall that. Though still alive, going to try and see if he can claim some extra placement points here. Circle.
Oh my god.
Let's just continue up the hill. What is it that people say about shifting away from these areas? It seems like the circle are magnetizing it to them this time around.
Yeah, for the one shift, it shifts off it, and then every other shift is onto it.
That's gotta be it, right? And there aren't even any
nothing else makes sense.
Yeah, true, but solo player left alive knows that he has a tough push ahead of him, but also probably knows that can he get up on that hilltop and do any damage to the team up there, which he's already done at this point. He is actually going to be in an amazing position. Not going to spread wide enough, but it's still, yep, exactly. Second knock on Perfectix. They are going to have to force it if they want to get the rest up. The Enza still up here with 2 players too that could be doing some third-party damage. Apex, they're spread thin. We'll have to take this fight to After All, and Na'Vi, and DA, to be honest. But have fun. You're going to be in for a tricky one.
Yeah, Apex literally get onto the other side of the ridge. After All, After All are definitely trying to force this fight on towards Na'Vi, so it could be a really good opportunity for Apex to peek over the top, and they do just that. Calvin gets the opening here. Grag a little bit tagged up, the follow-up nade, but this is now gonna be the indication for Na'Vi that they can push on to After All as well.
Yeah, I thought Daniel was gonna peek over there, but did not happen After All, and in trouble to say the least. Apex and Na'Vi both peppering them from each their side. Vard will fall. Spiro able to find him. That's going to be TSM out in 8th place. Now Calvin prone down, trying to stay alive. Wants Na'Vi to charm in a little more. Now they do. Hippago falls. Greg falls. Hippago's going to get flushed by Orange as Na'Vi try to wrap back around. But Dandyman up close is able to find one. Best of luck. The last player alive for Na'Vi.
Yeah, he's got to play time here. Just wait I did see somebody from Apex die over on the far right.
That's how desperate we are.
I love it. Pick it up again, throw it at the shack.
I mean, to be fair, might as well, but will he be allowed to? No, ain't gonna happen. Simsy's gonna find him, and I lied, actually. Senya still alive as well, a little further over towards that northeast side up the hill. Calvin now trying to hold the angle from behind, allowing for Simsy to peek over, but Senya says, nah, get the hell away from there while my guys are getting rest on up.
Optimistic nade from Calvin, and the second one might actually be decent. Oh, nice headshot from Simsy though. Orange, good for the trade. Senya still got oversight on this area, so it's going to be really difficult for Calvin to get in here. You can see him still sending utility up this way. He may just try and play for this confirm, but Senya going to get him down to 1 HP, and Besto actually bleeds out. Orange not able to stick that res there, and you can see the look on his face. He's not too happy with that, Toby.
No, obviously wanted to be alive to try and push up that hill with him, but gotta give it to them. I mean, Na'Vi doing a great job at, Senya in particular, doing kind of the oversight for his teammates. Unfortunately, Best of Luck will fall. Probably thought of it as a safe rest in that situation. Clearly wasn't. Calvin still applying a lot of pressure from down here. Orange over the top. I saw it, but Calvin, wow! What a shot coming in there. Orange falls. Senya now left alive. Do you go for the rest? Or do you not? He's going to have to stick around up here. You can see Northern Lights as well. Now looking over the top. Might be able to maybe grant Senya a little more cover. Shooting down towards Calvin. Who are they going to get their sides on? Oh, yep, that's a steal. Spiro finds one more.
Yeah, actually, Calvin's going to open up onto Northern Lights on the top. So that's going to make his job even more difficult. And Senya can just slow play this now. He just doesn't want to give his position away. Obviously suppressed, but Northern Lights are going to have a general idea of where he's playing underneath them.
Northern Lights been able to split on this hill from so early on. It's disgusting. Like, they've been sitting up on this hillside completely uncontested for the entire game. And I'm just worried they run out of ammo before the last fight comes, because they haven't really had a chance to loot anything, despite being able to shoot everything. Also, shoot the next circle, go anywhere downhill again, which it won't. It should go up the hill, actually towards the northwest. It's going to be a trigger smash. Solid damage coming in. Diggory falls. Has to swap over. Ain't going to happen. Ends. Takes two. Able to find the kill. We now find ourselves with 3 teams left alive. And look at Senya sitting around, just waiting, hoping that Northern Lights will hold any Ends players coming in from below.
He's doing his best. Mountain goat just tucked underneath them. Does it?
Quick.
They're not going for the res. No, they're not. No, Diggory's going to bleed. Okay. It looked like he might have.
Here.
Go on.
Hi, Bog. Is this the most Sanok we're ever going to get a ending on Miramar?
This is the closest to a Northwest Sanok ending, yeah.
That's what I was thinking.
The verticality.
The Miramar Sanok ending. Huh. Welcome back, Sanok. On Miramar. The 3 layers, it's all set. It's all set. The layer cake is here. Senya is the one in the middle. Tix is below, and up on the hill up there. Lou and Spiro with the overreach. Look at this circle. Oh my lord. This is so bad. This is so bad. This is what happens when we don't have land ratio. Wouldn't that be fun to get these type of games every single game on Miramar?
I'm not saying anything.
No comment.
No comments.
Tixu fights for second place. He's going to be in vision, though. Lou will find him, and now 1v2 Senya.
Jump off.
Vest, no nothing. Can we get the full-on Ezio Auditore Assassin's Creed jump off here? Or does Northern Lights have too much to lose trying to go for a greedy win? I think they do. They need to get something going, and then they need to start today. While it has been a good tournament for them, and like a decent tournament so far, they're not the Northern Lights we saw win the Charity Showdown. And I want to see them go back to that form. So I'm really enjoying the fact that they're playing this one passive.
I mean, this is after losing Batulins so early on as well. So I mean, they lost Batulins and then Perfectix to Vard as well coming up. And that's what, Circle 4, Circle 5. So
yeah,
I think it's going to slow down here. I think we might see this one go to the star, Toby. There's a chance.
How many of the 8 smokes do you think Lou is actually planning on using here?
Probably none. I mean, in this situation, it's only going to give Senya away in, right?
It really is. This is one of the most absurd endings I've seen in competitive PUBG for quite a while, and that's saying something with some of the weird and wacky circles you and I have had. And then also, maybe this is just kind of the foresaying for what this day has to offer. You know, it's going to be the last day before we hit the halfway mark of the group stages. Senya is desperately trying to climb the rocks, but he forgot his mountaineering shoes. They just don't really stick. He's always
he's
barefooted.
barefoot. He's not going to get any grip, man.
You need like the whole bouldering thing has really become a thing, at least in Denmark. You need that like the flour on your hands. That's what they always do. Like get all the flour on your hands so you can stick better. Unfortunately, Senya doesn't have any. A little pouch with the flour in it, for the 3 rock climbing.
The trademark clap before you scale a wall.
Exactly. Well, Senya is looking around. To be fair, I mean, he's doing his very best not to leave an angle unseen, but we know it. PUBG, it's not like other first-person shooters where you can peek one angle at a time, look after one, and there's going to be 3 places the opponents can be, and Senya has to try and account for all of it.
I was going to say, there's a chance he gets this knock on Spyro, and then Lou doesn't have a trade angle here, but it's not a big chance. I mean, Spyro just needs to not get knocked. Yeah. You see, he's going to be the first person. Senya actually spotted him there. That nade looks money. It's actually too deep.
Headshot. Oh, this is massive, and he knows he hit it too.
The thing is,
he has to push on this.
Yeah, if he knocks Spyro, it's an open angle onto deep, so
it really
it's very much winnable for Senya if Northern Lights misplay this.
Also, they have to come down. If Senya can get Spyro down, Lou has to jump off that cliff. Like, he has to push down the flat terrain towards where Senya is sitting, and that's what he's waiting for. Them to go aggressive, them to make a mistake, them to allow for him to make this into 2 1v1 fights individually. They need to somehow get angles where they can peek it together, and it seems like that's what's going to happen right now. Senya is aggressing, he's pushing forward, he has to, and he's going to fall down in the end of it. Great effort by the Na'Vi captain, but in the end of it, it is going to be Northern Lights to claim themselves a win and the first Miramar game of the day. What a game. Holy moly.
Yeah, I mean, there was an opportunity there for Senya. As soon as he lands that headshot to kind of close down that angle on deep. But again, it's a lot to think about in the end game. It's a shame, but yeah, good setup from Northern Lights in Circle 1. Kind of won them that one, to be honest, Toby.
Yeah, I mean, they had the entire ridgeline under control. It was just a matter of kind of narrowing it in the end of it. And kudos to everyone else for putting in the hardest, the best of work that they could for trying to make anything happen there. Because those circles, I mean, they were really going against everyone except for Northern Lights.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, DA obviously getting control of that compound away from Liquid after that early scuffle with Mexi is a godsend, really, to be honest.
It's one of those circles that you just don't expect to go there. It's always, like I said at the beginning, it has to go off either on one side or the other, but the circle just kept going and going and going back towards that rock, that cliff side there, and it didn't make it easy for anyone, well, other than Northern Lights. Guys, let's see what the desk has to say about this wild, ruggy ending of a game.
That is one way to describe it. Toby here. Yes, welcome back here to the desk. I've got Martin as well as Patrick to break down this one. There's quite a bit to break down. That was a chaos-filled first game here to start things off. I'll start with yourself, Patrick, because what on earth was this circle?
I mean, the first circle was totally fine. It was like a set circle. We're like, okay, this is going to be a pretty good game, you know. We're going to see people setting up, which we saw. A lot of people doing their splits. CSM coming in with a really good 2-2 split with south side of Hacienda and across the road there. I was like, oh, they're going to be farming kills on this game. But then the circle just went all over the place into the rocks, and it just started becoming chaotic because people thought, okay, well, this is going to go to the west. We thought it too. Yeah. But no. It just sent her up, and people started panicking even more and trying to figure out where to go. And I mean, you can see TSM as well. They had a 2-2 split, 2 up on the mountain, 2 down in the shack there. Miracle trying to go down to grab another guy with a bike. It didn't work out because they got shot at, and he also ran over Fix. So yeah, I mean, it was a good try though, good attempt, but down to the wire, down to the last. This one as well, Navi's pull up on bystanders. It was so odd because the amount of time Navi had between every pull up here on every person was so long. It was basically 5 to 6 seconds, and Senya basically just past everyone. He didn't even engage to the fight.
No, just keep going, Frost. This is the Frost show now. Keep going.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a show. Oh, okay. Yeah, but MLT, they were holding the top there on the west side, of course, on top of the rocks, and it was pretty good. It was a really good move, I'd say. They had battling going a little bit more to the north, trying to hold out all of the other teams, which was not bad, but that also created a thing that battling couldn't move back to his teammates, and they basically had to sacrifice him. He did go down to the blue, so no one got the point for that. We see Bestilosh here a little bit upset that Orange didn't stick the rest. Probably thought that there was some nades coming in. We also saw, of course, that Senya was holding the angle the whole time, so the rest could have gone off. But you never know what was going on in the comms, what was called, and so on, what was going on in their minds. But yeah, I mean, a lot of kills going on to the top teams, and it was pretty even towards the top.
Did the whole highlights. Well played, Frost.
Yeah.
Here's the standings coming in from this one. 9th through 16th. Actually, quite a few points being earned here by TSM up towards top. Etiquette as well. I feel like they deserved more points than what they got, but that's by the by. 1 through 8 as well here, Martin. What are we making of it? It's now your turn to talk.
I was hoping that the whole highlights was going to be like some of the long ones, where we have like 3-4 minutes worth of highlights. We had that a few times. I was hoping that it was going to be one of those, but no, fantastic. I love when Frost takes over. It's great to see and hear from him and his points. 6 kills from Spire, 5 from Orange. Overall, this game, yes, it was super, super rare. But what I took away from that as well, once the 4th circle was about to pop, 10 teams was on the edge or close to the edge. There's only 3 that was playing either a center compound or a center ridge or a center high ground, because the teams, they were not sure where the circle was going to go as well. Like, there was rocks all over the place. Our super settings is placed into effect for this as well. So they were curious to see where it's going to go as well. So they were sitting on the edge waiting to see what's going to be happening.
Definitely so. Northern Lights' gamble of sticking out in the rocks really paid off here, considering the circles. But I've got to give it to Na'Vi here, Froz. When you look at not only the kind of weird nature of some of the fights that went down, but they really went through the ringer to eventually get to second place. And then Senya made a really good meal, I think, out of the last moments. There was glimmers of hope there, especially when that headshot came in. But yeah, I was very impressed by Na'Vi, despite Bestilosh's frustrations. That was hard to say.
Yeah, I mean, it all started when they were crashing bystanders on the west side, more or less. Coming in from the west side, it was super packed on the west and southwest. You had so many teams, but they managed to do that really good. And as you said, Senya's attempt in the end there, he actually got the SLR headshot. And he has no information at all, except for that headshot, where Lou was. So it was super hard for him to try to make a push. And I feel like what he tried to do there, getting underneath there so he could try to take out Lou, because he got the information after he got there, but sadly he just got killed right after that.
And with that, Na'Vi moves up to the 18th spot, just one place up there, but there's been a bit of a gap in terms of the points, and Northern Lights will get themselves a 3rd place spot here, Martin. So great stuff by them to get the points on the board.
Yeah, obviously easy for them to jump up ahead of the 3 teams that are not playing, but I'm just I'm super curious to see if they're gonna continue this. Are they gonna be able to take down FaZe Clan in terms of total points earned in the same amount of played games here, with 12 games being played for all teams when the day is done? It's a good start. Like, they're gonna be very close to this. It's gonna be achievable, I would say. Good to see Na'Vi with this as well, like that they had this good of a game. I believe it was 7 kills and 6 placement points from second place, so that's 13. They were on 26 before this, so them jumping up there as well. But very curious to see how both them and bystanders are going to be doing the rest of the day here. They need to step up, considering that their recent performance, how they've been playing so far, and where we expect them to be once we've played these 12 games.
Yeah, as much as nobody's eliminated after our first 3 days, it gives a good indicator as to how you're faring a little bit against these lobbies. So, of course, those next days will come up afterwards. But Digital Athletics as well, getting themselves some nice points on the board here, Froz, after having a really decent spot in a lot of these circles down the hill as opposed to up it, where a lot of the teams that were able to eventually be victorious actually work things out. What do you think?
I mean, they were sitting in that compound for a very long time. They basically got there in circle 1, which is a really good compound if you can be able to catch people rotating, passing you. But there wasn't too many rotations passing them, but all around them instead, because there was just no ground to play. And for them to be holding out there and getting himself a 6th kill and a 4th place, I feel like that's pretty decent. Sadly, lost one to, I think it was Vasco, that was snaking towards the shack there, just a little bit east of them. And then Code Marco went out a little bit north as well, trying to make a play while the others were still in the compound. But overall, a good start for DA, I'd say. And they can probably keep this up and grab himself a lot of points here today.
Yeah, they'll want a few more points. Martin, final thoughts before we go in?
Yeah, a few thoughts about hopefully we get another crazy circle like this. Oasis, maybe? What do you think?
Yes, please. Oh, Oasis. You're talking my kind of language, Martin. I'd like that very much. Anyway, it's time to get to the plane as we drop. Toby and Hypoc, take it away again.
Thank you, Martin, for throwing in that Oasis, the Oasis discussion. That could be good to see. I don't know if this plane is going to grant us one of those, Hybuck, but that would be one of those to go. Well, now we've seen everything, I guess.
Anything's possible. Anything's
It
possible.
really is. It really is. With you and I in the chassis, I feel like the circles can only get weirder. Just like we saw last game, it's always weird and wonky. And to be honest, despite it, I mean, you can discuss the whole competitive integrity. Some of these circles they end up kind of providing the players, but I love it when teams are throwing curveballs. This is not just that one, oh, we don't have a good spot, what should we do? But every team having to go, wait, we did not expect this. Every team, you could see the way they were splitting, just like the desk said, a lot of them were expecting that northwest shift. Didn't happen. Really interesting to see so many teams forced to try and do some quick thinking there.
Yeah, no, it's almost like playing recovery. If you bank on a shift like that, and I mean, really, you have to go one way or the other. Like I said, is you either gamble to the top side of Power Grid or you gamble to the bottom side. And the majority of them was over on the east side, and that was the reason we saw 27 people fall in the space of one shift. And I did just see the circle. We did get a little glimpse. It's I mean, it's out there considering the plane path we had.
It is.
It's
It
pretty
is.
far over.
Yeah, and I was gonna say, I mean, with the plane path coming in, despite the plane path itself not being the worst, there are a lot of teams that would normally, like, their priority loot spot is towards the west. We have Afterold and Bystanders to some extent, both opting to go El Pozo and Montenuevo. Bystanders sometimes even opting to go El Pozo too. Navi, of course, we know they like La Copraria, so does and now I completely lost my train of thought, but like Navi like to go up in the Coparia as well, so a lot of teams that normally want to go over there couldn't get there with this plane, and that gives us that massive space now up there. I mean, Code Mark was like, oh, I got all the room in the world, and I think he knows he wouldn't have gone that aggressive towards the northwest had it not been because he was well aware that there's absolutely no way anyone could have beat them to it. So I wanted to see the rest of them. Mert is already driving, Smash is doing the same thing. Why settle and loot in between Omarken and Liquid when you can start driving now, get your Uzi going, get your dual barrel shotgun, get your level 1 helmet on, get going, loot once you get there, because you're going to beat them to it, and by the time you're done looting, that's when the opponents are going to be coming. So you're really just, it's just smart, and I feel like too few teams do that, where they just say, screw loot, let's just go into the circle where we know no one is. Teams always want to secure some loot first, and you looting those 2-3 extra buildings because, oh, I cannot do anything if I don't have my barrel, that can lose you really good real estate.
It can cost you a really good compound in Circle 1. How heavily some teams value that, I think, is where we see the split of people deciding one way or the other. But just coming back to the Circle, again, this one in particular, for it to be this open on the west side, due to the plane path, I mean, it comes back to that thing that is always a factor when the Circle goes here. But those 4 pieces of high ground, I'm talking east side of Crater Fields, east side of Pozo, then obviously the plane crash, obviously west of San Martin, and then the area to the north of that. Win streak is pretty much spread across all of those right now. They're spread very far apart, but they're controlling the kind of 4 most important, in my eyes, parts of this first circle.
Yeah, I mean, this is normally, like that area normally has Tornado Energy written all over it, but Winstreak, another team that does like looting Coparia alongside Navi, they were like, well, we didn't have to settle for La Copraria either. Normally they would just extend and go all the way up there, but Tornado Energy didn't come to contest them, so they can claim, I mean, they have all the prio spots right now in that area. They will have to leave them, but they know they have to. They know they will have to. Now let's see if the Thralius wants to take some shots towards EBDA and Liquid. We know they fight early. This might not end up in a fight, but we'll see. Nah, should be that should be all she wrote, at least for this one.
I'm just looking at the northern side of DA split. You can see where James is headed towards now. Marco over at the barn, Mert over at the concrete. So James might fancy this crate.
Oh no,
that
that's
could be his demise.
Bait crate. Bait crate, James. Bait crate, James. He's been seen. The headshot is the first hit to come in, and this has got to come with a knock to follow. There's got to be a knock to follow smash. Is that the drive-by smash? He has the Scar L out already, and it's actually going to be Mert from the other side. That's going to fight.
A little tank slapper just to finish him off.
And once again, DA and Liquid go into one another. And to be fair, had it been any other team than DA, they would not, like Liquid would not have had trouble doing this. Because they had the same idea that the DA did. It was the Eastern Plane. We rotate early. Let's just go out and get safe spots over here. But DA are one of those few teams that will sacrifice the early looting phase for a spot. They will go aggressive immediately. And, well, I guess Liquid just weren't prepped for that.
I mean, you saw it. He's got an SK and a 3X on it, so he's not had an awful lot of time to loot. Unless that's his go-to, I'd be surprised. But
new meta.
I've seen crazier things. Put it that way.
Yeah, true. True. We've seen shotguns. We've seen Uzis. We've seen we just need some pistols in it too. Then we'll be all set. Also, what was it? Was it Miracle opting to go Iron Sight Mini right over 8X Mini?
Yeah.
I can respect that too. I mean, it's just a matter of comfort, you know? What do you like playing the most? It's also just us joking around, of course. 303, they're gonna be rotating north over. Water treatment should be fine doing so. Youth, no, not so much. Needs to get the hell out of here. Pull up. They're sitting on the compound. They were there ready and waiting for, and then somehow again, I mean, to some extent, I feel like the teams doing these drive-bys tend to have greater success than the people trying to shoot them out of the cars.
Ooh, he's got to be careful where he decides to stop, though. He's going to break LOS behind the building. That's the right play, but he's pretty much boxed in here. I mean, if pull-up overextend on this, Etiquette could come from the southeast and punish this. It's just off to the side of the minimap right now, but the rest of the reinforcements aren't too far away. So pull-up, we've got to be careful not to overinvest in this one kill.
Yeah, do you want to risk losing your really, really good, to be fair, spot in the circle for a potential kill? You don't know where the rest of the teammates are, and if you're committing 2 people to sit down here looking for that one guy and the other 3 pull up in the compound, it's going to be them with the advantage right now. Huth, he waited a little, now he's going to try and leave. There is some really dark smoke in that vehicle. Now it's on fire. You got 5 seconds. Get out of that thing before you blow up. Huth does manage to make the jump out, doesn't take damage from the vehicle explosion, but the trouble continues for him. He needs to somehow have teammates over to apply pressure if you want to have any chance of staying alive here.
Oh, the first tag comes through, but Creator doesn't land the second. And that one's for 20, so Hewitt would have fallen to that one. He's going to get himself to the rock. But again, this is difficult now. I mean, Etiquette, you can see trying to scramble some sort of positioning to help him out.
Yeah.
But Creator, oh, actually, Apex pulling up on the north side could cause a real problem for pull-up in particular, actually.
He needs to get down there fast. Like, his time gap that was probably around 30 seconds just became 5. He needs to sprint down there. Throw a smoke, Youth. I'm coming for you. Be ready for the pickup.
This is the worst vehicle to come and pick him up in as well. They've actually backed away from the hill. Okay.
It's the best and the worst, right? Because it's the worst in terms of cover, obviously, but it's the best in terms of you being able to just get out of there in a matter of, well, no time at all. Unfortunately, pays off. Page, it's going to fall early. Omar can lose this one. That's going to be Tornado Energy up and around here, securing themselves the southwest side, or just the west side, I guess you can say, of the Power Grid Hills. We'll see now if that position paid off for them. I'm just looking at the Cooperaria because why not? I mean, it could be stupid enough, or maybe just go down towards Picardo again. I don't know. What's the worst circle PUBG could give us? Let's see if they can. Let's see if they can provide. Can they provide?
Okay.
Don't send Martin. I mean, it's still horrible, Don't get me wrong. It's absolutely horrible because, again, look at the South Ridge. We had it in the last game on the east side. South side here is going to be as relevant. In order to rotate into this circle, if you're coming from the west, you have to rotate all the way underneath Picado. Or you can go through Picado, but you have to go all the way underneath. And then where do you go from there? You have San Martin on the north side. There's just so much terrain here that's going to be really, really hard to obtain.
I'm keeping my eyes on TSM right now. If they try and maintain this split through this next circle, because that's going to be huge. They have great options for both a north and south shift. But if anybody gets in between them, it could be a problem for later on if they tried to regroup. DA now making their journey in from far over on the west side.
They're sending it to San Martin. My DA blood is telling me that they're going full speed San Martin here.
Ooh.
And there's no reason not to. Who'd be sitting in San Martin in the previous circle?
Yeah. It's a good. I mean, they've chosen the right pathing for it. They're going to get absolutely no pressure coming down their road.
Are they going to try and contest the TSM split? Because TSM is sitting really far between one another. You saw them shoot just before towards DA. The remaining two players are actually all the way up towards the plane crash. They have a really wide split going right now. If they don't do something real soon, my fear is that they're going to get punished for sitting that far apart. Thunderlust, 1 HP, able to stay alive. And again, I mean, Etiquette's surviving on a slither of health here.
Actually, the north side of TSM split actually now pressuring DA. They pulled into the dip just out on the west side of the road leading into San Martin. And Redline heading towards them, but taking a quick look here. Pull up. Trying to get something onto bystanders. Saying you're going to find Ibby from downtown with the SLR. And here you go. Vanti going to open up. Yellow will fall immediately, but a little bit of a third party from Win Street coming in is going to force them off the top of this ridge. And actually, Bence is going to fall here. He's going to get immediately flushed out. York going to try and get a smoke onto Yellow to get that res. Mexi now trying to get some sort of response onto Na'Vi, but it's Tab. Gonna shut him down. That just leaves Clib standing for Liquid, and he's gonna have to tuck his tail and get out of here.
Liquid thought they had a good approach coming in on that side, but Na'Vi just somehow managing to go in between them. Again, when you're calling the bluffs, you the team in response, like the team that's splitting, needs to be fast enough at reacting to it, and Liquid got caught off there. Clip will be able to get away from there, but now bystanders. Well, a little bit of luck coming in from the side. Win Streak getting a knock on one and taking on the second as well. It's going to help them out a lot. Ents in the meantime now going to have to hold off against Etiquette as they can crash in forward. And Ents as well. Currently in a split, they can't quite get out of. Rustenmar, though, is there to help.
Yeah, going to get the initial open onto Forever. It's difficult to push out of this warehouse. There's a ridge that does sweep alongside it. It gives a nasty headshot peek. Anybody on the outside, Digger, are you going to try and send a molly? Maybe cut off one of those angles. Actually, on the picture-in-picture, we can see TSM getting a little bit of company elsewhere, and I'm assuming they're still split.
They are. Squeak is going to try and make his way down to help, another towards the other side. I mean, yep, you can see it here. TSM literally a mile away from one another in their split right now. Vard is going to try and stay put. They do have a bike there, but how in the universe to get out of here at this point when you have Senator?
Well, how do they get past Redline now?
Exactly. I mean, they've got two teams in between them because DA actually never opted to go inside the city fix now. It's wrapping down towards the power grid. That is, I guess you can make an argument that's the better of the two positions they had control over. They're going to try and make their way up the hill, but will they be allowed to? Fix is going to try and get up here to help. You might be able to see him coming in from afar in just a moment. Vard and Miracle both staying put. Here comes Fex. Miracle still has the rotation to make.
Oh no, he's actually going to take a little bit of damage from Northern Lights that have they've moved south from their split. They're going to throw a third team into the mix now over on Power Grid. It is only two members. It's Perfectix and Lou. That causes problems for TSM, and there's more problems here for Clib. Clib just letting out some frustration. This fight between Ents and Etiquette finally building some momentum. Chicks are going to be able to get back on his feet though.
They need to really, like, Ents needs to get the hell out of here fast. They need to get this fight done with and then start pushing, honestly, through San Martin, because they're miles out on the west side, or the east side, sorry. And if they, like, either, that's the thing, you can see them rotating out now. If you want to go all the way around, down towards the south side of this circle, it's going to take you way too long. And also, the next circle should come towards the northwest or west, regardless. So you really need to do something smart here. Creator, spots clip. Oh my lord, the headshot comes in with the mini, and that's going to be Liquid out at last.
Back-to-back 16th places for Team Liquid. Really rough start to the day today. Apex and Omicron pulling into the... I love these dips just on the outside of Power Grid. It's always nice when the circle does end around this, but getting here early on, a little bit risky, especially if a team's already set up in front of you. Bystanders now, they've come south, and there was win streak previously that were bailing them out. Hold that thought. Apex actually going to come up, and they're going to prioritize Power Grid itself. They pulled up onto the south side. Tornado Energy, that up and over the top nade, nearly landing on top of Simsy. We've seen a lot of that in the last few days, Toby.
The mortars being used to full effect. I want to see a team just named Artillery, just perfecting that that way of using their grenades. Tornado Energy, 4v3 for now. Against Apex, trying to hold off here. They know they have TSM up towards the north. They dealt with them before, and also down towards the south. You can see them in blue. Omar can have let their presence be known. It's going to be Gemty. Saw the headshot coming in towards Calvin. It's going to force the team to push inside, and to be honest, I mean, it's going to split them further apart, and now Tornado Energy has the decision to make, and do they want to try and push this and aggress on this, knowing that Apex are already fighting another team, or just back off? Seems like they're taking the more defensive play as the circle comes straight to them.
Yep, that one a little bit more predictable. It's due to the terrain on the south side of San Martin, but now just looking at it, there's still a lot of teams that need to get into this circle and actually pull up, doing just that. Coming on to go on to DA, Marco getting there first, and the second is just as easy.
Yeah, pretty straightforward. They were just sitting around waiting. Kill comes straight to them. Bystanders now have to make a play. Yord, that's the headshot you don't want to have connect to you. He's going to try and see if he can drive further forward, but he's going to go straight up towards Red Line, unless if he stops here, which he does. So a little bit of breathing room for Bystanders for now. Beamy instantly. Nade in hand, going to lob it forward. That could be good as well. Vehicle's going to be blown to pieces. Marv down to half HP, and I believe Nail up to quite a bit of damage over that one too.
Yeah, the second one's a little short, but there's a lot of distance to close before they can really take this fight. So I like the idea of trying to get an opener with utility. You see Nail up took even more damage there, and there you go, the vehicle finally doing the trademark backflip now.
No,
those vehicles blow up. It hit the tree.
That's pretty cool. Yeah, had that not hit the tree, that was a double kill. Like, it would have been right on their feet had it bounced anywhere else, but back from that tree. Unfortunate.
Well, he was prone, so it only would have done 15 damage.
Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah, probably 3 damage. Yeah, true. Now instead, Beamy is going to fall. The nade was good, not good enough, and Nailub ain't going to let him get that chance. Oh, my lord, Tixu's solid taps coming in. Euroboy is going to fall, unfortunately. He goes out of ammo. Click, 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 click. So desperate shooting that he forgot to count the bullets he was firing. Chris going to stay alive for now as 3 of 3 try to make their presence known over on that east side hill. Enzo still up here. DA see the kill feed continuing to deliver damage towards the north side or northwest side opponents of win streak. Takes 2, continue to shoot as well, but Chris able to do some damage and maybe allow for his teammates to get up.
Actually, yeah, Cobra does get the opener, but Diggory good for the trade, and on him now. Oh, he's going to get some damage as well. Diggory will fall, so that's 2 knocks over on this side of Ence's split. It's going to be difficult for Tixu to really recover from this, to be honest with you.
I thought they were able to hold the line there, but as you say, I mean, it's just one guy trying to back off now. Tixu needs to make a run for it, to be honest. He's outside blue now, and he has all of After All sitting inside the circle. They've heard the shots here, too. They're going to be ready and waiting. Tixu, I think he's, with 41 still alive, kind of given up on the hope of placement points. He's going to try and see if he can punish 303, maybe get some more points in this one.
I'm going to stick another one. I think he's going to pull back here, try and get some meds. Chris is actually on the Bronco here. Tixu going to hear that. I don't know if he's got line of sight. He's just out of line of sight. Going to punish the driver's seat there if he was maybe just a couple of meters over to his north. But Chris going to make it into the circle potentially. I mean, after all,
for Tixu?
I mean, it's a Murado, yeah, but it's... You might as well stick a siren and a neon light on top of it. People are going to know exactly where you're coming in. This is
Once
good
the
though. If
server
303
connects
die
to-
here, he's going to have a little bit of a path.
Yeah, but phase 5 and he's that far out of the circle, that should
oh,
be him
yeah,
dead in a
yeah.
matter of
Should be.
in a matter of seconds. He can't use the first aid while in the car, so he has to come to a full stop or get out of the car and then heal again. That should be takes dead. Only one first aid left, and there we go. Ends full in 14th. Good attempt trying to hold off 303, but in the end, it is going to be the guys from the 303 gang that ends up surviving. Only for now, though. Chris is alive, and as we saw before, went down to the etiquette players. And now they have another tough journey ahead of them. So many players still alive in this game. DA spreading out towards the northeast. Na'Vi doing the same thing on the other side. Bystanders in the middle. Kemba solo player. And to be honest, this is going to be a damn tough circle for anyone trying to make their way in right now.
Is indeed, and Chris still trying to just find anything. He's got 75, 80 meters to make up or find from nothing really. Kemba with the send across, he's actually going to hit.
Deny.
Hit the lamppost and deny the kill. Yes, we'll say he denied.
It's not going to look like he denied, but we all know that was on purpose. You might as well just stay in blue, you know? It was all calculated. Chris, not so much. He's going to get tapped down. Thunderlust able to find him. 303 out in 12th place. And Na'Vi now trying to gain some control here. Yord, solo player, not going to be able to do what we saw Bystanders do last week and taking control of this hill. On the other side of that, Na'Vi might actually be in a great position to get things going here. Senya, solid headshot coming in, reads the play immediately, peeks back over. Double headshot comes in with the SLR. Nothing you can do against that. And this might be one of those games where Na'Vi can really go out and take some control.
Yeah, the problem is they've got to deal with Redline, and then it's an open cross. If TSM aren't getting any pressure over on the north side of Power Grid there, they're going to have good sight lines to punish this. So Na'Vi got to be careful with their next move. You can see they are still slightly outside the circle, so they have got to make this ground up and make it up fast.
Let's see, Marv looking over the top. He's only going to be met by bullets from Na'Vi. They're trying to spread her out and not get control, but they might be spreading a bit too far because now, instead of just taking the fight to Redline, they're starting to fight both Redline and T8, depending on how Mert opts to play this one. You can see him pushing forward up in the top right corner. Smoke's being thrown forward. Now Smash as well is going to start charming in, and I think Na'Vi is starting to realize that they expended a rich too far.
Yeah, after all, actually helping out Na'Vi, though, Smash landed some great shots with the mini there. Again, doesn't necessarily need to flush at that point, but it does ease some of the pressure. Marv going to get a double nade, though. Besto and Tab fall next to that Marauder, and Bronco Senya now got to hold the line until his teammate can rejoin him. And no,
So
Marco and Smash come over the top. Look at that.
Yeah, you can see Bestalog's face there too. He's frustrated. They knew they had the chance to take the fight to Redline, but unfortunately, they tried to flank too wide and they didn't pay off. Orange trying to get some sort of damage in return. He succeeds in doing so, but Code Margo stays alive, and that's the only thing he didn't want to have happen. He needs to really, really force DA off this hill if he wants to have a chance to push in.
Yeah, Orange, last man standing now, maybe going to be able to get a kill or two, but no, Marco going to put another kill on the board. And I did just see it flash up there. DA over 10 kills now.
Yep.
So really good game from them so far.
Well, I mean, they get the benefit of taking the fight to Liquid early. They get the benefit of wrapping all the way around and kind of clearing the edges on the teams that came in from the north. And now they help get the wipe out on Na'Vi too. Good start for them. And to be honest, despite the circle moving away from them, if they move up fast enough now before after already get eyes on their position, they might actually be able to take a fight to Etiquette. If they can somehow get up here without Redline third partying and execute this engagement fast enough, they're going to be in a really good spot.
Yeah, and actually, after all, DA are going to be fighting for pretty much the same spot here.
Yeah.
Let's see. Let's try and pull up, and it's actually Omicron that get the first opener onto DA, so that's going to slow them down a little bit. After all, down to 2. After a vehicle mishap with Grag.
Happens.
I mean, Omicron's position here is actually just... It's so deadly. I mean, after all, actually protected now of the fact that Omicron can pick up. And actually, Redline going to wrap all the way to the edge to try and get a back angle on DA. And that could be a third team now pressuring DA away from getting into this next circle.
I was gonna say, I mean, if you're DA now and you're starting to realize that there's too many different teams shooting at you from the south side, pushing towards Redline might be your only play. But no, Kotmako, as I say, that takes the vehicle straight south. They want to take this fight to after all. Now the vehicle is leaving. That's unfortunate. There goes your cover. Omarkin as well starting to push up in this direction, knowing they have a chance of third party. But look at this. 12 kills for Digital Athletics so far. Kotmako down again. That's got to be knock 3 or 2. Maybe coming in on towards him. The teammates will have to run forward to try and get it back on his feet. So good angles. Mithralia is able to find Goose. Omarkin, did they aggress too far? They might have here.
That's all Smash did just touch into that molly there, so it's going to tick a little bit of damage onto him. Down to 33, he's going to hit the deck, but that nade, ooh, let's see with a flash. My mistake. Danimon actually going to find Dempsey here. Turns around, after all, is going to get eliminated. Smash still on his feet here. And Vascu did go down to him as well.
Oh, Mert is playing such a pivotal role in this whole engagement right now. He gets the damage in towards 1. He's going to force T-Bone to back off 2, and he's going to keep Smash alive that way. And with that all happening, I mean, Redline never seems to do anything to aggress. And oops, that's... Battleins is like... I know a few swear words that I could say that he's probably saying right now, but I don't want to repeat any of them out of respect for the audience. That's not how you friendly fire when you try to engage building.
I'm surprised actually Redline, again with that backstab they tried to pull on DA, I'm surprised they weren't the ones that were punished hardest, but I guess the timing was just perfect for them. You didn't really pick up too many kills. Thunder lost stalking Nailup off the footsteps. He's going to hear the second coming up as well.
The fact that Etiquette stayed alive through all of this is surprising to me. The fact that Redline never succeeded in getting a good third-party opportunity in on DA2, somewhat surprising. Now let's see, they're gonna come over the top. Oh, I saw him. Did he see him in return? Yeah. Yes, he did. Ivers finds the kill. 7 teams left alive now. Only 3 kills for Redline. They had a chance to aggress earlier, but as I said, didn't really succeed in doing so. Underhand Molly. Now, does it hit the roof? No, perfectly. Lopped out, unfortunately. Batulin's able to crawl away before any damage comes in, and all of Northern Lights now, they have to commit to this 4v3 against TSM. They need to come in, they need to clear out the building if they want to wrap around and push further inside the circle.
Yeah, and this building, again, another one that we always talk about buildings being so difficult to push in PUBG. This is another great example of one, especially when you're in a 3v4 such as TSM. It's going to be really difficult for them to hold this down.
Sure is. T-Bone's going to fall. Tornado Energy, they stayed down south where they were earlier as well when there was just 2 teams here. They've opted to split up from that position and now have all the control in the southwest with T-Bone down. They can wrap further east, try and see if they can get control of the ridges too. And in the meantime, up towards the north here, we see Northern Lights and TSM still in somewhat of a stalemate. No one really wants to make that aggressive push forward.
Smash will finally fall. It's Digital Athletics eliminated in 6th place. Redline will cling on to life for the time being. Again, it's just a bit of a stalemate here. Northern Lights, I mean, they have to be the aggressors in this situation just because of TSM's position, and it's only a couple of meters, but they control the edge of the circle right now.
The thing is, how do you aggress on this if you are Northern Lights? I mean, you can't go outside because Tornado Energy got all the angles covered. You got to throw an nade in there. You got to throw some flashes, maybe even smokes in and say, if we can't see anything, then you can't see anything either. Nade's now been lobbed forward. They might actually get one. It does. Iro falls instantly. Northern Lights, well, here's your chance to get the fight going with the favor in your hand. Let's see. Ivers gets a few attacks in there too. Redline, they're getting bold. They want to see if they can chime in on this one as well. Miracle trying to stay alive. Wants to get the rest up onto Iro. Might actually be able to do so. I like this play. Trying to wrap around.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what they need to do. They need to take some sort of position on the southern side of the building, or at least covering the southern side run out from this building, and just keep TSM boxed in here.
Yeah. Perfect play on their part. They're inside the circle here, too. I think that's the most important point. Oh, Patulins wanted to get off the roof, but no. Simsi is going to find him up there. Spiro is looking around, trying to see if he can hold off. And in the meantime, TSM, knowing that they have Northern Lights players on the other side, will have to make the run off on the other, or in the other direction towards the east. Nailup is going to find the flush on towards Patulin, saying thank you, Simsi, for doing all the hard work there. And now TSM, tough push out, but they will have to do it.
And actually, there's a lot of damage coming in from elsewhere. Nailup just got knocked, and he had angles on TSM coming out this side, so That's actually huge. Vard actually manages to get all the way to the fence line. This could be the deciding factor, but actually Spyro's going to find him with the Org now. 31 HP. He's going to try and peek into another player, Miraku. And Iroh's stuck behind this. The flash is good, but it's actually going to flash themselves.
This is so horrible. Oh no, Sparrow falls to blue. Can't do anything. And Perfectix is on the other side. He's going to be the one. He's going to be the anchor trying to just claim some placement points. And he's going to succeed in doing exactly that. TSM falls. And so does the entirety of Northern Lights, I guess, with the exception of Perfectix. Able to stay alive here. It hasn't been kills they've been getting this game, which means Perfectix has to do absolutely everything to try and see how many placement points he can acquire.
I mean, that's just such a frustrating way to die, really, for TSM. Again, both teams, nobody making a move. Everybody dies in that situation. Melman actually found the molly into the backside of the dump truck there. Calvin going to fall to that one, and he had a molly in his hand as well.
More fire! Red Line will be eliminated. Just 3 teams left alive. Intense on his own now, trying to stay put. Northern Lights, Perfectix doing the same thing. And then you have a 4-man strong Tornado Energy, a team who's been having their ups and downs in this tournament as well. Trying to see if they can get themselves a win. Quissy does fall though. Will the 2 snakes be able to yoink this one away from Tornado Energy? Or will the guys be able to bring home the win? This is going to be a tricky one. 3v1v1. It's not over just yet.
Intense probably just going to try and wait this one out. Again, with the information being relayed from his teammates, I don't think Tornado Energy are going to tunnel on him because they know there's going to be somebody else. Yeah, Perfect is going to catch a headshot there, and he's going to take a tick of blue, maybe.
Oh!
If he gets his first aid kit off, it's actually huge.
Oh my god, Intense. That's the Eagle plays the first one, the second as well. Able to get the double knock, no HP on left frame. He's gonna fall in the end of it now. It's a 1v1. Melman is alone, and Northern Lights ends up winning the game. Wow! Intense does all the work, and Perfectix comes to claim it. Wow.
Oh my god. That was actually madness. Intense pick it up. You can see here, Perfectix, as soon as he sees that in the kill feed, that's the go signal for him. That's the signal for him to do something. And the fact that it comes down to the 1v1 even after that, and he actually took damage first. I mean, that really shows how strong the barrel is right now. But wow, what a game. What an ending. What a good clutch up from Perfectix.
Just because you have 4 guys alive with 6 players remaining does not mean you get yourself those chicken dinners. Northern Lights and Apex working together to steal that one away from Tornado Energy. And now let's see what the desk has to say about that one.
Yes! Oh, Northern Lights, what on earth? Back to back. What a finish as well. I cannot believe what we just witnessed, Martin. That was Tornado Energy, in theory, had it in the bag, but it was not to be because of the snaky snakes.
And also Intense opening up and getting 2 of the knocks. Then Perfectix find Intense, and it's a 1 versus 2. Like, overall, just crazy. Like, he gets the 2 last kills on the Tornado guys and kills Intense. That's 3 kills for the 5-kill chicken dinner. It's just insane ending there. I love these pseudo urban endings. Like, it's so fantastic. Shots coming out as well here. Amazing game overall. Very close to the kind of similar second and third circle here, but obviously it ended up going power grid as the vast majority of the teams expected here. But I really love these areas here where there's fight for dips and there's fight for the open power grid area here. It's so good.
Yeah, definitely so. As if faith wasn't restored for Northern Lights yesterday, Froz. I think after these 2 games, I'm comfortably happy that faith has been restored. What are your thoughts?
I mean, you gotta give it to them. Back-to-back win to start off the day. That is just the start as well. We still have so many games to go. They could just go on and on and on. And we were talking, or Martin was talking about if they were gonna be able to conquer Faith's first position after the games today. They're basically gonna be up there already now. So they're gonna easily do this after this one or the first 2 games here. But you also got to look at 2 teams I feel like that was super prepared for these 2 circles, or these circles. It was TSM and Apex. Apex did a rotation straight up from water treatment down to power grid. when there was
Yeah.
15 teams still alive, basically driving from the northeast of the circle into the center, because they know this is what we want to play from. This is where it's going to end, and we want to be prepared. We want to be in the center. The other team, of course, TSM, we saw them doing that Y2-2 split that we were looking at, when they had 2 here in the power grid, 2 by the plane crash compound. And they knew it's either going to go towards our north team or our south team. Which one? We'll see, but we'll just make a rotation, join up, and we'll play from there.
Martin, thoughts?
Yeah, I was kind of surprised now we're taking this TSM situation. I was kind of surprised that they didn't capitalize on those smokes out earlier. Like, they were laying down there for 30, 40 seconds, and they didn't capitalize on it. They got shot. They didn't take a position early on. It was just overall rough times for them there, honestly. But yeah, Perfectix getting 1 and getting 2 more there in the late game. Very well played by Perfectix. Nice clutch for them. And here's the points, James.
Yes, indeed. Actually, quite a few points coming in from our 9th through 16th.
Yep.
A lot of 3s, but we have up towards the top. DA gets themselves the top spot because they got 14 kills on their way throughout these circles, despite Northern Lights clutching out the win against Tornado Energy, and with a little bit of assistance from Apex as well. I say a little bit of assistance. A lot of assistance. But
Yeah.
for us, looking at DA, 14 kills on the board from this game. Big stuff.
Yeah, I mean, they were just going ham. We saw them how they were taking the little road dip that we usually seen FaZe play a lot earlier in EU here. But they took that position. They know it's a good position to play from. Also, of course, it was good for this circle. They caught a few rotations, but also on top of that, they could easily cross the road later on in the game and basically just hold the north side and just clean it up. And that's basically what they were doing. They went for team after team after team, one by one, just taking them down, grabbing all those kill points.
Yeah, very nicely done. And just in general, with those kind of moves, Avenger, obviously, Code Marco and the rest of the team knew that there was so much room for them on the west side from their original drop spot. And I feel like that afforded them good opportunities to do whatever they wanted before any of the teams even arrived.
Yeah, they honestly, yes. I will say, like, with how the dips are working outside this area here and how the whole open area inside Power Grid is working, it's whether also coming down to playstyle, right? Like, because you're trying to play outside to play all the dips and then to try to third party smoke up, or you're trying to play inside the warehouses or inside the kind of red brick buildings and try to play slow, like. So it comes down to what your preference is in terms of playstyle, right? And it comes down to the IGL and also the members there. So, but overall, I really loved how Digital Electrics was able to frag out in the northern side and basically just sweep over all of these dips and divots and take over them and frag out.
Definitely so. It was great stuff. What a great first 2 games we've had here today. We're going to go to a short break, ladies and gents, and when we return, we've got our final Miramar of this week's group days. We'll see you in a few. Yeah, but for a moment, let's look at this rationally. How can you do Nookie without the eyebrows, all right?
Never gonna
Someone back
get
there
it.
is trolling us. Huh?
You're never gonna get it. Like you have to. I would have guessed Nuki if it was all of Spyro and just Nuki's eyebrows. Like that would literally been it.
You could literally just do eyebrows so he would guess it right.
I love Nuki's eyebrows. Like it's fantastic. I wish I had those fantastic eyebrows.
All right, let's take a look at the points coming in. 89 points for Northern Lights right now. They're gonna, if they keep this up, they're catching up to FaZe here in the first 3 days. So brilliant stuff by them so far. Omicron does move up. DA really moves up. Frost. That's a big jump.
Oof.
I mean, DA has had two pretty good games here. They had a fourth place with 6 kills in the first one, and now a sixth place with 14 kills. And in the last game here, we even saw them topping the point board as well with 15 points there. But you got to look at the potential they have, playing where they're playing from. I like this so much because they literally want to take positions where they can frag out. They're not going just for the placement points, but they're going for the frag points. And from there, they'll just take it as it goes. If we get those placement points, if we get the win, sure. But we're going to secure those kill points before anything else.
Yeah, DA looking fly. And I do actually have a correction to make because apparently I am completely wrong and that this is the last Miramar of the week because, of course, you guys have got 3 extra days. It's just I'm not here, so it didn't register in my brain that it was going on. So Toffee's is actually going to be joining us as host. So that's going to be some good times as always. I'm loving me some Toffees. So those are the standings as they do sit right now here, Martin. Anything else that jumps out to you whilst we're taking a cheeky look?
Not too much besides the Tornado Energy jumping up as well. Obviously, our mid pack is very big. If we're looking at 66 and all the way down to 51, 44, it's a very big mid pack. Historically, we've had some very close games. Who is going to be in the top 16, and then the break-off point is going to be extremely close as well, to be honest.
Yeah, definitely. So we're loading up on Miramar here in a few moments' time, and those are the shifts so far. But for Tornado Energy, it's a little bit unfortunate that they weren't able to get even more points off the back of that game. Froz, if you're Tornado Energy in that situation, and you've got 4 up against it, be 2 solos, it be a 2-man squad, what's your approach in a situation like this? If obviously Captain Hindsight, we can talk about this for days, but what are you doing as a 4-man given your hazards in front of you?
I mean, first of all, they had the information on Perfectus, so they know that exactly where he was. So they have one unknown factor. So what you want to do is make sure you take out that threat. Focus on one threat at a time, but also you gotta have 360 degrees awareness, and you can basically try to figure out, okay, where would this guy be? Where have we killed people? Who is still alive? What team is it? And once you have that information, you should be able to pinpoint sort of where that last person would be, around what area. And you want to make sure, okay, focus on one thing at a time, group up if you need to, but at least you need to secure that first kill on Perfectus and actually making sure that you can get that trade at least if one of you guys get knocked. That would be the main thing.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Martin, looking at it, I mean, yeah, we can talk about it so the cows come home, but in the end, in those moments, there's a lot of chaos going on, and you're a little bit more adrenaline in those moments, I suppose.
Talk about it until the what comes home?
Until the cows come home.
Why would the cows come home?
It's an English... Hypoc is gonna back me up in about 10 seconds time. It's a real thing.
I've never heard that. Like the cows does not come home. Like you have to call them. Martha.
What?
Martha.
They come home at the end of the day. All right. Anyway, whatever. It's time for our final mirror of the day. Hypoc, save me, please.
I'm just gonna let you talk, Hypoc, because I don't know how to. That's the weirdest throw I've ever been received in anything. So Hypoc, do your cows come home?
I mean, look, James is really showing his age here. It's an old man saying, but obviously they're led out to pasture and then they're expected to return to be milked in the morning. So the cows come home like when the sun goes down.
But I'm gonna back Martin on this
That's
one
the
and
best-
say,
that's
do
the
they
best I
come
can-
home
that's-
but do they come on their own, or do you have to like get the people? Like with the sheep, it's like all the dogs have to run around and get them back inside the fences, right? So don't you have to do that with the cows too, or do they just like kind of come on their own?
I mean,
I mean, you
I
tell
don't
me, you're
have
the expert.
I don't have
Apparently,
much
if you're British.
experience with cows, Toby. So I
Okay,
just
so
know
if we
that
hold that,
the phrase refers to when they come home to be milked,
if we
which is
let
in the
that one
morning.
slide, then and leave that as one of those weird things that tends to be discussed on desk, apparently. We'll focus on what's at hand, and what's happening right now is that for some reason Apex thought it was a good idea to jump into El Poso, and Bystanders there too. So that's two teams I wouldn't be expecting to see fighting in that area. I mean, we know that Apex is a team that jumps out early and just goes like, we'll just loot on the edges. But going into a city on the edge, that seems a little greedy, and they might end up losing players because of it.
Maybe just trying to avoid that early pressure from Ents. Obviously, we know that's been a situation developing, and they would have been stretching a little bit to get down to that spot anyway. So maybe just thinking better of it, but out of the fire into the frying pan, so to say. And to be honest, they're kind of boxed in. I'm not going to lie. They are not in a great position to kind of bail out of this, Toby. They're held on the edge.
Yeah.
They do have a vehicle. You can see Simsy does have access to a vehicle there, but yeah, bystanders control the space required to kind of keep them in that corner of Pozo.
And while that's all happening, with the circles being shown and all, I want to go back to game one for a sec, because this is very repeated of that. Look at the space Team Liquid, TSM, sorry, TSM has here. It's insane.
Yeah.
Like this
Yeah,
this is just an open buffet for them.
I was going to say it's another situation where obviously the plane was north of, I guess, halfway on the map, and not an awful lot of people want to stretch over to that area. So it has left a massive, massive gap over on the north side of Circle 1. Whether or not TSM, again, they've kind of employed a few different tactics with these circles that kind of have water treatment as a big factor in them. Obviously, previously, DreamHack, they had ass kickers to deal with over to the west, obviously towards Magnet Compound, but it's been Tornado Energy and Windstreak, to be honest with you, that have been contesting that area. But you can see here on your screen, that's not going to be a factor this time around.
No, it shouldn't be, at least not for now. Beamy. I like the effort. 30 bullets in the M16. It's going to run back down and continue looting, and seeing that last player leave should be a sign that they can now just tuck those guns away and get looted.
Well, the thing is now, Apex, we're 3.5 minutes in, they've got to do more looting. They have to. Yeah. So that's eaten up a lot of time. And yes, again, they haven't got the worst access to this Circle 1, but it's not ideal to have to pull out of a situation like that and then restart looting at 3 minutes in, especially when you're one of the first teams out of the plane. Yeah,
and also, I mean, as you're kind of just looting to the area that they're in, it's not exactly, let's fit 4 people in and get looted up here. Yeah, I know that we got esports settings and there's more guns and whatnot, but when we're talking meds, when we're talking backpacks and vests for everyone, when we're talking proper scopes and smokes and smokes and nades and everything, you will not get out of there with everything you wanted. And even if you start stretching a little further east to loot, which you can, because Tornado Energy has kind of started grouping up, that's where they just looted. Like, you won't find those nades there, you won't find those smokes there, you probably won't find first aids there either. So Apex going to be coming into this one with very scrappy loot, to say the least, and even their vehicle situation. I think they're sharing 2 vehicles at the current moment, so it's going to be it's not going to be joyous for them unless if they can really lock down a compound, and hopefully for them get circles going that direction.
That's got to be the plan. Well, the hope. I would say the plan, the hope for them, but we'll have to check back in later. This is odd.
Interesting. It's not necessarily up, but okay, makes a spot sitter, because that would normally be the go-to for Liquid. Liquid would normally speed up there, and I think that's why Etiquette might have two-way split. They were saying, let's just allow for Liquid to go straight into the trap, but they didn't. Good read on Mexi, I believe it was. He was the first one to turn to see that it wasn't an option. And they'll get out of live. Quizzy, oh no, shots fired towards Maxwell. Jumps over to a nade despite still having eyes on. That's surprising. Still 20 bullets in the gun. Might want to continue pushing forward. You know they got the tax in there. See if you can find yourself the flush while Etiquette start running over each other. And Theory 3, apparently this is now a team kill competition.
Yeah, taken after TSM's game 1. Just run your teammates down. It's a bit less pressure in this situation. He still gets the run over, but Quizzy actually managing to slip away from this one. And you got to admit he was arguably in a punishable position. I did see somebody from Apex over on the right side of the screen there, so Maxi's got to be careful as well here.
Yeah, it must have been a teammate going, Quizzy, look at the map. There's not a teammate within 600 meters of you. Get the hell away from there. Don't get greedy. You didn't hit your shots when you had to. Now we don't give you a second chance to go for that shot. And sometimes I feel like that's you got to have the team captain that can go say no to the guys. Even though, oh, well, come on, man, I got him low HP. I can do this. I can do this. Have faith. There's got to be the guy sometimes that says, no, you don't. I mean, there is simply not worth the risk right now. You have a good position. Just maintain control of it and play it safe there. And speaking of maintaining control, Northern Lights, well, 2 wins in a row for them so far. One, pretty straightforward. Second, not so much. Now let's see if they can find themselves a third with Omarkin coming and saying hello inside San Martin.
Yeah, it's always, do you know the good thing is similar circles, and we're not seeing the exact same things happen, and that's what I like to see in PUBG. It's not that kind of rehearsed gameplay. Yeah. Again, I'm just thinking back to Etiquette, obviously slipping in ahead of Liquid and making them rethink their choices. Let's see, Aaliyah going to land a tag onto Wanderer. Wanderer almost looked like he wanted to respond onto that.
Who is it? Where are you? Show yourself. But no, Elliot just did enough to suppress and said, "You better not peek us again, or we will do more damage." Because that's how you BM in PUBG. That's as toxic as they get. We will do more damage if you peek. Hypoc never responds to that. I can respect that.
Do you know? I was just listening to Senya's bike, and why does it sound like he's only doing half speed? I was thinking he's like dragging the rear brake or something.
It's probably one of those, he does not want to be the first guy that hits the compound, you know? That's normally what I do too, because I'm a coward, you know? It's one of those, even though the guy in front of me has a Bronco, I'll just let go of the speeder every now and again so that I'm not the first guy to pull up on the compound. It's a good strategy if you want to bait your teammates. I can. That's why people don't want to play games with me, because
I say you and Frost play together a lot.
Sometimes I forget that it's a team game, you know? I just do it. Yeah, you know. Either way, let's not talk about my immense ranked game PUBG career. Let's instead focus on these 64 guys who are damn more talented than I'll ever be at this game. And now trying to make their way on in. They should have a chance to rotate forward. And I mean, again, if you call the bluff, you have currently got Liquid split in a... they can cover each other, but still split far enough from one another that you can punish them for it. Rust and Ma, well, he's going to call it. Iro, you're on your own here.
Yeah, this is a combat we've seen TSM fight over a couple of times. Again, it's part of that water treatment split I was talking about earlier. First nade goes in. Iro now in a bit of a sticky situation. He's got to pull back north, but he's got to be careful here. He's taking a lot of damage as well, down to about 50 HP. And no vehicle out there for him.
I thought he was going to go up over that hill because he had his vehicle parked up there. And I was thinking for a second, that's actually pretty smart. So you don't really commit to the compound. Even if they do come for you, you can just go up the hill and drive away. But I don't think that's the case. It seems like Iro, he really wished that they had left. And oh, as a matter of fact, now they do. Circle goes towards the center once more. Next one's going to hard shift southwest. Just wait for it. We're going back down to power grid. Nah, shouldn't happen. It's going to go. So it's going to go somewhere northeast. But Iro does get the comfort of... getting the compound at least for now, because as you can see here, pull up. Oh no, they've seen him. He's getting the bandages off, and he's gonna fall immediately. Vanti hits the shots needed, and that's gonna be a free compound for pull up.
Yeah, I mean, we're back to a couple of those games in DreamHack where we saw TSM just losing people in a sloppy manner. It's not as kind of poised as we're used to seeing TSM, so unfortunate to see Iro to fall like that, but the 3-man of TSM, definitely no slouches. Ooh, Jempty, the last bullet in the spray. T-Bone going to clean that one up for him. Aaliyah will get away unscathed. And another team coming into San Martin here. This is always an interesting situation. Kind of who decides to move first in San Martin is the one that's usually punished. So I have to wait and see where the next circle goes. But Liquid still maintaining a little bit of ground as well. You saw them just down at the hangar there below Northern Lights this time around. Hopefully, Batulins has found a better route up onto the rocks so you can get back down.
I was gonna say it's even more tricky to play some team when you still have a team like Northern Lights sitting up those hills because they're gonna apply so much pressure. Every time you move from house to house, they'll probably pop a few shots in your direction and makes it so much harder to just completely focus on what's happening inside the city when you have all these factors from outside that are trying to deal with you. So liking the fact that Sunny Energy are opting to only stay on the west side of the city because at least then they will know they can get out of there should they have to.
Yeah, after all, still stuck down towards Graveyard, and this is really difficult for them because I mean, even if this one centers up, as soon as it cuts Graveyard out, they haven't got an awful lot to move into. A little bit of terrain to the north. It's a red line with that split, and then Etiquette holding down obviously the north side of that crossroads. It's not looking pretty for them, but again, we'll have to wait and see where the circle takes us. Looking elsewhere, I mean, everybody's kind of got their own space to hold on to for this circle. Navi are going to be able to get in over on the west side. Example actually coming all the way up to Plane Crash is that's a wide split for a 3-man. You can see obviously TSM lost one and they've all grouped up, so leaving Example up here is a little bit risky for Tornado Energy. It looks like he might be pulling out.
Yes.
No, he's just he's repositioning. But the thing
as
is,
a
the
matter of fact,
Morano,
Melman's
Melman's actually coming
coming
over.
Yeah, they want to fortify this, and well, I can respect it because we know the circle's gonna go away from Saint Martin, but if I've done my math right, it should go east and not west. So I don't know why they're trying to fortify this, but maybe they just don't want to have to risk rotating south around at any point.
Well, yeah, if you're after alt now, Toby, you got to head north.
Yeah, you do. You do, and you're gonna have a lot of fun going in that direction because where can you? When to be fair, just send it into Saint Martin. Do like the others.
Yeah,
Send
I
it
mean,
into city.
the next one's going to cut out that horrible terrain. I mean, at least it should. I don't think there's any circle it could pop that's not going to cut out that terrain. So we're looking like a hard San Martin shift after this.
Exactly.
TSM getting some shots sent their way. Etiquette now, obviously, stacked up on the south side. Redline might opt to hold on to this, but the longer they leave it, the less options they have coming into this.
It's going to be really difficult, I should say. I mean, the more people are in that city, then we move from tricky to impossible for you to find a place in there. Because not only you're going to have to find a house that isn't already contested, you also have to, I mean, once teams get settled in the city, once the whole migration starts, they won't fight each other. They'll be looking outwards and seeing who's going to try and make their way to the city. And then if you're DA coming down this hill, or Northern Lights for that sake, you're going to be having so many teams shooting at you in the midst of the rotation that you're probably going to go down before you even hit the city.
Yeah, and again, now DA pulling up on the back. Oh, Marco actually getting full vision of Spyro there. Smash as well. Going to find Batulins over on the other side. I'm surprised actually Marco didn't take that kill. Or maybe just took a couple of tags. You can see Aaliyah actually finds that knock. I was going to say, DA have got to be careful how they approach this. But at the same time, Northern Lights don't want to tunnel south here, Toby. Because
yeah, they don't want to. And also, do they know for a fact that it's DA who are up here? I mean, one thing is that they see in the kill feed and the knock comes in, but I'm not sure they know that they right now have the upper hand. Oh, that's and you can't drive through that either. Oh nope, you have to go around, buddy. Go around. Oh, now they're stuck. Just one of those things when you're still outside the circle and you have to rotate forward. Unfortunate. Yeah. Happens to the best.
It does. It does indeed.
At least no one got knocked, you know? So that's something.
Yeah, I mean, after all, now making a move, but again, you can see with everybody splitting off in different directions, I don't think it's a unified call, and I'd like to think they're not going to settle for that. They're looking like they're actually trailing Ents a little bit in rotation here. Ents are going to try and regroup with Squeaky. You can see Danamon giving chase there. Hibako outside the circle now, but again, so difficult
I like
to
the
leave
aggression
so
coming
late.
in.
Oh, Vard stole it away though. But this is the problem now. Allowing Ents to get into that position, Toby, makes it again. I mean, after I had the same task ahead of them still.
They still need to run in the exact same direction they were before, kind of just trailing or running behind ends and hope that they run into trouble, so maybe they can get a chance to third party. Now she shots fired, takes two with a somewhat decent off angle there. Can't get more going, unfortunately. He's going to be the next one outside the circle, though. You can see towards the east in those warehouses. He's going to have to make a move in, and I'm sure you can expect all of After All to try and hold him from being able to do just that. Now, red line. Moving up towards the east. We all knew the circle was going to go in this direction. Flaming now with a Baldy. Finds one. Lukey goes down as well. Pull up in trouble, but so are Navi.
Yeah, that's... Ooh, Page finds Besto underneath the vehicle there. Nade comes through. Jempty with the spray. Doesn't find too much of a connection, though, so he's going to back off that angle. Temporarily, the nade... Ooh, is he going to pre-nade into the doorway? It goes forwards. Is it going to bounce? Doesn't do an awful lot of damage, but Page coming up to try and follow up on this now.
Try and see if he can make his way, and they need to do something to get forward. I mean, the fact of the matter is that they're actually more inside the circle than the other guys are. Issue here being that they cannot sit around here with a team right next to them. It's simply too dangerous. They won't be able to move. They won't be able to take fights with anyone. Now they have Page kind of trapped inside this building with the two remaining Navi players, and the rest of the Omarkan players can't really get angles on. So hopefully for Page, he's going to find a way to get out and move away from here. Molly's going to be thrown forward. Unfortunately, it doesn't go through the window.
Now, as you said, you're going to find Page out of the window. And that's a difficult res to go for. Sen, you're actually going to try and follow up immediately with a nade. It does an awful lot. Melman trying to come in on the backside, and this might be the saving grace for Omarkan. If Melman comes in here, gets a knock, it could pivot them round to look this way.
Even with a knock going your way, I still think they probably won't have a chance to get Page up. As I say that, Jempty actually committed to it. Yep, they're getting the rest back up as well, so maybe the pressure from Tornado Energy is what forced the Orange down. Ival, in the meantime, from the hills north of the city, trying to take some shots, but actually DA contesting him down. He's going to get tagged up and knocked off of that as well. So a lot of teams interfering with one another's plans. In the meantime, Liquid sitting that center with plenty of space around them that no one can really use. Red line, well, you're all burned. You're all burned. Ivers is the last one left alive. Northern Lights doing their very best to secure some space down towards the south.
Yeah, I'm surprised actually that nobody really was in a position to stop Northern Lights getting off that high ground. You can see DA now pulling up onto Apex. Calvin still on this side of the road. He's got to be careful. Merc going to follow up now. The last man to join his teammates. Oh, good nade onto Simsy actually. Straight across the road onto the rusty car. Calvin just got to play his life. Wait for DA to give something up to him on this close side. Ival did manage to crawl down to the backside, so it might actually be a res possibility.
Yeah, smoke's coming in. They need to hold off here. I mean, they need to prevent the DA players from pushing across. They cannot, as the same situation to down south, while they, in theory, could split this and all be inside the current circle. You just don't want to have that burden. You don't want to have them sitting right around the corner. You can't peek anything. Even with the circle going in your direction now, you need to take this fight. And I'm looking at Apex. They have to do something here. Iris, in the meantime, fighting for his life, trying to stay alive. Nate will actually be allowed to be thrown forward. Might even do some good damage towards Spiro, but no, he's going to be able to bounce off. 24 damage done. Daniman now from behind, trying to take him out, but it's going to be Patulans at the end of it. Securing the kill on him. Lou will be flushed as well. And now DA taking the fight to them. Cincy will fall. Calvin takes one, goes down in return. Calvin is flushed. And I believe it's just Intense and actually only Intense. No, Ival is there too on the other side. They're trying to get Simsy up, stalling it out for a little bit. While the fight is, well, you have to expect going to start in just a moment's time again.
Yeah, and actually that res was, I mean, much quicker actually than DA were almost able to reset off that after ult. The guys that have fought all the way in from this south side. You get the opener onto Spyro here. And actually, Batulans and Perfectix going to try and duck their way out of this.
Are they crashing Liquid? Or are they... Where are you going, Northern Lights? Oh, there's a shack there, I guess. Yeah? There is. That's... You can play from there. For now. I mean, in lack of better, why not just take that center circle and probably offer that rotation, guarantee placement points? Because you just avoided all the fights that are going to commence on the edge.
Yep. And actually... Oh, DA going to find 2 responses onto that initial one. Smash did get flushed out, though. There you go. The final man will fall. Apex eliminated in 15th place. DA will put themselves a couple of kill points on. Squeaky creeping up next to Vard. I'm not sure actually if Vard has any idea of Ence's position overlooking them here.
Yeah, they should.
He's got to hear it now. Oh, he flashed himself.
I think so too, and he's going to be in the blue now as well. He's going to have to push further forward. Squeaky gets good angle on, finds one, but he's going to be traded immediately in return. Vard able to find the flush, but he can't stop to get the rest up. He needs to continue moving. Unfortunately, Miracle, you are dead, buddy. Vard's going to have to continue running forward. You can see everyone else starting to fight now. This is what Northern Lights wanted to avoid by fully committing in towards the center of the circle. Liquid, it's been a quiet game for them so far, but now people are starting to get into their, I guess you can say, terrain as well, and they'll be able to start shooting forward. Vard dodging bullets, trying to stay alive, and now Na'Vi trying to hold off here as well. Example, can't get the angle.
Tab taking another tag there from T-Bone. Oh, the flash actually came through the mid of the building there. Na'Vi just getting peppered from afar, actually. It's example of Melman holding down. They're going to hold the outside of the building here as well. Orange actually going to find Melman. There you go. Senya finds the second.
It was dragged out for a good while. The Na'Vi Incinerator fight had to happen at some point. Now it did. Na'Vi stays alive, but for how much longer? They have Omarkin to deal with. They're currently in front of them, further towards the circle, and there's a good chance they're going to lock down 2, maybe even 3 kills on Na'Vi by the time the next circle starts closing on in. After all, still alive with quite a few players down towards the south as well. They could potentially third party in this. You see Gemty trying to look over towards the east, wanting to get angles on, but he has to commit to this push from Na'Vi now.
And here you go, Vascu trying to find something with the barrel over the top. And gonna have to give this up, allow Na'Vi to cross up, but a couple of other angles for Omarkin to try and punish this cross from Na'Vi. They've got to push through them though. Na'Vi have to take this fight.
T-Bone sitting above. Jimty's up there with him. They're both trying to hold and prevent Na'Vi from getting a foothold anywhere near the next circle. DA still 2 players alive on that hillside. They're not looking south though, so that gives Na'Vi some space to run forward. T-Bone, what a hell of a headshot connected on towards Orange. Finds the knock on 1. There's still 2 more running though. They know approximately where they are now. Finally, Mert starts shooting. He's gonna get headshot though. Tap has no cover. Needs to keep shooting to stay alive, and it ain't gonna happen. Down falls Na'Vi in 9th place.
Omarkin do keep 4 up as well, not giving anything away to Na'Vi, so that just strengthens their position. Bystanders now have Ents to deal with over on the north side of the circle. For Tulins and Perfectix, we know they already got themselves to a center position. Tixu possibly lining up a deadly nade onto them here. Do a lot of damage. Yellow actually falls off that first one. York trying to get a little bit closer to hold down this push. Beamy's actually relocated all the way over to that shack. They can't stop the flush. And Ents might actually be able to punish further here.
2 players alive and instant. They're holding off what
That
was
Molly's
the
perfect.
4-man strong by
Molly is
Oh
perfect.
yeah, Flammy. Speaking of flames down, he falls. Yord is going to try and stay alive, but he's going to be under so much fire from the other side too that I don't believe he can fully commit to that. Once he stands up, you should have Liquid players shooting in his direction. He's going to be in 1v2. Oh, he saw one. He saw him on the other side. He's going to get him. No, he's not. He's going to fall instantly, as a matter of fact. Yord goes down and lives to see another circle as they secure themselves a top 6 position. Omarkin now on vehicles trying to get their way further towards the what could potentially become a circle center, but here's Winstreak over the top. They're ready and waiting. No knocks coming in immediately. There you go. The Wanderer goes forward.
T-Bone again. Actually, Max's door from the red brick actually going to shut T-Bone down, but no flush possibility. They can reset on the backside of this ridge, and the circle is actually fantastic for Omarkin's position now. They've got a really nice ridge to hold Winstreak as they have to push out of this compound.
Martin just needs to sit tight here and make sure that, I mean, they need to commit one guy, Page in this case, to make sure that After All doesn't push up in their direction. Because if they opt to run left here, I don't think Liquid will have eyes on that rotation. So they need to commit one to look the other way, while the remaining 3 can try and look up towards Winstreak. In the meantime, Winstreak, they desperately need some headshots here. You need to do some damage in order to make a rotation out of this. But even if you have vehicles now, there's so many players cramped nearby one another that you cannot just make an open run without getting at least some sort of damage done towards Omarkin first.
Winstreak actually able to cross to the underside of the ridge. I'm surprised actually, because Maxizor didn't really get any damage down before, so you can see he's still trying to find something off these head peaks. But they're keeping Omicron honest, not allowing them to peek over for free here. You see Vasco holding this down, and I mean Omicron are playing this perfectly. They're playing the time until Maxizor has to move. And it
The
puts
fourth
Winstreak
party.
in a weird spot.
Oh no! Takes a peek over to third-party win streak, and then Liquid comes over to punish ends. That is so unfortunate. Nice sprays though coming in from Omag and taking down the close pressure. It's just Maxizor left alive. And fortunately for Omag, after all being contained by just Perfectix, Northern Lights, they had 2 wins in a row today so far in Miramar. They somehow have managed to make their way into top 6 again. And with them being dead center right now, it's probably looking more like a top 2 guarantee. Diggery, no, can't get it off. 5 teams left alive here. Win streak falls, that makes it 4.
And Oma can now solidify their position. And they can play over to the north side of this ridge now, which gives them a little bit of breathing room. After all, still tucked down on the south side, and I mean, look at all the space now. If they can find Batulins, this is actually huge for Omicron.
Sure is, again, thriving off of After All, despite having, again, I mean, After All, where's the aggression? You had a chance to wrap left around. They've been proning in this position with an MK, by the way, doing what has seemed like absolutely nothing for the better part of the last 3 minutes. I'm just confused. It surprises me as an analyst, as a PUBG lover, seeing a team that has the abilities to go out and frag out. I mean, we've seen After All 10 plus kills in lobbies like these before and wins. Why are they all prone down like that? Especially when they saw marking up on the ridge line, trying to take fights the other direction. That is very surprising to me. I want to see them spread out. I want to see them try at least to take some control here. Now, finally, they make the run up, but it might be too late.
Yeah, I think that might be the issue. Perfectix still trying to put some damage out here. T-Bone actually going to find Danimon here, and this might be the demise of After All. Finally, after I called it in Circle 2, they were going to have a hell of a rotation to find something to get into, and I'm surprised to see them here in the top 4, Toby, but
Yep.
I think their days are numbered now.
Yeah, seems so. Page. That's a run in the open if I've seen one. Will he be ready for Batulins around the corner? Will Batulins be ready for Page coming in nearby? They should hear each other. Oh, Page sees him. Lines it up. Batulins, despite the sneaky snake abilities, is going to be taken down. Hibako falls to James. Liquid. Again, it wasn't a really active game for them until a couple of circles back when the players started to get into the open area nearby. The Liquid compound is, as we can call it, at least in this game. Mexi is going to find Vasco as well, so that's one flank down. Page, did he see him as well, or is it just a nade to confirm the knock?
Oh my god, the nade's actually
Must have seen him,
perfectly in
yes.
between them as well. Oh, nearly landing the headshot there. But doing enough damage to just keep Page off that angle for the time being. If Clib's got a utility to follow up on this, this could be an opportunity to Liquid to take this fight.
We have to address Perfectix being alive in this game again. Just think back one game. What happened there? We have to address this, because what if Omakan and Liquid somehow ignores that shack, takes a brawl of a fight, someone stays alive, barely, and Perfectix jumps out and wins.
Oh,
now,
okay.
seeing that molly, that might not end up happening. Regardless of that, Perfectix, kudos. Northern Lights win, and a 3rd place. That is the Miramar day you want to start off with.
It is indeed, and now it comes down to a 3v4. Liquid trying to right their wrongs from the first 2 games. They've got the 4-man of Omicron. T-Bone going to open things up onto James. He's going to bleed out instantly. Vasco going to throw a fan over towards Mexi. Actually going to get almost punished for it. Clib will fall elsewhere, so it's just Mexi standing now for Liquid. He actually lands a headshot to Page. Can't find the second one. Unfortunately, he's got everybody so low. Mexi went down swinging, but it's Omicron that comes out on top with a 13-kill chicken dinner in the final game of Miramar here, Toby.
Impressive to see. San Martin is one of those cities where you go, whichever team goes in there, doesn't matter. No one gets out of there alive, because there's always a team waiting outside the city, ready to kill you once you're done fighting. And, well, Omakan, they proved everyone wrong. They came into the city, they slaughtered everyone in the city, they pushed out and kept on killing. To be fair, in my book, with a little help from After All, not aggressing at all. But gotta give it to Liquid as well. 2 16th places in a row now, getting themselves in the top there as well, and also great start to the day for Northern Lights. But that was a wild one, Hypo.
It was indeed, yeah. It's I think when we have 3 similar circles and then 3 different endings, it's always nice to see.
It is, yeah, true all around the power grid area. But regardless of that, 3 very, very different games. Guys, we're going to head back to the desk to see exactly how this one is going to be breaking down.
That's right, Omakan, big win for them. And I mean, they went from fight to fight to fight to be able to find that one. So brilliant stuff by them. Martin, Patrick joining me. For us, that was a darn good game by the Omakan boys.
Yeah, we saw them also early on. I think it was already in Circle 1, actually, how they went into San Martin. First, I thought they were just going to rotate past San Martin, going through it, which is not a bad shout because you're not going to see too many teams in a big city like San Martin in Circle 1. But then they actually opted to stop in there and just put down their tents, and they started camping that. And it worked out for them. Good movements towards the end game, trying to get themselves into the circle, taking out win streak as well on the way, and basically just making sure that they had all the control towards the last circle and against Liquid there.
Yeah, Martin, you could have bet against Omakan till the cows came home, but unfortunately for you, you wouldn't have been correct because they get themselves the victory with brilliant fights, even against Team Liquid at the end there, you say.
Yeah, I see what you did there, and I do not approve. I don't condone. No, it was a great game overall. I like this ending here. It was a spicy one. It was a curveball, and Omakan, they really managed to sneak their way out of it. The vast majority of the kills they got in the late game, they managed to wipe a lot of teams, managed to hold on win streak here, winning a 1 versus or like a 4 versus 4 straight up, killing all of them. Got a few kills on Northern Lights. They got the analytics as well, and overall, but just controlling the southwest side here. And yeah, the circle and the terrain really paid off for them as well, but they read that perfectly and managed to get out of it nicely there.
Batulin's there, resigning himself to his fate, knew that it was going to be a bit difficult for Northern Lights to clutch this one out towards the end, despite only having 2 people live, and Omakan will finish things off. So in general, relative to what our commentators were saying, actually, for us, as we take a look at our points here, not too many coming in for our 9th through 16th. We'll take a look at our 1 through 8 in a moment. Very interesting day of Miramar, considering our circles, our starting circles at least, provided similar options for these teams, but we got 3 very different circles in the end.
Yeah, of course, and it also comes down a little bit with the plane path, right? The first 2 plane paths we had today was kind of similar, coming in from the north going down towards the south, while the last one we had coming in from the west going to east. And one of the teams that has been doing reactive drops today is actually Apex, and that is going to make it a little bit harder for some of the teams because they're not expecting a team like Apex to actually drop there, while Apex can go to the normal spot. But basically in the last game, for example, we saw how they were dropping into El Pozo, where they normally would go east side on the map, and they could totally reach that with that plane path.
Very nicely done. Team Liquid as well, winding through the mountains at the beginning to get themselves 13 points in total. Northern Lights with another 10 points. I mean, how many points is that across 3 games now, Martin? Because they're going to be absolutely taking over FaZe at this rate.
Yeah, indeed. It's 33 points from the first 2 games, and then 10 from this one. 43 in just 3 games. Very, very impressive performance, honestly. They're going to be in 99 points after this one. They need 6 more points, basically, in the next 3 games. Very doable for them. So, for sure, a great game for them. Holy, 2,300 damage for 7 kills. That's a big ratio. Obviously, they're singing this high ground compound, peppering everybody, but also Omakan, 2,700 damage with 13 kills. Fantastic play for them overall, putting out a lot of damage and also influencing how the whole San Martin fight went down.
Yeah. I mean, Team Liquid had that compound for a long time throughout this game, Froz. So I guess just blasting everything that moved from that point, I suppose.
Yeah, they were also one of the teams that moved really early into that compound, was basically just holding it down. One thing with holding that compound is it can sometimes be a little bit hard to find the sidelines of some of the teams because they're sort of high ground, but at the same time, there's like a little plateau going out from there, and you don't want to peek outside the walls itself. T-Bone getting over 1,000 damage, but overall, for Liquid, this is a huge game for them. Getting 13 points, considering that in the first 2 games here today, they got themselves a 16th place and a 16th place with 0 kills. They totally needed this one to boost the morale a little bit.
James has been playing the slots by the looks of things and come up with the right number. Very nicely done by him for this game as well. I like that. But T-Bone, massive stuff. 1,000 damage coming in here. Plus for him. Let's go to our interview now as we apparently picked the right team when it comes to interview. We have Omakan joining us. It's Vasku. How are you doing, friend, after that win?
Hello. I'm doing good.
Fantastic. So talk to me about this game in particular, because of course you guys were kind of posted out in San Martin, and then for a lot of it chasing circles, but keep going from great fight to great fight. What were your main concerns throughout this game as a team?
I don't know, we just kept going with the circle, like trying to get better position every circle and just AFK in the circle. I don't know.
Fair play. Martin.
Yeah, I want to know. You guys had a somewhat decent day yesterday. Like, have you guys considered and what have you guys been doing from PCS2 coming into PCS3? Have you done any changes, like with all these changing lobbies and with new teams coming in from the qualifiers and stuff? Do you do anything different from the last PCS? Like, do you prepare different?
Not really. Like, I think we are playing almost the same as like PCS2. I don't like at least notice any difference.
Okay. Patrick?
Seeing this lobby, I mean, there's a lot of new teams, and I want to hear from you what you think about like the new teams. Are they a big threat for you guys in terms of their play style, where they drop in their rotations, or are they just another kill in the wave to the win here for you guys?
I think it's just another kill in the wave, to be honest.
I love it.
All right, well, I guess we're done here with Miramars especially. So good luck on Erangel. Any final shout-outs, Vasku, before we let you go?
Not really. Just thanks for the support, boss.
Okay. Thank you very much, Vasku.
All right.
Good luck in the future games.
Yeah, thanks.
Good luck, buddy. Bye-bye.
Thank you, man.
And that was Vasku. Man, a few words, but it doesn't need to be said. They make their actions speak for them here, especially in this game, getting the victory as well as the kills coming in here against some of the big names at the very end. That rounds out our Miramar games here. Martin, it's been a good run for our first couple of games.
Yeah, it's been great. I love how it just goes like it's just been AFK in the circle. It's 13 kills, just AFK, just chilling in the circle. No, but like
It was anything but AFK.
Yeah, it was.
But whatever.
But I want to say though, like how they were chasing circle, considering how often they had to move, like in the late game, right? They had to go to the power grid after we were playing inside the circle, inside San Martin as well, somewhat more closer to the center. Then playing on the power grid, holding everybody that was outside the inside San Martin, but still outside the circle, holding them off.
Yeah.
Then moving to the next location. So basically, they're they changed locations like 5 times in late game, from the dips to the divots to like all the way, and those small calls and that small movement there is literally what gave them all the kills and gave them that great position as well. So like it's good to see how well versed they were in this terrain and how the fights are working out for them, because they were really doing it well. They were keeping 4 guys alive through 13 kills. They had 4 guys alive in the late game as well with 13 kills. That is very impressive.
I mean, their consistency throughout the last couple of games, for us, whilst we take a look at the standings here, has been absolutely phenomenal. If you think about it, we got a second in the last 7 games. Second place, 7 kills. Fourth place, 7th place with 11 kills. Coming into today, 6th place, 6 kills. 7th place, 5th kills, and then a first. Now, it has been brilliantly consistent for Omakan throughout the last 2 days.
I mean, it's just a matter of time before they would have gotten this win, considering how they're playing the game. You see them always going super aggressive, so we know that they're going to get the points. They want to get these kind of wins with a lot of kills. Even going out early, they might have a lot of kills, but if they lose people, then they know, okay, we're going into snake mode. We'll send one guy, that guy will do the job, and he will get the placement points that we need to make sure that we don't have a bad game no matter what happens. And when you don't have any bad games, it's going to keep the morale high. And if you keep the morale high in the team, that's going to be easier, way easier to play the games.
That's right, 89 points for Omakan so far. I mean, basically, when you look at their performances, there's almost 0% chance they're going to be eliminated after the group stages conclude. Northern Lights move up a spot here against Shift W, now completely on the heels of FaZe Clan, and almost guaranteed will take them over in the next 3 games there. But Team Liquid, 6 places jump up here, Martin. Brilliant stuff for them.
Yeah, they had this center compound, and it's, like, considering that they're looting Picardo and they managed to take that early, a good scouting, good kind of force to go into a good spot in second circle, holding it down and putting out a lot of damage as well, paid off for them, of course. They had the after old guys playing, like they were. I feel like they were not playing to kind of secure as many points as possible for this one. I felt like they could have possibly, you know, either swept on the west side or pushed towards this, like, the center circle earlier, but they were just waiting for the circle to kind of be pushed out, and Liquid were waiting for that, and that took so much time that Liquid did not have time to get out in the kind of divots and try to play that as well and try to gain some ground on Omakan, and they had just set up shop way earlier than them, and that paid off for them. But Liquid overall, a great day for them. So far, they are a great game for them so far. The day so far has been rough for them with 2 6th places before that.
Apex as well, not doing too bad, not too shabby when it comes to today here for us, getting themselves a few nice places as well as some kills, moving on. I mean, they haven't moved from this game per se, but they're putting themselves in a position where it's no longer danger zone eventually after the points are said and done today. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, as long as they don't have a game like the previous one here, when they got into a lot of trouble because they were doing the reactive drops, right? They dropped straight into the bystanders territory and basically got super late into looting and basically got nowhere because of that. It's super hard for them with a game like this, but except for that, the rotations has been great in game 1 and 2, and that's kind of the base for how you're gonna want to play the game. If you have good rotations, you're gonna get yourself into good positions. With those positions, you can get a lot of kills, but you can also play it for the placement points.
Definitely so. Now we'll be moving on to Erangel here for our next 3 games. Martin, we've got a little bit of time, just a minute's worth before we get into the grassy pastures. Any thoughts before we go on in?
Yeah, it's on the grassy pastures that the cows, they get in and whenever you want them to. No, jokes aside, we're moving away from a very macro heavy map here to a more balanced one. So I'm really curious to see how the circles are going to move out, how the shifts are going to be, and if we're going to have some crazy circles. Hoping for Navi to have some better games here. They had some rough games on Miramar. I was really looking forward after the first game to kind of see them step up, and to this level we know that they're able to perform on. So here on Erangel, I'm really hoping to see Navi step up for the day.
And me personally, I can smell another Northern Lights victory in the air. It's not the cows, that's the Northern Lights smell. Let's get things going. It's time to head over to Toby and Hypoc once again for the grassy pastures. It's Erangel.
Thank you so much, James, and the desk. Hi, Punk. It's no, the desk had the pleasure of talking about quite a few of the teams there. One of the teams that really sprung to my eyes is Bystanders. I know that circles were tough on them, but Bystanders 3 points on Miramar. That's surprising. Even though they're a team that hasn't until recently really gotten under the spotlight for, I think, a lot of PUBG fans, from how they've been performing lately, a 3.3 games. That's pretty surprising.
It is. I don't want to chalk any of it up to the early game presence of Apex, but maybe that did throw them off the game a little bit. They were second guessing themselves moving into Circle 1 and again kind of got themselves boxed in, but it's not what we've been used to seeing. This is a team that's been on an upward trajectory. And it's been fantastic to watch them. It's been fantastic to watch them not only perform, but come up against some really solid teams and do very well.
Yeah, well, we saw the plane come in. A somewhat northern one, at least. Okay, so we don't have Istanbul Wildcats or FaZe Clan for that sake in today's game. So there won't be that many teams to really get punished by the plane not being optimal for Milta power. But even with that said, and also now, of course, the plane is not going to go that far south. But even with that said, it does force teams into interesting new territories. And keep in mind, we're still in the middle of the first week, which means this is the first time we see this specific 16 teams square off against one another on Erangel. When you throw in a curveball to start things off, there's not really a whole lot you can do in that 5-6 minutes of analysis time you get in between games to prep for the next one to really go, okay, so this is what we can expect from the next game. Because half the teams right now are not looting where they normally would.
No, you're right, and with the way obviously we talk about these lobbies switching up with the round robin system, but again, until you get one of those circles with a weird playing path, you don't have anything to look back on and say, well, this is what they usually do. Do you know what I mean? It's a variable
Yep.
you throw in that. I mean, much in the way that this is a bad example, but DA and Team Liquid, right? That's something where they're heavily relying on what their expectations of the other team is going to do, and sometimes it could be simple as somebody had a bad loot path, they didn't find a scope, they wanted to stay for another 45 seconds, Liquid are then late coming out Picardo, and they get caught off guard.
That is true. We'll see if I don't anticipate DA and Liquid to have any early game skirmishes, especially not with TSM in between them. But that's kind of the older brother telling me, no, stay away from each other. We know that there's like magnets drawn towards one another, but at least while we're in between, just don't fight early game. And I wouldn't assume that's become a fact. And I'll see Page is going to rotate down south. Omak and they know they're rotating out of Yasnaya before after all that. Jemti's already sitting south side around, has a teammate down there as well. They will have the opportunity to pick and choose with some some exceptions, because Redline actually, earlier than I thought, already starting to rotate out as well. That might be a bit of an early game skirmish here.
It could indeed be. You see here.
Are they pulling up on this?
Yeah, it's a 2v3, and they're actually pulling up onto it. A little bit of warning shots sent off.
They don't know it's 3 people here. They can't know.
I don't think they do.
They cannot know. This is, if this is the truth, then sure. I'm loving it. Redline, where's the aggression been all tournament? It's about time, but even with that said, please back off. It's not the play you want to make. Ivers and Marv are nowhere near here to help, and even now, the chances of you guys getting back towards your vehicles are already rather slim.
No, Ivers pulling up now, but Marv is still at least another 20, maybe 30 seconds away, depending on what vehicle he's in. Ivers might get a nice off angle here, and if Ivers can get a knock, then it is doable for Redline. Maybe not with T-Bone pulling up on the hill now. That provides a little bit of oversight and stops this flank from Redline from coming in.
Let's see. Nailub is going to hold the angle. I think right now for those two guys, it's just a matter of buying time. Buy time for the teammates to get here to help. QBE. Is he going to underhand it? He's going to try and lob it for the roof. Map knowledge. Oh, if you could have thrown it through and down there, that would have been interesting. But no. GMT, a little bit of damage done, but not enough to really have an impact.
Well, actually, now Marv and Evas are kind of the ones that need to be the initiators here. It's going to be really difficult for Nailup or QBE to cross in between these buildings. See, GMT's position getting relayed. Unfortunately, QBE throws a Molotov onto the wrong side of the doorway. But yeah, it's going to be a bit of a stalemate here, Toby.
It is, and it's got to be frustrating for both these teams because they were both here early. They had a chance to spread out, take control, and if anyone has map stream up right now, look at what Pull-Up's done in response to it. Well, there's 8 players stuck inside what we call liquid compound. We'll just take all the compounds around them and chill because these guys are all completely cornered. When you have M16s in play as your main rifle, that's it goes to show that you probably would have wanted to loot a little more.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he did get an upgrade, but there was a Vector on the board as well. Actually, Batulin's getting caught off guard by Hibarko. Little peek through the dip in the wall. That's a difficult res for Northern Lights to reset on as well. He's the front man.
I don't know why, but you saying peek through makes me think peekaboo, thank you, and just shout out to Sims. Such a, that's something we lack. Like all the I don't know what you call them, not expressions, but Sims is a master of he just has certain punchlines that work really well in PUBG, and like you can hear them even when it's not here. You can still hear them in the
by hook or by crook.
By hook or by crook. That's one of them too. Big shout out. Amazing caster. Now let's see. Danimon, well, he's going to be in trouble as well. Oh, well, that's kind of... Are you torturing this poor man? Just dragging him underneath your US? That's kind of toxic, Squeaky. I didn't know you were a kind of person to do such things. I've always thought of Squeaky as a nice and smiley guy. Just put him out of his misery. Don't play with your food, buddy. It's going to go down regardless, though. Danimon will fall, and then's going to try and see if they can get some control in the north area, which, I mean, they could hope for a shift in that direction. That grant them the perfect position to be in.
Yeah, lots of teams clustering around, well, towards the south side of the Yasnaya field again. I mean, everybody diving these prio compounds, and a couple of teams still spreading a little bit. Ends, you can see them spread over to the west side of that field, trying to hold bystanders off on the other side. After all, Northern Lights still sending shots back and forth in Yasnaya. But then if we come down south, we've got Apex, Etiquette, Tornado Energy, Windstreak, Pull Up. All on the south side of that 8-man stack, which is Redline and Omicron at the compound.
There really isn't a whole lot you can do if you're down there like Apex right now. All you can really do now, because there's such a cluster in the center, is sit tight, wait for the next circle to pop, and then move forward. Like, you can barely even scout anything from the position that they're in. Now, they will be able to get the hilltop, but more than that, they probably can't obtain T-Bone. He's out in the open. He's been caught by Ivers as well. Marv, you can see on your minimap in the bottom right corner, is trying to see if he can flank around and maybe get into position from where he can get an angle on towards T-Bone. Because if they can get control of that hillside, that is going to make it real damn difficult for Omargan to do anything from the compound. Oh, Ivers got to hit those shots.
Get tagged up, Ivas. Yeah, Vasco falls inside the compound. So it could be Redline try and swivel back onto this. Naleup looking to get really aggressive on the half barn here.
Northern Lights showing their presence now close as well, coming up towards the yellow houses on the north side. T-Bone is going to try and get over the top and help out, and it's unfortunate timing on their part, really. They couldn't do a whole lot. Circle's going to send up practically everyone is inside this circle. Few splits will be left, but other than that, not a whole lot should change before the next circle. Red line, they find Gemty once again. Nice tags coming in. Vasco falls as well. 4v2. Now they need to aggress on this. The thing is, Marv is out of position. Can't help it. Now, actually, Naleup is going to fall as well. They don't have the manpower to push aggressively forward. QBE needs to get a teammate up despite them losing 2 already.
And actually, it's now T-Bone. And T-Bone actually does find Evas, but QBE with an angle outside the wall. It's 3 downs on the side of Redline now. And Northern Lights hear all this. They want to get involved. Page still with the M16. 44 HP.
Oh, no. There's the Uzi. There's the Uzi. QBE has 9 bullets in total. There's 4 teams here. Windstreak want to get a piece of this pie as well. This is absolutely an utter garbage. Schwab's over. No ammo. Finally, QBE able to find something over the crates here. They need to be fast, though, because here comes Windstreak. They want in on the pie.
The nade is perfectly down the stairs. QBE will fall to that one from the Wanderer. And actually, the Molotov not getting any damage onto Naleup, but he's in a really, really tricky spot here.
Yeah, that's saying it gently. He is in an absolutely horrible position. That Molly might even spread into the bathroom and take him out. Nope, able to stay alive. His toes are on fire, but he will be able to stay put for now. What? Okay, that's...
Oh, no.
Okay, runs through the Molly. That's probably going to get him killed, but I kind of like it in terms of him saying, well, they didn't molly the bathroom. Now they probably will. If I go to the roof, they won't expect that, but I'm just waiting for a Northern Lights player to push up. If he gets this rest, oh my lord, they're all coming up here. No, I'm seeing a world where he survives this. Let's see if he will, though. First one comes around the corner. Fight the first knock. Fight the second knock as well. Will he find the third? No, they're going to fall. But oh my lord, was that close. And look at the kill feed. It's goddamn Ends. Ends killed both of them from afar. Windstreak didn't get any kills.
Oh my wow. I mean, if Ents aren't there, there's a chance that Redline actually clutched that up. They got the first 2 knocks are the most important. Yeah. Yeah.
Wow. Ends
the compound claims an 8th victim.
Oh my lord. This is just, I mean, Squeaky first, he does Danimon dirty by dragging him alongside that US, and then when you have a chance to do a 2v4, then Rustamar comes and says, nah, Nah. Let's just ruin the fun then. Wow. Wow, Inns. I wanted to see it happen, but win streak, well, they live with the scare of almost losing that one. They do get to stay alive, though, on the receiving end of that. It's going to be red line. Nice attempt on a hold, but unfortunately for them, didn't succeed in doing so.
No, and some normality will be restored, even though we're down 2 teams. Ents actually now, the way they've spread is really, really strong for this circle. Again,
Yeah.
we know in the last Yasnaya field ending that we casted, Toby, that the 2 positions Ents and Northern Lights control, and especially with that one now.
Yep.
Again, you can deny so much of the space in this field. You just got to be careful. Again, being split with Rustamar down at the yellows and Diggory in the field, it's easily punishable, and it actually looks like Ents are gonna opt to regroup everybody down to Rustamar.
They prioritized the wooden compound. I can't call it yellows anymore because it's not yellow. I've kind of gone to start to call them planks instead because they're like plank houses. But they've opted to take the center compound rather than try and take control of the northern one, which on paper you'd think is better. But let's see if they made the right choice in pushing down towards the south. Will they quit? Coming over the hills up here, we'll try and see if they can get eyes on anything. And now Navi, do you want to push that compound too? Nah, they'll settle for the dip.
Yeah, and this one's actually the riskier side of liquid compounds, to be honest with you. It's tough to keep vehicles here if anybody has control of that hill to the south. And obviously you can see TSM set up in Alamo here. So, risky business for Na'Vi.
I have to ask you here, Hypok, when is the last time you've seen Miracle with a bolt action?
I mean,
I'm testing your PUBG knowledge here. When is the last time you've seen Miracle?
the last 3 days, what we've seen Miracle do, he gets a free pass. He can do what he wants recently.
Oh, is that what it is? He's so good that we won't comment on any gun he's using. It's just he's a beast with all of them. Okay, fair enough. I see how it is. Let's see if Apex can claim that same Miracle status. Calvin is going to pull up close. Example. Oh, good call on that one. They were in a 2-1-1 split, and they say, you know what? We still got 2 more compounds to play around. You can even see I think that's Aaliyah. Yep, was ready to drive over and help, but Example got out of there alive in time, and Tornado Energy gets to maintain control of their splits.
Yep, I like that. I don't like seeing Melman fall, though. When a team is split like this, you can't be giving up a knock and forcing a teammate into a tricky position to res you. And I mean, there's no res possibility here. He's getting shot from 700 meters away. Who's going to get the kill? It's Squeaky.
It's Ents, of course. The third-party Kings. Just a casual 700-meter flush. Why not? He's in the open anyway. Just deal with him. Well, we've only lost 11 players so far at the 15-minute mark. We know chaos is going to commence. And the thing is, at this point, I mean, if you don't have a compound with where the next circle is going to shift, regardless of where it goes, you're going to have to fight in the open. But that open won't grant you a whole lot of cover. So you're most likely going to have to crash something. Like, there are some dips towards the east of where, I mean, in between where we see win streak and pull-up sitting. There are some dips you can play over there. But other than that, I mean, all terrain on the south side of that field is open. Like, it's terrifyingly open. So let's see now. Where's this circle headed? Who's going to get the pleasure of a hard shift? It's going to go center towards the south. And did I say open? Yes, I did. And now it's even more so.
So TSM split right now. I'm interested to see what the decision making is here, because Liquid obviously going to just regroup onto the hill. Tornado Energy just over to the east of that. But I mean, if Liquid catch on that it is a split, you can see them maybe prioritizing that and running a split of their own. Obviously, the last few weeks we have seen Liquid employing some ambitious early on splits, but this time around they grouped as 4, so it wouldn't surprise me an awful lot if they didn't set up for something.
Liquid are going to push on forward. That's going to make it real. And Liquid's already DA going to push on forward. That's actually going to make it real hard for TSM to gather their split. I was looking at it before. Iroh was in a vehicle, but then he backed out. Now Vard is out there as well, trying to look around. I wish I had seen TSM group up. To be honest, whether it's on the southwest compound or the center Alamo, I don't really care. Both of them can be played from in this circle because you can push out on foot from where Iroh and Vard is up towards that hillside, and from Vex and Miracle, obviously you have to turtle down a little more, but you can play both positions, but they're trying to play both, and that might come to cost them
Well,
dearly.
the thing I like about the split from TSM is there's not really going to be anybody crashing them from the north. If anybody crashes them, it's going to be from the south, and occupying... I say that, I mean, after all, thank you, I was going to say.
You never know, you never know.
But the fact is, obviously, they can support with any crash onto the south side, so that's why I do like that split. I don't like seeing teams put forth to Alamo if they can avoid it.
Let's see, Apex. That's an Ival UMP drive-by, by the way. Just keep that in mind, speaking of good loot. Did they forget to put on esports settings on this game, or what's been going on? We see bold actions of Beagles. We never see the use. We've seen Uzis, we've seen M16s, and now we see a UMP drive-by attempt as well. This is really some next-level stuff we're witnessing here. Tornado Energy, they have first-row tickets to a third-party opportunity, but seems like neither 303 or Apex want to take this fight any further right now.
No, I think the best plan for them right now is to get some smoke cover down, maybe just peel away from this, although there's not too many options. Actually, Fex and Miracle pushing all the way out of Alamo, and Iroh getting a good angle from the second floor of that building. He's going to get a second knock. Mert and Smash, the last two men standing for D8. Don't think any confirms are going to come through just yet, though.
Such a ballsy, greedy play by TSM to go up and make that play, because Vex and Miracle both knew they had barely any help from Vard and Iroh in that position. If they get knocked on that side of the hill, there's not a whole lot that can be done to help them, but they know they also have to deal with DA should they have to move with the next circle shift. Now let's see Northern. Is that Perfectix driving in reverse all the way to the next circle?
Yep. He is reversing across the field.
What the hell is going on here? More fights are going to commence now. It's everyone down towards the southeast will have to make moves. Lou trying to stay alive on the vehicle, and this dip, I mean, the fight had to commence at some point, and now it does. Intense. Low on HP. Barrel, yeah, it does get first hit off. Trying to stay alive. Will do for now, but look at this. Everyone is shooting towards him.
Why would you not just get in the car with Lou?
You tell me. You're the player, Hypok. You explain these things.
Yeah, I can't call that one. Sorry.
Nope. Maybe it's just not NA stretch. You know, this is EU. We're doing things differently here. Go back with your logic and let us play EU PUBG.
No comment. I would have expected that more so in North America, to be honest. Reversing across literally the center of the circle in a buggy of all vehicles.
Yeah, it's sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do, and that clearly was not the right decision. But at least he tried. Gotta give some credit for trying. Maxisor, in the meantime, he's gonna try to hold off Pull-Up from making this rotation. Win streak are in here, but they've left Maxisor on the hill to play the anchor role on his own, and there's no response on this. Creative gets to go over the hilltop, get the knock on him, and now Kemba is here, but it's too late.
It could be. I mean, if they can still punish Pull-Up whilst this res is going off, I mean, the nade could be perfect onto the tree. It might be a little short. It's actually good. Creator will fall. Lukey gets his first aid kit off, so he's back up to 75 HP. Going to respond with a nade of his own. And now, puts the pressure back on Winstreak to get this res off. And the Wanderer still holding on to the compound, so it's only a 3-man from Winstreak. They're actually going to leave him there. And actually, Keppa going to find Offstring out of the vehicle, so it's Kemba and Wanderer that are left for Winstreak. Keppa's going to find another out of the vehicle.
That is so massive, able to get the double in the meantime. Tornado Energy, well, they clear. Oh my lord, that vehicle just went for a triple backflip there. That's impressive. In the meantime, Tornado Energy can be able to clear that side, but that was huge. I saw Etiquette start peeking over the hilltop there, and I was like, if Ketpa is gonna, if he wants to, he has a good chance of getting a third party in on this one, and he succeeds in doing so. Nice damage coming in with the SLR to get himself a double kill. I'm not sure if he got both the flushes on, and Max is still trying to crawl down towards the circle, but Etiquette, despite being on the north side of the circle, are in a good spot to try and clean some kills before they will, at least most likely, have to make a move away from here. The issue right now becomes, for anyone who has any eyes on the map, or the minimap for that sake, you cannot play the center at all. There's a 200 meter by 200 meter circle, I guess you can say, that just cannot be used for anything. It's a flat pancake where there's nothing done to it at all. It's just a flat, like, it's one of those where devs were like, we'll just leave this flat. Then maybe we'll add something later on. Oh, well, you're just not going to allow for teams that can save, are you? No, not quite the case. This is this is so terrible. teams will have to crash things, and I'm looking at TSM. How many? If this one goes west, how many teams can crash Alamo at the same time? We might be about to find out.
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
Ooh, okay. Actually, Wanderer now going to get the rest of pull up coming on top of him. That Molly might actually find a knock on the outside. It doesn't. Lukey will land the headshot. Creator was down to just a lick of HP there.
Gotta congratulate Ents on playing their cards right, not opting for that north side compound, which I thought might be the better play. And sitting tight.
I mean, they've been getting kills from there as well.
They have. It's been a really effective position they've been playing here. They've, well, I mean, to be fair, there's been enough action in that liquid compound for them to get all the kills they possibly could want. Bystanders now will have to make a play in some direction. Let's see a little replay. What are we seeing? And bada bing, bada boom. Body shot, headshot comes in. Nice knock there. Unfortunately, couldn't quite get the flush to follow. Bystanders still 4 alive. They got the vehicles. And where are we headed next?
Here comes the charge. Going to try and find something up towards Etiquette here. Maybe going to try and stop and play a little bit of time on this blue, but they've got to be quick about it if they want to mount this attack onto Etiquette.
I like the fact that we see one go out early. Unfortunately, they can't quite get it. Wait, did Tinderboss just let him drive past him? Okay, that's comfort. That is comfort in your teammates, knowing they're going to deal with it for you. Just leave. You're back to the opponent. Yellow is going to fall. Hewitt, nice backside position, is going to be able to spot them over the top. Gets angle on the second. Hewitt, massive plays coming in from him in this game. Watch out. Don't throw Nate down there by mistake. One will fall, but they might be able to get Tinderloss back up on his feet. Beamy is still alive. Yort is as well, but they're starting to take damage from Ents, who are splitting up from the compound now as well.
Yeah, actually, you can see Diggory getting tagged up on the left side, but Kep are going to try and come over and deal with bystanders and maybe still get Hewitt actually going to get picked off by Lukey from a distance.
What?
And actually Vanti finds Kepper as well. It's Etiquette that fall. Bystanders will get themselves into the dip. Ents now flip around. DA wiped over on the west side of the circle. Diggory going to have to be left to bleed out here, and we just lost about 12 players, Toby.
That's the danger of silhouetting on hilltops, where they can just see, like, all they can see is air in the background and you. That's what I believe Etiquette was doing for a bit too long. You can see bystanders were really trying to commit everything to getting to low ground, just avoid the pressure from other teams and focus on what's ahead of you, while Etiquette left themselves exposed to too many opponents there. TSM, well, let's see if you can build yourself a car fort in the middle of the open, or maybe just find yourself a tree to park that US next to. They're leaving themselves at the edge of the circle. Most likely the tires won't be there for the rotation to come after this one. Miracle, now is the time where you get busy with that bold action.
Bent's actually going to get an open angle onto Besto, who's actually going to get the knock. Na'Vi flexing out a little bit too far. Bent finds the headshot onto Orange as well. Senya going to pull downhill just a little bit. We should be able to get both of these kills, and that's going to weaken Na'Vi and allow TSM to move up a little bit.
Exactly that. TSM really trying to abuse the fact that Na'Vi is forced to look elsewhere. In the meantime, pull up. I mean, they're doing a massive job at trying to, well, get anything going here. To be fair, they have the position, but it's been a somewhat quiet game after. Like, they just haven't really been able to impact a whole lot, and they need to make a move too. So they need to go out and clear something. And I'm loving the fact that they tried to take the fight to Na'Vi. Now let's see, with 2 players alive, Nates are coming in, so they know that TSM is in the nearby vicinity. How do they go about this, Na'Vi? Can Senya and Tap really be allowed to play it passive, or will they have to take the fight to TSM?
It's going to be difficult now with that opening provided by Pull Up. You can see how much better TSM's spot is than previously when a couple of them were pinned behind that tree with the UAS. Actually, Squeaky in the background going to forward. Actually, the rest of Ents are going to pull up on top. Iroh actually getting absolutely flattened by Tixu in the buggy.
Oh, no.
Oh, my word. It was just the insta-flush. He went far enough that he just instantly died.
It just slaughtered him, and he just went off into the blue. It was like, yeah, I'm not going to stay alive from this one anyway, but at least I got my point, right? Ents, they will fall. Tried to claim center where there was no center to claim, and now Na'Vi trying to make a move across. I like the fact that Tap is looking back, but if they just knew, there's no fear back here. Just keep pushing forward if you have to. But for now, it seems like they won in the meantime. Bystanders, the 20th team that's trying to push this compound in this game. Creator can't get eyes on. 9 kills so far for Pull Up. No, my lord, the timing bends. Beamy is allowed inside. Benz has a flashbang. Probably won't get a whole lot done with it. They just swap positions, and I like it because Pull-Up are sitting outside waiting for bystanders to be forced out the building now.
Yeah, the only problem is they've given some elevation to the two bystanders players, but whether or not they know Bence's position is going to be another matter. Creator going to get an angle on the front side. And actually, York finds them with a nade. Now they drop down. Bence can't shoot through the wall. He has to come back and reposition. He's actually going to get caught off guard on the end. Beamy finds it. Pull Up, go out in 4th place, and bystanders will live to fight another circle.
The amount of crap bystanders have had to fight their way through in order to get to top 3 is insane. And the fact that there still have 2 players alive and breathing at this point is practically, I mean, against all odds you could have expected. And the same thing goes for TSM to some extent. They've really been forced to make moves in the open, but they've been good at timing it right, and they've been executing it well. And now sit with 3 effects you can see on the dot in the middle of what will be the final area this game could go to, should we see anybody really survive this next circle encroaching.
Yep, Na'Vi still chilling down in his step. I want to say this was circle 2. Circle 2, maybe? But 4 kills on the board for them. So, again, not necessarily a terrible game for them.
Yeah.
Fex is now repositioned. Go on.
No, I was just going to say, this is what you call a placement dip. Like, you don't position yourself down here with 4 vehicles because you expect kills. Yeah, Vex's position is interesting. He's gonna be the single guy tasked with holding off bystanders here.
Indeed. I mean, they have obviously the edge of the compound to still play whilst phase 8 closes in. But once the star comes up, Fex is going to be foaming at the mouth because he knows they got to run in the open to him.
Question now is, I mean, bystanders had it somewhere around 15 crates to loot from in that compound, but I'm not sure they had the time to, and I'm not sure how much utility they have left. Do they have the smokes to make that run potentially out to the rock where Face is positioned? And also, if Fex is there, even so, can Vard and Miracle play a factor should he get overwhelmed? We're seeing Na'Vi already starting to lob smokes forward in this time soon enough. Miracle has 2 of his own. We'll try and see if we can ram around here and maybe get into a better position.
Not going to find anything with that spray. Unfortunate. Again, going to try and pull this Dacia forward a little bit. Maybe just get behind either the rock or the ridge over to Stenya's right. Fex now going to open up onto Beamy. He's just tasked with doing this alone. TSM don't want to overinvest anything to allow Na'Vi to come in. Actually, York going to try and reset and get that res. Miraku might get caught with that nade. It's actually Fex going to spin around and put some more damage onto Na'Vi. Senya does find Miraku with an aid. And actually, this could come a part of the scene for TSM.
It really could. Fex, we just saw it. He has 26 bullets and nothing but that 19 now. Nothing in the SLR. This is all you have, Fex. 1 spray down, 19 bullets for 2 bystanders players. Tap, bolts, 13 bullets and counting. He's not going to go for the flush. He's going to leave that to Vard. He doesn't have the bullets to spare. 1 bullet left for him, and he gets it now. Senya, 1 versus 2. What does Fex do here to have an impact? You know what, Vard is going to find it. Fex jumped around. He was the bunny. He was the attention seeker, and it worked out to perfection. Senya was shooting towards the only target of the 2 that he shouldn't have, because Fex had 1 bullet in the chamber. It was all him saying, over here, over here, over here, over here, while Walt was the one shooting.
Yeah, find you a teammate like Fex. That's all I'll say. Vard's got to be super thankful for that one. But what a finish. I mean, TSM losing Miracle there, like I said, it could have come apart for them there. But the fact that Vard came over to help Fex with his ammunition problem, I mean, it didn't end up being a massive issue. Bystanders still fell pretty easily. But wow, what an ending.
What an ending indeed. Sometimes you have to get creative, and TSM did just enough of that to get themselves a chicken dinner in the first rankle, of the day. Now let's hop back to the desk and see what they make of that one.
Truly brilliante by TSM. They get themselves the victory here, going up against the odds after, again, what we've effectively seen is some people chasing circles here for these victories. We got Martin, we got Patrick, we got the boys, we've got all the predictions apparently, Martin, because we're not doing too badly today, but TSM is also not doing too badly either.
No, the 2SM did really well in this one. They were obviously sitting in the Alamo, rough place to get out of, but they defended it quite well here in the late game and managed to get out of it nicely. 9 kills to boot with that one. This compound and that fight, like, I just want to see how many deaths was within 50 meters or 100 meters of the vicinity of this compound here, but that was crazy. Like, red line, win streak, the beamy and the bystander guys pulling up on us, the beamy guys beaming up there, and like overall that compound was just so occupied and so consistent.
Yeah, definitely. Some cool little plays as well. Nail up running through the molly to try and get a best situation out of it all. But anyway, for us, when you look at TSM and how they were able to traverse from circle to circle and then find themselves towards the very end, getting themselves the win here, it was very, very well done. Very good crisis management, I want to say.
Definitely. I was very surprised that they were keeping that 2-2 split for such a long time with Hacker and Alamo. I thought they were going to group up kind of straight away and just go for one of the other and play from there. But they did a little bit later, did group up in Alamo. And the most crucial thing was their timing when they were rotating out from the compound and how they were doing it. They were basically waiting, they were gathering so much information. Where is every team around us? Who is playing where? And then take a look at the kill feed. Who is getting knocked? Where do we have openings? And when can we start moving? Once they saw that the opening was there, basically they just moved up and got themselves into such a good position to play from. And yeah, we saw Iroh flying a little bit. Maybe it's a little fly row there. But no, very well played, of course, towards the end as well. Sending Fix to hold out bystanders on his own, while Mercury and Vard was holding out Navi and just playing that together. You also saw, of course, that Fix had to help out a little bit against Navi just to hold him out a little bit. But it was such a great work from Fix there in the end.
Yeah, not the easiest for our 9th through 16th. Only 5 points distributed amongst them. But, I mean, with some of the circles and how open they were towards the very end, who can really blame them not getting any points when they were gate kept on the edge of circles? We have our 1 through 8 as well. 19 points going TSM's way. Bystanders getting themselves 13 points. Pull up with the 13 points. Actually, 6 double-digit teams here. But Martin, you can only be happy with A, your prediction doing well, and B, Bystanders, all Danes, getting the 2nd place, back on the horse.
Yeah, it's great. It's good to see how they were able to kind of fare through this one. It was a rough one. It was 2 kind of Hail Marys, I would say, that worked out for them well. And they managed to survive. Like, I did not expect them to be able to stay on the edge for that long, to then breach one of the compounds on the edge to survive that. Very well executed by them, honestly.
I mean, the big wide wrap by Bystanders to eventually get onto Etiquette was definitely one of the most important moves for them, I feel, for us to try and get themselves somewhere in this game.
Oh yeah, definitely. And also when they got to the compound, of course, how they were debating pull up there, getting inside the building, and also, of course, clutching that situation, winning out that one, making sure that they got that 3rd place. Very well needed. As Toby was mentioning in the start of the game, Bystanders only had 3 points coming into this game itself. And this is not the Bystanders we have seen before, and we thought that they would have a lot more points by this time. But this makes up for it, and still, I mean, 2 more games to go, so they can still grab a lot here.
We keep saying that Northern Lights, you know, back to form and stuff like that. Is Tornado when it's is Tornado why can't I talk? Tornado energy somewhat coming back to form here, Martin?
I hope they are. Like they've had some rough times. I was sad to see their downfall in the performance, honestly. You as well. Like you're a big fan of them. I predict them often, and now it's not working out. But they've stepped up. It's been some time though. I don't know what, like, they have not made any changes in roster. As far as I know, they haven't made any changes in IGLs, and playstyle has been somewhat the same. So I can only say that it's the change of lobbies and change of teams that they're playing against that has been kind of the hurdle for them.
All right, well, time for a short break. Then when we return, we have 2 more games of Erangel for today. We'll see you after this for more PCS3.
Oh, that's a big nade back, though. That cost them a good amount. So now let's see where this takes them. You've got T-Bone waiting patiently. He is going to be the one who could take down the entirety of Liquid. They seem so aware. They go for the P together. Perfect play. Oh, they've lost Clip on the way. Mexi, do you make it? Foot to the hill, tries to pull up, gets out of the car, probably hits the deck. He's going to be hunted down by Raise Your Edge. 7 kills, prime position. No one to challenge yet, but Na'Vi are on the way. And Na'Vi might find the fight first. Mexi laying down fire. Great pickup nade. Wizards pass a doozy on the push. Mexi's aware. He's thinking about it. He gets the kill. Excellent from Mexi. It must be nice when your average is excellent. So now he's going to get the heal. Does he have time? Let's look around because Na'Vi are right at the door here. So this will preoccupy Raise Your Edge for a second or two.
This is just phenomenal work coming out of Mexi to knock 2 like that and also get the
So the actual threat for Mexi is probably going to give.
How does he do it? How does he do it?
How is he winning these?
Unfortunately for Depths, they've gone the wrong way. Of all the places they could have arrived at, they decided to take it to the cliff faces, where you will see several teams lingering. Now, the question, you look at that instant snap by Alia. They clearly have made note of Bystander's position. And he had a look.
Shift W moving up.
It's quite good from Adepts. Excuse me, it's a knock-on effect from Adepts, not quite good from it. Knock-on effect by shooting into this that the bystanders might decide that they want to try and third-party into Tornado Energy and get rid of them, take them off the front porch.
Two more games remaining here for our day, as we've got 2 more Erangels to come. We've got Martin, we've got Patrick, we've got all the gang ready to go for our next Erangels coming on up. And, you know, we've seen quite a stable couple of wins here from some of our victors, aside from our second Northern Lights win, which was just a little bit out of the blue. Tornado Energy will fall in that one. But coming into our next Erangel here, Patrick, any peepings that you've got on some of these teams? Any eyes that you got on some of these teams as we look at the standings?
I mean, let's continue on Tornado actually, because seeing how they're playing right now, they're right now playing a lot of edge. They're not really getting towards the center of the circle, not even early, not late, and they keep on playing edge, and the circle keeps on going away from them, which means that they have to keep on fighting their way to the center, but they never get there because always when the circle goes away from them, they try to make a move, but there's too many teams in a way that they can't handle all of them. And I want to see a little bit of quicker rotations maybe from them, seeing that they play a little bit more towards more the center, and I feel like that's going to be a huge win if they can do that.
Do you have the same sentiments, Martin, or do you see other things that Tornado Energy could tighten up?
I think there's multiple things. I feel like they're kind of pulling back on some of the fights as well, honestly. Like they're not fully committing to it. I'm not sure if it's the communication across the board that is not working, or because like these guys are insane fraggers. They are very good mechanically skilled and gifted players. And when they are taking a fight that they fully commit to, I feel like there's not that many teams that can really come up against them. And for me, it is more like committing to the fights as a bigger unit, pushing as two, like playing, trying to play 2 versus 1 in as many opportunities as possible. But also, they're playing a bit more edge. But overall, I think Frost is pretty on point. But still, I think their fights and their commitment to the fights is also a little bit of a hurdle.
All right, fair play, fair play. We've got a few teams moving on up as well. TSM, of course, 4 places here into 5th place now with those 83 points they've been able to accrue. Bystanders and Na'Vi, some much needed points as well for us to get themselves towards the safe spots.
I mean, yeah, it's all about the safe spots right now. You don't really need to win anything. But currently, they're still not really in the safe spot, being down there on 14th or 15th place. You want to be top 10 to actually be very safe. Because if you look at it right now, it's still very tight between a lot of these teams here.
Yeah.
And anything could still happen. Look at from 17th on Apex and up to 7th place on Digital Athletics. That is only 20 points in between all of these teams here. 10 positions. And that could be just one game or maybe 2 decent games, and that's the difference between it.
Yeah, it's fair. And when you look at how close those middle pack positions could end up potentially being here, and then you translate that to the grand final Avenger, if you end up in that pack, the jumps in terms of prize pool in the final are actually very evident around that area. So you don't want to end up just in the middle pack. You kind of want to be on the upper echelons of that at least, right?
Yeah, but I feel like with the teams we have currently, I feel like it'll be very occupied up towards the top. And if you're sitting on the 16th or 17th border right now, then I don't feel like you'll be anything but in just the top 16 and outside the top 8.
All right, time to get to our penultimate game of the day. Erangel on the way. Ooh, nice. Middle plane path. Hypoc and Toby, take it away.
Thank you so much, James. Yes, right down the middle we go, cutting the window in 2 as we head our way over Erangel yet again. One of the teams that we didn't hear too much talk on the desk about there to me is Liquid. So they have had 13 points today. All of those points, all of their kills, is 1 game after 4 games. And that is very unlike Liquid. And I mean, on the flip side of that, DA are sitting in 3rd on the day so far. It's, even though, I mean, we can't say one team does bad, that's why another team does good. But a lot of what has been causing Liquid trouble today has been DA. This last game, I mean, everyone were in trouble, so I'll take that one away. Everyone was having a hard time, but I feel like maybe there's something to it. Maybe there's something to it, what they were discussing yesterday with 17.
Yeah. Previous game, obviously, I mean, we saw the manner in which they lost a couple of people. I think it was James and Clib that went down first, and that was from, 500-600 meters out, playing that hillside, and going down in a position where they were able to get flushed as well. Just meant that they couldn't keep 4 up and control that high ground, which is again they were in one of the spots that they can potentially impact Na'Vi, which is a team that we know that made it to the end game. It's a good one. It's a good one.
That's a circle. We do it again. We're going straight back into all the fun, and I'm looking at Liquid right now because we know Na'Vi have started transitioning over fast. But how fast does Liquid go? And who knows? Tornado Energy have anything to say in this? I want to see something new happen. I understand Petticoat's frustration. Let's see if anything different happens today, or if Na'Vi just chills on the west and Liquid gets a free pass.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. I mean, Orange already coming across. Senya's already across. You can see Besto also mounted up in a vehicle. And, I mean, the one thing is really we don't have the same situation in this lobby with Shift W and Wildcats being a huge factor over on the east side. Now, trade those 2 teams out. We've obviously got Pull Up and Apex to consider. But looks like Pull Up are going to prioritize getting all the way across to the crossroads early on.
One thing that I think will be fun to watch here also is Apex. I mean, you said Apex is usually the team that will go down to where Aaliyah is, take that boat and go across fast. That boat is not up for grabs. Not only that, but they know for a fact it's probably going to be, very hard contested by the likes of Tornado Energy. So are they opting to take the bridge this time around, or do they try to get the eastern boat spawn down towards Sharkfin? They have that opportunity, but I don't think they'll be able to do that without maybe taking a little bit of fire from Tornado Energy. Liquid, they're starting their rotation, and as expected, no one's around to really do any damage to them. They should have themselves a free rotation. Best of luck. I was gonna enjoy it looked like a bison, so he's probably just gonna keep looting. I think that's probably the best idea.
Yeah, we know they pulled over early, so Going to continue their loop path down on the south side on Sosnovka. Liquid, as expected. I'm sure we'll see a Purdy Curty tweet, as you already mentioned. Well, maybe now Kurt is seeing the logic. Maybe now he's seen the light.
We did spend an entire game trying to prove to him, or to anyone.
I hope he watched that one.
Bridge camps. Yeah, I mean he must have. He must have. Tweets were made, things were said, and I think everyone realized now that bridge camps are pretty stupid. There are the rare time where they pay off, but for most of the time for everyone, yes. And as Martin and Pansy said, a broken clock does show the time correct twice a day. They probably said a little cooler than what I just did, but that is true. Sometimes a bridge camp can look pretty smart, but more often than not, it's really not. Having said that, there's a bridge camp, and that's why you don't do it.
Yeah, Vanti actually finding 2 knocks with the mutant.
Oh my lord! Also trying to fight the bull. Here's a mutant and a shotgun. What in the universe is happening here? We're trying to maintain some competitive integrity, and there is your shotgun kill to get only one Apex player left alive. Were they gonna take the boat? Were they gonna take the car? They took the car, and now they seem to regret it. Bystanders, your designated military team trying to do damage.
No.
There comes the nade. It's gonna lob on over, and Vanti finds a quad kill. 2 with a mutant, 1 with a shotty, and seals the deal with a nade.
Forget everything we just said about bridge camping. Forget
Bridge camps
all
are
of it.
amazing. What do you mean?
Yeah, I
Anything
love it.
else? Bridge camps are
I
so
love
good.
seeing
You get-
teams set up.
Yeah, you get 4 kills, then you can rotate. It's like practically the smartest strategy in the universe. And sometimes when you do it well enough, you get a replay of you popping people with shotguns. I mean, it does not get any more 200 IQ than that. Perfect play. Also, just rotate, hold rotations like these. It's perfect play. You see, got a free kill. Why rotate when you can just wreck people? I mean, to be fair, I think actually in this specific case, it was Northern Lights trying to hold off after all the rotation, but did not really end up working out the way that they wanted it to. Etiquette, they're gonna chill and move over towards the West Bridge, and other teams are making their way in that direction too. Red line, sorry, make that, trying to rotate over and over towards the west.
Raise
you can see
your line.
Winstreak and TSM. Raise your line, exactly. Red your line. TSM and Winstreak might get in a bit of a skirmish here. There's a lot of name tags on top of each other, that's for sure.
Yeah, I was about to say all of the nonsense has happened on the East Bridge, and everybody on the West is a little more formal about things. A gentleman's agreement. The East Bridge is just there's no agreement there whatsoever. It's no holds barred. Every man for himself.
Think of Sosnovka as like the shoulder, the back of a person, where the West Bridge is the angel and the East Bridge is like the devil. You know, the small guy standing on your shoulders telling you things? The East Bridge is the devil, just going, bridge camp, bridge camp, bridge camp. And the West is like, no. We try to be smart here. And that's at least for now, that's how things are panning on out. But oh my lord. Quizzy did tag once, but in the end, it's going to be Millman to find the knock on Flammy. Thought he had the cover, thought he was safe, but that car is going to go nah. And down at hill it goes. Flammy's going to fall, probably going to get flushed out here in a short moment. Even if he doesn't get flushed, I'm not sure we'll get to see anyone try to commit to the rest there.
Now, Liquid actually opted to wrap all along the south coast as well, and I like that move. Again, we know usually on a circle like this, FaZe would just boat across from Mill to Power. They would pick up some of those coastal compounds, and it gives them really good access across the road. Usually the first team that gets there, or a team that gets there early on, can kind of dictate a lot of the game over underneath the south side of Observatory, I should say.
That is true. I'm just waiting for the circle to shift back towards the north, because you all know what's going to happen. In the meantime, Tornado Energy in trouble. 2 players fall. They're being surrounded, and of course, every time we have the observatory in play, there's just so many angles where you think you might be safe from, but somehow the guy sitting 200 meters above you will find an angle. Omarken trying to cross into the chaos. They will succeed in doing so. They might even get to run over Millman.
Go on, Jepty. Go on,
Hello.
Jepty. Yes!
And that, my friends, is how you steal a kill. Jesus Christ, these games are getting weirder and weirder by the second. I guess that's how you get a free kill in the meantime. Will Miracle fall? No, he won't. Vard is there again. He was the one to seal the deal last game, and this time around, he is the saving grace, allowing for Miracle to stay alive.
Absolutely clutch knock there. You see how low Miracle got. Northern Lights making the cross. You can already see Lou over in Novo, so should have relative ease pulling up here. Liquid, you can see spreading in that exact spot that I was talking about FaZe usually go to, and look where the circle's gone. It's fantastic for them.
Yeah, there's some water there too. It's amazing. It is a absolutely perfect circle with, I want to say, around 65 to 70% water. Keep in mind, guys, keep in mind, all the viewers, next circle doesn't have to go away from water. We can get even more water inside this next circle, and I'm praying to all the lords now that we didn't shift north that that's what's going to happen. Iroh gonna move forward, try to go into the same dip that we saw FaZe try and push towards the other day. He's gonna get out of the vehicle. Example gonna be able to take him down. Vard is actually real low on HP. Vex falls now as well. TSM are going to be in trouble here. Example is holding this off as a solo player. He does have a little bit of help from bystanders above, but still, solo player alive after Tornado Energy went in trouble earlier. Does he get eyes on Vard? Yes, he does, but it's gonna be too late. Vard finds him.
Yeah, that's a York going to steal one away, so it's just Miracle and Vard standing. Miracle may not be standing much longer. He's going to lose his tires for his troubles, but he's going to be able to reset, get this first aid kit off. He might be able to wrap around the north side of this ridge and get back to Vard, but again, I think if I'm not mistaken, it was FaZe that dove into this dip.
Yep.
And we know how difficult it was for them to get anything going whilst that high ground was still in.
All they could do was really lay low and just wait it out. Aw, unfortunate off-string. Clip has already been there. He yoinked the Grocer earlier. They got it in the midst of the rotation. Sometimes you just drive past a crate. Sometimes you drive past a knock player and get a kill. I mean, I don't know which one of the two you prefer, but either way, it's always good getting Santa Claus coming in when it's not even December yet. Ends, they're coming over late, taking the West Bridge. They will be safe for now. DA and After All still have rotations to make. After all, try to hold off Northern Lights, and now they're going to find themselves in a tough position. DA, in the meantime, are sitting around. They're looting still. Okay, so DA is looting. We'll just leave them out of the equation for now. Lou, in the meantime, having lost Perfectix already, trying to hold off Redline here. Or maybe more so, just trying to have them leave, because he's kind of on his own down here.
Yeah, and again, I'm not really sure how this situation came about, because we know Spyro and Batulas were coming across in that boat, and Lou was there already. After all, now trying to cross the bridge. Vanti feeling himself after those 4 freebies earlier on. Here come the rest of the vehicles. You gotta conserve your ammo a little bit better there, but not landing anything this time around.
Gotta stick to the mutant shotgun combo, clearly. A lot better than the SLR barrel. I mean, that's gotta be it, right?
You heard it here first.
Yep, new meta. You gotta, it's like in the TPP days, you gotta have the DMR for distance and then the shotgun for up close. We saw it being utilized at PGI. Why shouldn't it work at PCS2? I mean, as well.
It wasn't TPP, it was still like, you could use an M4 as a DMR back then.
Oh yeah, 8x double M4s. That was meta. Meta was double M4. Good old days. Good old days. We might even get to see that again at some point with everything being nerfed these days. You know what? Gonna tag up Van Teet. Let's see if we get some more water in. Will Liquid be blessed with a coast circle? Or we're gonna go back on land? It could go anywhere. Let's see where we're headed. Novo Repnoi is still in play here. Next one should shift on land, and that's gonna center up in the one area that really doesn't have any players in it right now. It's going to go up on that mainland east of the observatory.
This is the exact area I was talking about. Liquid now are able to dictate a lot of this ground. If they can hold on to that lower ridge and maybe get 1, potentially 2 players up onto the upper opposite where Etiquette are playing, it could be really, really good for them. D8 doing their best.
Heal!
I was going to say doing their best White Temp Fate impression, but I guess not a lot of EU viewers will get that reference.
Who's that team? I feel like I've heard that name before.
Some nobodies, Toby.
I don't know. I loved how they were all synchronized too. I mean, they all parked at the same time, healed at the same time, and then they all started. It was like synchronized driving. Now a new Olympic sport, but in PUBG. Very, very good efforts by B. It's like a team. What do you say? Team.
Look
team
what they're driving
bonding
into, though,
exercise. Oh yeah, they're dying. They're gonna die. But
Yeah.
at least we're enjoying the rotation, just like this. Oh my lord, he caught him midair! He caught him midair! No way in hell that just happened! Chris just capped off Maxasor's head and slaughtered him. He's gonna fall immediately after, but holy moly, he didn't even see him. He just flew into his face. 303, they're gonna get butchered. They're gonna die, but oh my god, did that look fun.
That was literally the perfect timing. So shout out to the observers for actually catching that.
Casually peeking over the top, instantly met by the four-wheel of a vehicle. Now Lori, well, where are you gonna go here? Nowhere. Back to lobby. He's gonna go. James gonna find himself a kill, and you can see his face. Lori's like, what the hell just happened? But that was over before we even knew it. Now let's see if DA can repeat the entertainment. They have both ends and win streak waiting for them, and they're coming full speed forward right now. Remember, they're driving in the blue. They're going to be low on health. Shots should be fired real soon, and now they have started shooting, but actually no one's targeting DA. They're allowed to drive forward. Oh my god, this is just chaos waiting to unfold.
Really? Really?
Wait. Yep. How is DA's
Okay.
not dead yet?
I mean,
Can
I
we kill
guess
them?
because one of Ents got knocked from bystanders at the top. Offstring actually going to steal that one away. Max is all going to find Mert, who was the, I guess the fat kid of DA in that rotation. Slacking behind a little bit. Well, it's just a turn of phrase.
I know what you mean. They agree. And this is the issue, right? And I think this is part of the reason why we saw DA survive for that long. Because everyone knows if you start peeking over those hills for too long, you will get shot at by other teams. So Max saw as soon as he tried to peek up and do damage, he was getting shot at by Ents. And then when Ents tried to peek, Etiquette are right over the top taking shots at them. So tough times for everyone down around here when you have so many layers of high ground.
Yeah, like I said, bystanders actually got a knock onto Ents, and that's what pulled them initially away from the road. Again, as soon as Winstreak had kind of taken some shots at 303, Ents came up to try and get involved, and they kind of kept each other off of the roadside, which was a saving grace for DA to be, well, initially the saving grace. Kepler actually going to find a bolt knock. Max is all going to lose his face. And a helmet, at least.
I like the fact that after all, the last team to cross over towards the military are just going to bomb it dead center, hope for the best. And now, well, I mean, at least there's still 3 alive. They can chill for now. Let's see if they're going to be able to maintain this spot, though. There's a lot of people with eyes on them. EB, fools to back off. Winstreak has eyes on them as well. And, well, Pizza and Clip, that is, need to cross the road. They should be able to wrap around. They have Mexi and James already on the other side. That should be a possible push for them. Vanty now, still alive, pull up, able to get out of the houses. Needs to play safe and play smart here. And Vard instantly taken down. Vanty finds his kill number 5.
Yeah, Vanty building a little bit of momentum for himself, to be honest with you. I think another player actually died up next to that buggy, if I'm not mistaken. That was earlier on. I can't remember who it was. It was... somebody got picked off. Who was it that got knocked on the dirt road earlier?
Yes.
Oh, it was one of bystanders, right? And they're back to 4 alive.
So he survived.
Wait, how did they get that res? I didn't even miss that.
Oh yeah, that is true. That was Flammy on the Dasha that rolled off the hill. That is true. He got down and got him up. Sorry, I completely brain farted there for a second. I should have your back normally, but I didn't know what you were talking about. But yes. Flammy did go down in the very early game, and he got to survive. That is a good memory, Hypog. Thanks for being here.
I doubted myself for a second there.
But it is true. It is true. James, level 3 gear makes it a little more fun to peek, especially when you have a mini going up against an SLR in this day and age. They're going to try to hold off win streak. It's been a fight that's been not really ongoing for a while, but they've just been kind of elbowing each other a little bit. And now, I mean, we're hitting that time where that fight has to happen. I mean, either one team really backs off desperately, which in this case has to be Liquid, or the fight has to start. Now, James straight headshot connected, has to prone immediately after.
Yeah, this was the exact setup I was talking about earlier with Liquid holding on to that lower tier of the road and the upper tier, and Winstreak actually coming right into their path here. See Max Azor stuck down on this UAZ, and Liquid now are going to absolutely target him.
Yeah, explode that vehicle. Make it do a backflip. Or not. If that nade
If that
hits
flash
anything-
catches them.
Yeah, I was gonna
actually
say,
did
if he's
catch
gonna
him.
get anything. He's blinded for now. EP is over the top. They're able to hold the angle. There's still 4 alive. Mexi and oh my lord, I was just gonna say, teams, if you get caught out here, you're gonna be in trouble. And he does. Max is still alive. 2 guys tunnel visioning the guy behind the vehicle. In the meantime, the remaining players able to help out. Clip does find Maxi in the end of it. Circle's now shifting away from both of them, though. This is where Liquid might have a chance to just say, you know what? We lost this one. Let's run away and get the hell out of here. But no, it's too late. They have to commit at this point. 2 guys down already. Evie is going to be hard to get back on his feet. Clip finds one with the nade. Gets the flush on Maxisol as well. Mexi needs to do a lot of damage here while Clip is trying to hold off. Closer comes in handy, finds one. Mexi is going to fall, though. So far, so good for the win streak team, but there's only 1 gear on his feet, and it's Clip trying to stay put him. Max is on minimum HP, off strength, trying to help out.
He might just try and confirm this kill of Kemba before he crawls up, but the timer is ticking on Ibby. And Offstring now actually pushing up close. That might bring Clib off the res. It does indeed. He's going to underhand flash. Try and burst out with this. Not going to get it. Offstring cleans him up, and a little bit sloppy from Liquid. There was, I think, 3 people focused on Max's or on behind the UAS. That's a one-man job in that situation. I didn't see all the points of view, so I don't know, but it felt sloppy.
My question is, should they have engaged that fight earlier? They had chances to take the fight to them earlier when they were fighting against multiple other teams, while like with DA coming in and all that stuff. But they upped it to wait. They never backed out when they had a chance to leave, and in the end it comes to cost them. Unfortunate for Liquid, they will fall just after they get themselves a good game. It's right back to the low point games once more. Tough day for them to say the least. But Tulins is going to try and see if he can stay alive here. 30 people alive, who knows? Maybe he'll get close to placement points. 2 first days left. And the circles continue to move away from you.
Yeah, Batulin's just going to grit his teeth, try and bear this one, maybe try and get a kill or 2, backstab Omicron as they make a charge up the hill. You can see Hibako up on the edge of your screen. He's going to get first contact with Omicron. The Wanderer, last man standing, I'm pretty sure, for win streak. You can see one of the members of Etiquette coming in. Wanderer not going to find anything off that. How does he still not see him forever? Open your eyes.
Oh my, if he survives this.
Oh my God, he
for a
nearly
second
did it
he
to
was
him.
going to get him there. I thought for a second he was going to get him there, but did not have it. I like the idea of the seat swap, but unfortunately the Etiquette player was ready for it. Ibaka will fall though, and now let's see if Omar can hold off red line.
Wow. I thought he was going to do it to him.
Would have been good, wouldn't it?
Oh, that's a fantastic spray from Nailup. Empty will fall. He's in the blue. That's a surefire kill. Evas, don't know how that UAZ's been positioned against the tree, but providing perfect cover for him.
Was all part of the plan.
You can see Beamy in the kill feed actually getting that kill onto T-Bone. Vascu going to hop into the UAZ, try and just find something else. A lot of pressure going onto Vato. Oh, Marv going to find him. With the barrels, he comes away. Meanwhile, Navi and Ents getting into it. Diggory going to put down Orange initially.
It's just Diggory alive, though, and he really needs to get something going in order to make anything happen here. It should just be a matter of time before Navi pushes forward. Here comes the tap, and there comes the kill. Ents fall in 6th place, and I mean, you got to give it to bystanders. We've talked about how their success normally doesn't come on military island, despite the fact that that's really their, I mean, where you would think they should have success, given this is where they land and loot. This time around, of course, circles keep going in their favor, but they've managed to stay alive. We've seen them play this observatory before and failed to be, like, maintain control of it. This time around, it's working their way. Perfect overview here. They got everyone around them, and I guess the threat of their position is having to maybe move off from there at some point.
Yeah, Redline going to be able to kind of spread a little bit now that Omicron have been dealt with. But again, not too much to hold on to over on the east side anymore. As soon as this one pulls away towards the Wizard Tower, towards Observatory, that's when their fate will be all but sealed. Now, Pull Up might be able to... I was going to say, Pull Up might be able to get some more kills on the board here, Toby. This push is very difficult. That nade might be money onto them. Oh.
Just a little bit too far. I was going to ask you, how many kills is Vanti going to get off of this pull-up? There might be a chance for them to seal the deal of Na'Vi, but in a 2v4 situation like this, you have to give the upper hand to Na'Vi. There's not really a team in position to third party. I mean, bystanders could overextend. Oh, and now Loki's been seen. There's nades, there's mollies. You damn better start throwing everything here.
I mean, they've done fantastically well to put what they have on the board so far, but this is kind of leading Na'Vi into this bottleneck over on the side of the high ground. Na'Vi really can't spread across the road here, Toby, so they literally have 1 or 2 angles to hold off this fight from Pull Up.
This is where you wish you could throw some curveballs. So like wrap around the side there. Doesn't really help a whole lot to just throw them straight down the line. What if maybe if they throw some smokes onto the street to then go into the smokes and throw the nades down, they'd be better position. But I don't feel like utility's really going to grant them a whole lot, at least not right now. Let's see, Loki is trying to hold. You can see they're trying to peek it smart. Flashes out now for Na'Vi. Are they going to up to push on them or not? That is a full wide, at least for a couple of seconds on Loki. Circle's actually favoring Na'Vi now. The new shift coming in. Oh, a lot of damage coming in down to 38. Will he get the first hit off here? Will he not? Best of luck. Nade lob forward. That should be the knock. No. No knocks coming in, at least not for now. They know they have them right around the corner. It's just a matter of time now.
Actually, now the Molotov. This one might be perfect. Luki, got to be careful here. He's got to pick the right time to go on. The flash is actually good onto Na'Vi. Na'Vi taking a little bit of a team flash there. Vanti should have peeked with his teammate. I'm not sure why he wouldn't. He's going to hop up with this one. And yeah, Na'Vi deal with that one very, very easily. I mean, at that point, like, you know, the push is coming. You should both swing.
You had 3 players flashed from Na'Vi as well. That was the chance to do the wide flank or the right peak from Vanti and maybe get a fortunate spray in there. But nope, Na'Vi able to keep all 4 alive on that one. As you can see here, I mean, Redline never had a position to really third party anything, so it would have been a chance for Pull Up to, well, get something going. But nope, not the case. Na'Vi stays alive for now, as we make our way into I want to say a situation where next circle really seals the deal as to who's going to win this one. If it goes up the hill, you have to have bystanders written all over it. If it goes east, Redline is in the position. And, I mean, north or south, that's where maybe they're going to be, like, you can have those kind of curveballs thrown in there.
Yes, indeed. Redline did manage to cross the road. At this stage of the game, that's usually the most difficult task. But we are in phase 7 now, Toby, so what they've got isn't really going to stand for much with the next shift. I mean, there is a chance that this does obviously pull away from the high ground. Obviously, you've got to take into account the circle settings for that phase 8 once it does post. Actually, Na'Vi, to be honest with you, with the way that the high ground works, they have good access to the center of phase 7, so
yeah,
they might be in a really good spot.
We'll see. Where's the final circle going to post itself? Are we going up the hill? Are we going down? We're going, well, somewhere in between, to be fair. It's headed up towards the north, and we're ending on the dirt road that Na'Vi are currently sitting on. Right on the bend there with the tree is essentially where the star will be next circle. So etiquette, they have the furthest to move. They can kind of hug the line there, but it's all about red line. Do they go aggressive? Do they try and peek forward? Do they maybe try to peek and push down towards the Wizard Tower? Or do they try and stay on the ridge line, which I would think is a smarter play. In order to do that, though, they need to wait for bystanders to get off the hill. As I say that, though, Naileup pushes aggressively forward. Surprising to me that he's done that.
Yeah, that's a big move. If they can get another player or two across there, you can see now on the lower right side of your screen exactly where the star is going to post, and it's just south of Naileup. So the fact Redline have got somebody across there and they're to get, I mean, Kepper really hasn't been able to punish that, is pretty huge.
What is Naileup going to be able to do from that position? Kepper, that's a door gone, but as I was saying, Redline are really limited in what they can do until bystanders up to jump off, which doesn't, well, they probably won't until the blue is going to force them to. I don't really think Redline should rush this. I mean, I respect the fact that Naileup pushed up close, but they could have just not done that and still been in a fine position. Nailab is going to be in the dot for next circle, though, so playing it one circle ahead, smart move on his part. But for Redline, they don't really need to rush it. Even if bystanders do up to push down, they're going to have to deal with Etiquette and Navi. I feel like this is no matter what, if Redline wait, they will be given a third-party opportunity instead of now trying to peek in an even fight. They can get the upper hand by just waiting.
I mean, it might not look like it. Actually, QB, you're going to find Beamy up at the top there. But what I was going to say is, bystanders are a team in this situation. They need to move earlier. They might not have as far to move, but they can't get held up on the upper tier of this high ground. They need to come down this dirt road a little bit. So in that regard, the timing might just be right for Redline. You can see they've already managed to get across. It's just QBE sitting back now. So the 3-man for Redline is going to get down there. A little bit of pressure coming from Flabby. Thendelos going to find Beamy on the top side. That's a huge knock.
It really is. Yold will find him over the top and return, though. And QB, and this is what I was saying. Just wait your time. You will have the chance. And oh my lord, Nailab! One peek over the top. We didn't see it up close, but you can see it in the kill feed. Finds the double on towards Na'Vi. Best of luck now in a position where it really needs to go out and do some damage in order to keep Na'Vi alive in this one. Na'Vi's been close today, but they haven't quite gotten that solid damage coming in. Nailab tries to hold the angle. 15 HP for Best of luck. Tap is alive as well. Gets the first aid off too, but they're in trouble.
Oh, QBE finds the first and the second. Na'Vi will actually go out in 4th place. Flammy, though, he's managed to position right above where Na'Vi were playing. You can see he's going to try and open up the AK. Not great from this range, especially with a holographic on top of it. Might be difficult for bystanders. Oh, Yellow landed some nice shots onto Huith there. Kepler going to send a Molotov into the smoke. Maybe going to spread, but it's not. Oh, this underhand could be perfect, though. Oh, it's too far.
A little too far. A little too far, unfortunately. It's going to go around this side. I don't think Kepler is going to be anticipating this one. Although he fell down, he's still going to get the last bullet in the chamber. Gets him the flush. It's just 2 teams left alive. Redline, all 4 alive. Flammy in a 1v4. Now, what can you do? He finds the first. Will he get more? No. Try and see if he can get the flush. It's not even going to happen. A Redline with 11 kills win themselves a military game that, to be fair, could have gone all different ways. And I love the fact that Redline said, you know what, let's just slow it down. They tried to overcommit, I feel like, a little too early. They got punished. They said, okay, we got a chance to back off, wait it out, and they win the game in style.
Yeah, no, really, really good end game play from Redline there. Like I said, they were in a position that if the timing wasn't right for them, that cross could have gone completely wrong for them. I mean, it's very lucky that Flammy only had an AK, put it that way, but nonetheless, some really, really good and a great performance from Nail up there. The kind of aggro peek up to stop Na'Vi advancing up the dirt road. Just a couple of really clutch moments there from Redline.
For sure. For sure. Huge game from them. They had 15 points coming into this game on the day. So great win for Redline coming into the final game of the day. Let's hop back to the desk, though, before we head into the final game just after.
That's right, Redline getting themselves the victory here in a very unconventional circle. Let's be honest here, Martin and Patrick, when you look at how things played out, who was up there, what was going on, where the circles ended up going. But let's take a look at those highlights here. To start things off, Patrick, what was this?
I mean, a pull-up, they do drop in Novo. This is something Apex should know as well. And they should be expecting that there is going to be some sort of pull-up people around the crossroads there. Even if it's just one guy, you got to be prepared for it. It didn't feel like they were prepared at all. Apex tried to make a very quick move across the East Bridge. And yeah, it didn't work out. Let's put it that way.
No, indeed. Taking a look at some more of these moments. Unfortunately, some frustrations here or there, Martin, when you take a look at how things played out. But just the circles in general, dealing with them is so brutal if you're not already up at the top.
Yeah, it's a rough time. I've had a lot of these endings actually, and it's frustrating to play if you're not the team on top. But bystanders, they're putting a lot of pressure on the guys around, and Pull Up had a few moments where they were playing kind of a ratty situation and a snake situation where they were trying to get as many points as they could with that not that many players left alive. And overall, this whole area is super rough to play. Like, you need to have so much utility, and the kill sites and the ridges are super open once you try to cross the road, once you try to get over there. But Redline actually managed to play that extremely well. Wanderer also getting 1 kill here. He tried to do the switcheroo in the car. I love that, but it didn't pay off just yet. The Nail up with some nice shots, and overall Redline, they managed this quite well, and it was due to the fact that we had that many teams that was trying to sneak under below bystanders, and they didn't try to clear it fast enough. Like at this point, why we're seeing this with that, they should already have been out there. They should already been out third partying. They should already been smoking up, trying to put pressure on the teams that was below them so they could get out and get some ground here. They lost 2 players to Redline third partying them while they're fighting Etiquette, and at that point you should just have more players and more smokes up and not having to play backs against the wall at that point.
Yeah, definitely so. The thing that you were mentioning about needing as much utility as possible was really exemplified by some of these rosters. Obviously, Na'Vi was trying to fight their way up Froz with what felt to me like endless utility, but it was still futile in the hands of going up against Redline in the position that they had.
Well, this is basically like an urban ending circle. You're gonna have so many different verticalities on the map there that you want to save your utilities for an ending like this. You want to make sure that you have as much as possible that you can actually utilize. But coming in there, of course, we did see Na'Vi was the first out of the top 4 that fell. But they still, as you said, used a lot of utilities, and that's what's needed in a situation like that to actually get even one step at a time. That's how you have to play the game there.
Yeah, and Redline with 21 points. Big points for them, in fact, to be able to push them up a little bit further. Bystanders is the team that, all things considered, in this game I'd peg to win, considering they had the top of the top of the hill for a long time, but they only get themselves that second place with 16 points. Etiquette with another nice bunch of points here, Martin. What are we making of it?
From Etiquette alone, like I've been happy to see them step up like this. They've been performing extremely well. Nailed here with 6 kills. He's a fragger. We know that already. Vanti, he definitely did pull up or defend a pull up from Apex, and they managed to get a lot of points from that one. And also Yord with 5 kills. Bystanders had before this game a somewhat rough day. They didn't manage to get too many kills and too many points leading up to that, but this one is going to put them on the board again. They're going to be all happy times, and I think they're going to be ending up and around in the area of 32 points, I believe.
Not too bad. They can see Beamy, Flamey, Yellow all being able to show up, but even if you're not exactly converting everything into kills, Froz, when you've got a spot like they had, I'm expecting big damage, all right? I'm expecting it.
Well, okay, so let's talk about that, because they did drop on Millie Island, of course, and we know that they were the first team to get up to Observatory. One big problem with that is that you're going to use a lot of ammunition. And if you didn't have the ammunition from the start, it's going to be hard because you're not going to go down anywhere. And it's rarely you're going to see teams to try to push up towards you up there to give you some item delivery for you. So you got to be sure that you hit your shots. You got to be sure that you do flush the knocks you get if you want to have the kills. And this is one of the few times when you're playing up there towards the end game, this is one of the few times you don't want to have the high ground. You want to have the low ground because it's going to be easier to play out, just like Redline had there in the end.
Oh, fair play, fair play. Here's the overall standings. Northern Lights, with one more game remaining, is 3 points behind FaZe after the first 3 days here. So let's see if they can achieve that position. It would be fantastic for them if they did, but Martin, Bystanders jumping up. Nice 7 cool placements.
Yeah, they needed that. As I was talking about before, they got 16 points in this game, and they only had 16 points before that. They only had on Miramar, and they've been able to have a lot of points in Miramar, but today they only have 3 points in the 3 games. 13 in the last game and 16 points this game, though, for the situation so far. So that's super nice to double their points in the day from this one game. That's great, and they jump very big up from that one. Etiquette silently consistently improving and doing well for themselves. I like to see that here. Third place with 6 kills in this game was super nice to see from them.
Yeah, definitely so. And all things considered for Etiquette, I mean, their first day was brilliant stuff from them. The first couple of games throughout the day have been kind of middling for the most part, Froz, but then getting themselves the points here to push them up to what is comfortable position right now for Etiquette. It's great. So it's lovely to see the progression once again of another roster here in Europe.
Yeah, I think it comes down to a lot of these teams having a little bit trouble with the round robin, of course, with the switching lobbies. So after you play the first day, into what those teams you were playing against were doing, that you think about that and you think that, okay, these teams that we're playing against today should be doing kind of the same things. So you're expecting that, but once that starts shifting up a little bit, it starts shifting up everything for you. Your rotations is going to be bad maybe because you're getting shot when you thought this should be free for a rotation here, or taking the spots that you normally play and so on. And that just caused a lot of trouble. But if you're able to recover from that towards the later stages of the games, of course, we didn't see it to get really recover from that on Miramar, but they're doing a better job here on Erangel, that's for sure.
Yeah. One team that I'm surprised we haven't seen too much from, that I thought was also steadily improving, is Winstreak, Martin, because the power that they have on that roster is extremely formidable, but they've not had the easiest 2 days, it feels like, in these in the 2 group stages for them.
No, but they haven't for sure. But last game here, they had an amazing game, 9 kills for them. So the fracking power is definitely there, but overall the macro isn't just on point just yet. Also, Northern Lights, last 2 games, only 2 points, so they really need to have a good one here if they want to take over FaceTime.
Well, I said it. I said before that they're going to have another win, and this is the one. This is the, even though they've already got 2 wins today, and that's really, really good. But beyond that, another win. I believe. All right, gentlemen. Well, we're going to be going into our final game here of Erangel as well. Thank you very much for your thoughts. Thank you very much for your opinions. We're going to be going to the grassy pastures here. And for all intents and purposes, after this game is done, ladies and gentlemen, we will have a pretty decent indication of the lay of the land and how all of these teams stack up against one another in the round-robin group stage. And then, of course, in the next 3 days, all of these teams are going to go up against each other once again. It's time to head over to the commentators. Toby and Hypoc, bring us the plane.
Couldn't have said it any better myself, James. After this game, halfway mark will be there, and that's really gonna draw the line for a lot of these teams. They will know what they've been able to do and maybe what they haven't, and what needs to be done in order to find themselves that top 16 spot.
Well, yeah, definitely gives us an indicator. Again, I mean, just thinking about it, phases day 1, 81 points. That means on the second day, they're around 60 points off, kind of keeping trend with that. And there's not really any other teams that have kind of had a massive improvement. I mean, no, I'm pretty sure nobody's come close to the 81, but I could be mistaken on that. But obviously that gap has closed massively. Not that it's a huge issue in the round robin. Obviously, teams are playing for top 16. We're not really playing for the win just yet, although it's bragging rights coming into the finals for sure.
I am looking towards Milta. Just casually, my eyes are drawn towards Milta.
Are you?
Because
Why
because this is a public game now. Everyone's hot dropping Milta. That's like the new thing, isn't it? Milta and apartments are the new main hot drops of Erangel, and well, this one proves to be win streak and etiquette. When is the and the circle is north, just to make things worse. When is the last time we've seen 2 teams drop in Milton? Also, I mean, to be fair, this plane was horrible for anyone wanting to go west, so I respect the fact that teams are forced to audible. And if you jump out of the plane there and you already see 4 other teams do the same thing, you might get screwed. But Vancy, I mean, if there's one guy that knows how to deal with Apex, he literally killed all of them last game with the mutant and the shotgun. Now he only has a flashbang. Will it be enough to take out Calvin and Ivel?
I mean, seeing what he pulled off last game, it could very well be enough.
And a Mosin. It's only getting better, guys. He's just stacking up the armory for the fight about to happen. He's unfortunately going to swap the... He's going to keep
Don't
the
do
Mosin
it.
for now.
Don't do it. Yes.
Keep it. Who needs an SKS anyway? Oh, the timing. Who needs an SKS anyway when you can get a bolt action against 2 people? I just saw bolt action be picked up by Ivel as well. There's a mutant in the hands of Ivel, so some might argue that the upper hand has come to him.
Mutant
Mutant UMP. I mean, we did see Ivel, of all players, try to do a UMP drive-by 2 games ago. So I'm not going to say it's not possible, but I'm also not going to say it's going to be easy. Oh, Vancy, I wanted to see him land that one. Tries to go for the second. Ain't going to happen either. Calvin is stuck on a roof. Can he survive? For now, he does. He's going to be able to jump off. And all of a sudden, Vancy, you're
Look at the mini-map. Look at the mini-map.
Help is coming. Benz is making a run for it. Here comes the UMP level 1 helmet Ivel. What? Why is this happening?
I don't know. I mean, now it's a situation where Apex have to be the aggressors here. A little bit of damage coming in, and actually Apex are going to pull up on top of it as well. The minimap a little bit deceiving. Guys trying to ignore it for the time being. Fanti actually gets off the balcony there, and now Apex are actually boxed in here. They do get the advantage, though. A 2-for-1 trade on the side of the building. Simsy got to be careful here from this angle. Oh my word! Ival will find the headshot onto Creator. Just one standing now for pull-up, and it's Lukey. He's over by the water tower.
Sometimes you need all the odds against you in order to really get the win in there. Loki was waiting to get an opportunity to get the highlight wheel going, and now equipped with nothing but a barrel. To be fair, that's a pretty good weapon to have a fight with. He's gonna 1v4 this one. I think they know where he is, though. He might be in trouble.
I think they have an idea, yes. They are swarming the water tower as we speak.
UMP Ival wants to make a point. He's gonna do so because UMP beats Barrel any day. Let's hop over to the second hot drop that happened for no reason. Win streak trying to take the fight. Oh, well, third hot drop that's happening for no reason. Let's see Ents and Omar can take a fight before the 5-minute mark of the game. That's going to be one down. Tixu falls. The remaining players from Omar are nowhere near here. Gemty is simply trying to stay alive against his fellow countrymen from Finland.
Oh, he's actually gone behind the wall. He didn't.
Squeaky! Can we get some oh no. He doesn't even want to kill him. He's just Stop it! This is cruel! And it's ends again. It's ends again. We're really trying to be serious here, guys. We're really trying desperately, but you are not making it easy for us. You're not making it easy for us. DA, well, why not have a pull-up happen once more? Mert's gonna find the first one. Smash is gonna not smash the second one. He tried to, but he's not gonna find it. As a matter of fact, he's gonna fall in return. Page is gonna be able to get the knock in return. He's gonna find the second one as well. Nice angle to go around there. Page, solid peak. Wasn't expecting that one. And DA find themselves in trouble. They were in a two-way split, and they get punished. What? And now Northern Lights come to oh my lord, this is game.
It's game 6, Crims.
Can we remake this game? This is getting stupid. This is not warm-ups, guys. This is not the 6th scrim of the day. This is a very important tournament, and you guys are doing absolute weird and wonky stuff right now to try and claim territory. Northern Lights, they have just pulled up.
Things will slow down a little bit. Batulin's not finding anything on the outside as I guess he was expecting. And actually, that smoke is perfect for Vasco to get inside into the kitchen. T-Bone going to be able to reset, pick up his teammate. Lou and Spyro now coming in. They're going to, yeah, they're actually going to pull up and send it.
They're actually pulling up on this. He saw one.
Oh no, the molly.
Yeah, it's going to find him. It's going to spread downstairs. Solid throw there. If you throw it on the roof, it's going to spread on the ground. T-Bone's found by it as well. That's real damn good. Page now, on his own, will have to do everything in his power to stay alive here. Are more people wanting to pull up, or is this going to be it? We'll see in just a short moment. Page going to find one. He needs to do a whole lot more to stay alive, though.
Second aid coming in. Not going to do any damage, so just breaking line of sight. He does find Batulin's on the ridge, though. That's a huge pick to get. Perfectix now on the backside. Going to get Lou back on his feet. Page not out of the woods just yet.
I'm looking at the map, just trying to see if someone else has a chance to third party this. I feel like that should happen if the chance is there. Spiro has the angle and he gets the kill as well. Omar will fall, and here comes DA. Let's get some more people in this compound. The mutant is here. The push is there. Why not see if you can claim something in this situation? It's only getting so much out of hand. Nate's and Perfectix has to stop the rest. Here comes the push. Mithralius and Code Marco has a chance to get a third party in on this one. 6 smokes in hand. They won't do a whole lot. Lou will fall, though, to start off the fight.
And Spyro got a nice angle uphill, though, in the third party from the south. Actually, a little bit of damage going on to the backside of Code Marco. He has to go into the building. He's got to stick this first aid kit. Oh, the nade bounced off the bars.
If I had the
what is going on, Toby?
If I had the beep button that I know Calaris has, and I think Frost, and maybe Martin has it too, I would be. Thank you. Hypoc has it as well. What in the? Can we wait? I'm gonna wait for this to end. Please, Ends, pull up on this. Please, Ends, pull up. Oh my God, guys, learn how to throw a grenade. Please pull up on this because this is just getting so weird. Okay,
And
so
Savati
DA
backfield
starting.
DA.
DA are starting to regret decisions in life. I can respect that. Now Mithralia's falls. Good Marco will probably be to follow in just a moment. And Ents are thinking, should we third party this? Oh my lord, good Marco. That is Iron Side Nog if I've seen one. Will he get the second? Oh my lord, yes he does! Still alive in this game. Code Marco is not going to go down without a fight.
That's absolutely huge. The nade's going to go inside the bathroom now. He needs to get the hell out of there if he wants to. Oh my god, he's got the damage on the Perfectix. The nade's still going to go off. It doesn't do the damage. Marco still getting away with his life right now. The second nade's going to go in though. Oh my god!
He takes down all of them! What? I'm so sorry, neighbors.
The...
I don't know what's going on anymore. This is the weirdest I've ever seen. Thank you, Ents. Stop now. Nobody. No one third party. 303, I see you on the map. Get the hell away from here. 303, don't even think about it. Move away. The circle went south.
Look at the
rotate
circle.
around. This is so dumb. We're 10 minutes
There's
in and we've
literally
lost
3
20
teams.
players.
There's 3 teams in the circle. Well, red line as well. Obviously, Tornado Energy coming in, but...
We have
Oh
lost
my God.
20 players. Oh no, Ivel, don't stop. Oh, it's Calvin actually. Don't stop. 20 players have died in under 10 minutes. What? Wait, can we time this? What the actual is going on here? I am
Marco, dude, I don't ever want to see Marco running a red dot because he's absolutely cracked with the iron sights.
I don't even.
Yeah, throw some seat swaps.
All of a sudden, this is normal now. Just casual seat swaps in the middle of phase 2. I don't even. Anything that I've ever known in terms of analytics sides to PUBG and making sense of things. That entire book I had of notes, I have just burned. While all this went on, I threw it in the oven, and we're clean slating this one. This game is going to be how I see competitive PUBG from now on out. This is going to set the norm for what goes on in European PUBG. Let's pull up, shall we? Yes, Navi. Gillisuit comes in. Marv's going to fall. Vex actually the one to find it. They have a... How did Navi in 10 minutes get a Grocer and an Orc? I'm so sorry.
They've literally and
Orange just shot Senya
down. What?
Orange just shot his. Orange just headshot his in-game leader.
I have no words. I have no words for the rest of this game. I mean, if we have a chance now to just discuss the circle, it's actually one of those horrible circles that includes, obviously, the Rozhok River. It's pretty much a 50-50 split, Toby. We know Liquid now have already been able to get 2 down into Rozhok, 2 on the north side of the river. After all, they've got the gas station and the planks, as you like to call them. And the only other people really on the north side is Ents and 303. So, Liquid, you got to argue, are in a very dominant position right now. TSM running something similar. They've got 3 people over on the south side, and then Iroh over at the Wizard Tower on the north side. So a similar situation to what we saw them set up previously in a similar circle, with a little variation, but it's not long until we're going to find out which way we're going.
No. This is like Miram all over again. We're going to end on the river, Hypok. We're ending in the river. It's going to happen.
Send it to Watertown. Send it to Watertown.
I gotta give you credit, Hypok. The fact that you can reset and just talk about the game as if nothing happened is, mind you, maybe you're one of those robots too. With the playing experience you have, maybe you're one of those robots that can just leave the emotions completely out of it. I'm always being told that I'm too emotional when it comes to these things, but I gotta ask anyone in the chat that has just watched the last 12 minutes and 45 seconds of this game, how does your brain still function? Look at apartments. Everyone is crashing it now. Now, as a matter of fact, it's only Etiquette and Apex and TSM. Just 3 teams going in towards the Apex up. That's
2 teams crashing
school. Respect that decision. And 2 teams are crashing school. To be fair, you don't have that much to play around in this circle, so might as well just do some more hot dropping. Or hot dropping. I guess you can just say pulling up.
Yeah, well,
How do you
obviously we know the next circle is going to cut south, so a lot of people clear actually going to lose. It's like, oh,
Oh, in
beamy.
the open. Wait, was that out of a car? Yes, it was. There was
Yeah,
a
with
rolling
the
Dasher.
Mosin.
He clipped him out of the car with a goddamn bolt action.
I mean, we're ticking all the boxes in Game 6 of the day. We are
He
ticking all the
bolted
boxes.
him out of a car mid-rotation. Oh my! Can we just stop this already?
What's going on, dude?
Holding up. Is he gonna survive that? No, thank you. Tap gets him killed. Okay. Let's just
Dude,
take a deep breath now. Let's take a deep breath now and just reset.
Nothing else, please.
Deep breath and reset. Deep breath and reset. Ends. They have to wrap south around. I hope, for some reason, I hope that Starladder has, like, while we haven't been on camera, I really want to see, like, the whole game, just only you and my face. Because I have a feeling that our reactions are similar. I've had my palm to my head for the last 13 minutes in this game.
I've just been scratching my head for the last 13 minutes of this game. I mean, all I'm saying is I did warn you. I am the cursed caster.
We
so
are.
I'm delivering on my side of the bargain.
What am I supposed to do? Am I just supposed to accept that?
Embrace it.
Embrace it. Yeah, okay. Please just go back to NA Hypog. If this is what you're gonna do to EU, if you're gonna lower our standards of play to this extent, just leave and never come back. Just like Scar said to Simba.
Well,
leave and
do you
never
know
come
what?
back.
You said that I'm a robot. I can just instantly reset. I've seen this before. I've seen 44 Alive.
Oh,
in
that's
Circle
how
1.
you can do it. You've watched NA PUBG for long enough to know that this is normal behavior. That's what this is all about. I see. Maybe this game is just a tribute to
Toby, there's a
Hypog.
crate on the
Comes
north.
down to it.
There's a crate on
I
the
do
north.
see it, but please don't even get me. Don't even. To be fair, some of the teams would probably have preferred that circle had it gone up north to what we're seeing right here. Because, okay, by the end of this circle, Hypog, how many teams are going to be in apartments? Liquid.
I'm looking liquid. TSM are going to regroup.
Liquid.
Maybe
Liquid.
bystanders coming as well. They're going to send it. Yeah.
They have to. There's really nothing else they can play here. They're going full speed forward. They might actually, from the roof of the... yep, they have had that. From the roof, or from the hilltop, I should say, the Russer kill, they were able to scout and kind of see which of the apartments didn't have any movement. So they placed their bets. They went for a house, and, well, now they have themselves somewhere to call home, at least for now. In the meantime, bystanders going to come in north, south around. They've seen Ents. Ents a team that has witnessed a lot of the shenanigans we saw today. Here comes Goose, solo player.
Yeah.
And here comes the remaining of the team. I asked you how many teams were going to be down here, and now we're at 4. It could be more. We still have 303. They haven't committed to a decision yet. Vard is going to find more, and that's going to be, after all, slaughtered as they approach. 303 driving in circles for now. Not quite sure exactly where they wanted to go in this one. Bystanders, well, why not just see if you can fit in more people down here? It's just going to fly past. He's flying past win streak. Jordan's going to fall. And here they come. 303. They want into apartments as well. Everyone's going to send it full speed forward. My mind is blown long time ago, so let's just keep the shenanigans going. Chris trying to make his way in. That ain't going to happen. Win streak slaughtering. Everyone's slaughtering. 303. They want to say hello to TSM. Vex has a mutant, and he also has a UMP, and he's going to get a kill with it. Copri falls down to Vex with a UMP.
Well, now we're down to 31 alive. So I don't think it's going to be 31 for long. Bystanders up on the hill. They've still got win streak to deal with.
I know what's happening here. The guys forgot that we're playing 2 rounds of the group stage. They think this is the last game. They think they've already qualified. They're like, we don't care about the last game. Can someone remind the players that there is still another 12 games to play for all of them? I think they've forgotten.
My God.
That must be it. This must be it. How does Vex have a UMP at 17 and a half minutes into this game? They've looted school
they've
and
killed
apps.
like 7 people as well. How many kills are TSM on? I'm pretty sure they've dealt with like 2 teams coming into apps, right? I can see SLRs and minis now. Maybe Fex has upgraded. But at least now we get a little bit of peace and quiet, Toby. Everyone's in the circle. Everyone's in the circle.
Let's enjoy the peace and quiet, shall we?
Shh.
It's too late.
Listen.
I'm listening. Synchronized ass as well. I love it. We're both equally scarred now. I can feel it already. Oh, Garden is clear. Rosakil is clear. Navi have a chance to scout. I mean, to be fair, Navi is trying to make sense of this. If this one shifts north, they damn better instantly rotate. Oh my god, and it did. Navi, go. Davai. Move up towards the north. Get that position locked down. You've been on those hills to the east for the longest time. You have to know that Garden is free.
Well, the question is TSM try and get back to him? Melman's in a vehicle. He's going to send it that way. Beamy did just get spotted out by Kemba and Offstring. That nade. No way. No way.
Lord. And that, my friends, is a holding one. Every time you say you think we've seen everything, I'm just like, nah, there's got to be something else we haven't seen in this game. In before someone finds a glider and starts shooting people from there, I don't know. That would be maybe the only thing I wouldn't expect at this point in this game. I'm not going to be surprised by anything anymore. That nade is going to bounce forward. It's not going to get anything done. Here comes people trying to crash forward. Navi, they didn't opt to go for Garden despite it being completely free. They're crashing Redline instead because they felt like they're the team that hasn't done anything aggressive this game and they have to live up to the standards of everyone else. Redline trying to hold off here. 2 guys peeking out. QBE realizes there's an entire team out there. He's going to back off.
Yeah, and the last thing you want to hear in that situation is a Groza singing.
Yeah.
Tab did get a little bit of damage that Nailup did. Pre-flash that corner, so he couldn't push up and convert on any of that. Besto actually going to pull the vehicle right up next to the wall here, and he's actually going to peek in. Is he going to find Nailup behind the counter here? Yes, he didn't. He went for a little bit of a spray on the inside. Actually, Evas getting caught up on the other side of the building. No knock still, though, so Redline are going to allow Na'Vi into the compound.
A little bit of a quiet time before. I mean, I want to say as soon as one knock comes in, no matter who is on, the other team, like the team that gets the knock, has to aggress. You cannot play 2 teams in this compound at this point. You need to clear it out simply out of fear of another team third partying. With that said, though, I mean, knowing that everyone else are currently positioned in apps, you should be able to do something. Senya is going to wrap around now and try to come in and help. Had they just known that the Garden up towards the north was completely free, the Circus probably going to hard shift up there. No one's going to go there now at this point because you don't expect that to happen. Orange going to be the first one to fall. Will Redline aggress off of this? No, they're holding their horses for now. In the meantime, all kinds of hell is breaking loose inside apartments, but who cares about that? It's not like we haven't seen fights happen today already.
Yeah, Rustamar, you can see on the picture just hand raised, hiding underneath the staircase. Tab now on the roof with this grows up. Still trying to find some damage on the way in. Nailup creeping upstairs. Or is he just going to peek onto him?
Don't fold. Don't fold.
I mean, he could crouch jump into that.
Tries to get the Vex. Oh, Vex has an SLR now. That's better than the UMP. I guess Calvin's going to fall. In the meantime, all of Na'Vi, they have to move. Circle is north. No one's in Garden. Everyone's in apartments. This is going to be hell. The game's going to end in about 15 seconds. Let's see, though, if that's going to be the case with Ivers falls. Oh, my lord. Nailup vaults out and beats the Groza. How in the universe is that supposed to happen?
Yeah, he has no business winning that 1v1 at all. QBE trying to get some damage now to stop them peeking out for free onto Nailup on the rooftop. I mean, you can see the kill feed. There's literally about 18 players that need to get out of apartments. So, yeah, watch this space for the time being. But Redline still trying to hold off Na'Vi. That nade comes through the window. 37 damage onto QBE. And all but a stalemate now. That second nade looks good. 14 HP now on QBE. He's going to get the peak. Orange going to clean him up. Na'Vi will finally wipe out Redline. But if we could please just... Look in the background. Look in the background.
TSM sent it north. TSM sent it north into the shack where Tornado Energy doesn't know that the garden is available either, despite Melman having been up here for a good while. No one's sitting on the north side of this circle. Everyone are in apartments. There's a free compound, guys. There's free real estate on the north side, and no one is able to get there now because everyone is clustered down south. We're gonna lose 4 teams in the matter of the next 20 seconds. Ketma, full speed forward, will come driving in. Iroh, easy peasy, lemon squeeze. He can't find the second. He's gonna go down. Maxisol able to find him. And again, there's no one on the north side of the circle. We are all playing a half circle right now.
I like that. The pre-molly onto the door. Max is all going to try and get Offstring back on his feet. But again, their options are limited. Vex is still upstairs here. He'll try and get some damage onto Liquid. He's across. He's actually going to find James. That's a huge knock. He still has the ump. Good lord. Please get another kill. Please get another kill.
Then the Lost, trying to make sense of things, staying outside. This game is gonna go down in the books as one of the most absurd games I have ever seen. And I've casted the fair share of 3,000 games to this. This is absurd. Maxisol is gonna find Thunder Lost. Win streak trying to make their way out of here. Will it be able to do so, though? I'm not quite sure. James is down. Vex still inside. He won't be able to wall from here. It's all about Vex and the UMP. He's going to find the flush on one. Not going to find the second. Maxi wins that one. 7 kills. And again, there's no one on the north side of the road. Guys, you can't see it on the minimap, but there's not a single player north of the road right now. Everybody is south, and the circle just went north again. Not a single player is north.
I mean, Simsy
And there
has
hasn't
just been chilling.
There has not been a single player to the north. Wait, is Melman trying to drive a 2-wheel buggy?
Yep, he is.
A 1-wheel buggy? A 0-wheel
buggy.
buggy? He's running behind the buggy trying to get away! The buggy doesn't have wheels anymore, Melman. What are you doing? Senya, oh my lord, nice tap there, getting one down. There's only 2 teams left in this game. And we're in phase 7. 25 minutes, and there's only one guy left alive. It's EB. He's gonna fall. Na'Vi wins this, and I don't know what to say.
No, I'm out of words. That's actually crazier than a lot of North American games of PUBG. To be honest with you, I mean, what a finish to the day! What an absolutely fantastic game to watch. I mean, that game must have been so frustrating to play for the players, but I mean, damn, they put on a show, right?
This is the pose. I've been sitting like this for the majority of this game, just not knowing what. I really desperate. I'm sorry, anyone in chat. I desperately tried to make sense of this game.
Do you know what the funny thing is? I
just hope that.
I think we've actually finished before the stream delay will catch up. We've literally finished the game. Yeah, they're just dropping off the plane now on the stream. So we literally finished that game before the stream even caught up. That's fantastic.
I'm gonna go out on Olympia and say, Desk, can you make sense of this? Because we couldn't. Back to you. Yeah, nah, that was that was the most chaotic, weird, goofy game I think I've seen of PCS throughout the year. Martin, you've been here for all of them. Yeah. What?
That was kind of mean, but yeah, that's true. I will say that this is kind of the proof that the average PUBG pro player thinks that 6 games is too much. They cannot focus on more than 5. I think it's a great showing though. It was super entertaining to watch, but still, a lot of the teams decided to make some kind of weird calls and some weird decisions throughout the game. Overall, fighting for this compound through 4 different teams, and then the circle decided to not end anywhere close to this was kind of fantastic.
Right? Yeah, for us, lots of fights went down here, and it meant not much for the team that was victorious and moving out of it for the most part, I suppose.
I mean, this game itself just, I don't even know. When Circle 2 popped, 9.5 minutes into the game, we had 20 people dead. We ended the game on 25.5 minutes. I think this is the first and probably the last time we'll see a game on aerial being this short with these settings.
Yeah, I just can't think of another game that even comes close to that that we've witnessed here in Europe anyway. But ridiculous stuff. And of course, the ridiculousness didn't end with that compound, Martin. We then went into apps, and so did every other team apparently.
You know the meme where the guy like he starts taking on a clown hair and a clown nose and starts painting his like face with like clown color and like all that. That was just, I want to see like a picture from the map of each face and then the 8 pictures of that guy making himself into a clown. That is just the game. Literally, that's the meme. That's it. Like Navi here sitting, and they're like, "Where's the guys from the garden compound in Northwest coming?" And they're like, "Nope, there's nobody there. TSM left it in circle 4, and nobody took it, even though it was basically the base compound after the one that Navi pushed." They're like, "What's going on? 25 minutes and 30 seconds later, and we won the game. Oh, okay, great. We'll take it. We'll take it. Don't worry."
That's a really good point. Na'Vi actually did win this game. You might not have thought like there was anything other going on than ridiculousness, but actually Na'Vi did get a win here. So great stuff. 9 through 16, those are the points. Let's take a look at our 1 through 8. Na'Vi, 10 kills, as well as the 10 points coming in for first place for us here. Great for Na'Vi, despite the ridiculousness of this game.
Yeah, I mean, we had one team that tried to go towards Garden, and it was Tornado, or at least Example tried to, but he got shot off. I think it was a bike on his way just before it hit it as well. So I mean, basically, no one knew that it was totally empty on the north side. I don't even know, honestly. I don't even know what to say about this game.
I don't know.
Guys, we ended in phase 7 as well. Like, we ended in phase 7, and I've literally found the clown makeup meme template with 7 pictures. It's perfect. I'm gonna make it.
Brilliant. There you go.
Look,
I can't wait, Avenger.
I'll
Just
tell
make
you
sure
this,
you don't post it before the delay. But
No, of course not. Of course not.
go on, Frost.
Fix died with a UMP in his hands in phase 7.
Ah, yes.
Yeah.
The standard phase 7 UMP meta. Amazing. But Na'Vi, of course, did get themselves a brilliant win. A lot of nice points to boot as well for them. How much of the chaos was Na'Vi involved in? Because I feel like they were just, for the most part, aside from the few kills that they got, the 10 kills in total, I feel like they were pretty much chilling on that east side, Martin. Doing all right.
Excuse me while I die here.
That's fine, yeah.
They were on volcanoes basically since they picked up 2 crates, by the way. One of them they got up in the northeast of Maya, and the other one got delivered straight on the bottom of Volcano. And then the ships just kept coming towards them. Like, it was super great for them. You could also see it orange there when the game-winning moment for him. He was like, "What is this?" Like, just laughing and smiling. That was the freest win of their time. Yes, they fought Redline forward, but it's the freest win of their life.
All right, well, interview's ready. Let's head on over here as we talk to TSM, I believe, here after this game. It's Iro. Hey, Iro, how you doing, fella?
What's up? I'm good. How are you guys?
Yeah, we're mixed feelings after that game. That was.
I definitely agree. Today was a mixed feeling, like overall.
Oh, really? How so?
Yeah.
How so?
Dude, just the first match, it ends on a rock. The second match, it goes to power grid, shifts away from the gym building for the single time that we had in our competitive gaming career, whatever. And the third match just ends like north of Hacienda. Those are like perfect spots for us, but we definitely bombed it because wherever we go, it just shifts away from it, basically. That's how it is.
So, talk to me about how the last game was from your perspective, because to us watching and the commentators, it seemed a bit weird the entire game.
I don't know what to say. Like, we had Garden, we sent people to apps thinking it would end there, and it just kept back like yanking towards Garden because we left it. Fax was rocking the. What is it?
The clown meme, like where he puts on makeup and then puts on the hair and then nose. Like that was just the game every time you guys are getting a circle away from you.
It was insane, bro. Fax was rocking the UMP as well inside
Yeah,
the
we
app.
saw.
It's pretty cool. I don't know. That was a lovely match. Like, it was no one alive as well. It was like a solo match where people were just running around and shit. I don't know. I don't know what to think about today.
Very interesting, to say the least, I think. Martin, do you have a question?
Yeah, I mean, we pretty much walked through it. Like the whole overall today. Like I will recommend you to watch the game if you think that you had some rough games and your guys' game today was rough. Look at the game, see what happens. I can spoil this for you that there was 4 teams fighting for the compound east of the warehouse, east of Cerveny in Circle 1. So that was pretty crazy, and it just joined south.
Game.
Yeah, it was completely crazy. Like it's the craziest game. It's like top 3 of the most crazy game I've ever seen. Now I will ask you this though.
Okay.
Besides you guys having this rough time, you actually had a really good day. You had 44 points. You had 2 games, like a 13th place and a 12th place. Do you guys, like, even though you have these RNG with the circles going away, do you guys consider more splits rather than, like, we see you here and you're kind of staying in a 2-2 split for some time? As third circle pops, you know it's going to go away from water, you commit. Do you guys consider more splits? Like, do you feel like it's valuable at the moment? Because in my perspective, I feel like it's we see splits not being punished as much as they used to be now, so people are more afraid of pulling up. So, like, is that a consideration of yours?
We definitely want to split as much as we can. Like even having like 3 compounds in the first zone is very important, and 4 if you can pull it off. Like, depends on where you are and if you can like support each other. Let's say you're north of Hacienda, you know, there's like so many compounds with barns and just they're pretty close to each other, so you can just 1-1 split them and pretty much just leave if you get pulled up on by like a full team. So I feel like splitting is very good. But if you're stuck like me in for that, I think it was the north of Hacienda game where I got pulled up on and I had to run on the edges. That was a clown fiesta. So don't do that. Don't split like that, and you'll be fine. Basically.
Yeah. Nice.
All right, Patrick.
We're halfway through the groups right now, and I mean, you guys are doing pretty decent. There's nothing about that. But what do you feel like has been the hardest part so far? And do you feel like you guys are gonna do any changes going on throughout the groups here?
I don't think we would do any changes, but I feel like the hardest part of this group stage is just the randomness of the matches and the circles. Like, the circles have been wild lately. You never know where it's gonna end. It, like, you look at the first zone and it can literally end like 500 meters in on an edge at the first circle. It can just shift back there constantly.
Yeah.
And you have to chase that with a lot of new teams coming in as well, so you can never expect what they'll do. Therefore, you can't do like north round or like south round, whatever. You can't do like east edge rotation, so that makes it so random. I think that's the hardest part, and we're just trying to come up with like a good strat for that, or just basically trying to get to know the teams. Nothing like specific.
I have a follow-up question, if I can, James.
Sure.
All right.
How do you guys feel like with this, considering like Miramar, you guys have a lot of space, like a ridiculous amount of space, and does that kind of, is that something that you guys think about a lot about, and you want to spread out more because you're used to being boxed in basically by 4 teams around you, and now you have so much space? Do you try to like move out faster and get more compounds, or is that like something that you actively try to seek now that you have this much space?
I mean, having San Martin free is like the best thing in the world for sure, and like, when you, it's like the best thing for sure. And I was talking to the team like earlier, I think last week or something. When we go into, like, let's say if you go into an international tournament, you're definitely going to get contested in like Hacienda, and why not just go back to like San Martin and practice that as well? Just if there's no one there, let's just send like couple guys there. We're gonna have easier rotations, and you can just get the compounds around it as well. The games tend to end like a lot there, and I feel like we have pretty good space in Erangel as well. But it's just like the randomness of the circle just makes it so rough. We're just splitting as much as we can and hoping for the best, basically. That's what I can say.
All right, well, as always, Iro, you steal the spotlight. You make the best interview of the tournament so far, so thank you very much, friend. Any final shout-outs before we let you go?
Well, thank you all for cheering for us, and I guess Flyro out, basically.
Thank you very much, Iro.
Thank you,
Good
man.
luck.
Have a good one, boys.
See you later.
You too, buddy.
Great interview to round out the day. And yeah, I love the fact that they're just not aware yet as to the ridiculousness that ensued in some of these moments. Even though there was already ridiculousness revolving around there was still a lot more for them to watch. So that's great fun. It's been a day, boys, and it was a game, Martin, to say the least, at the very end.
Yeah, it was. If we were looking to get hard, like curveball circles, this was a curveball game, basically just more like a boomerang, actually, both in terms of circles going all over the place and the players playing extremely weird. Like it's rare to see decent compound that is like a 50-50 chance that it's going to be good in second circle, be fought for by 4 teams. That is extremely rare, and it's pretty much it's definitely top 3 of the most ridiculous game I've ever watched in high level competitive.
Bold prediction, top 3 most ridiculous games.
Yeah.
Frost, let's take a look at the standings here for today, at least in terms of who was able to round out big points. Hey, our predictions didn't do too bad today, Frozzy Wozzy.
Damn good.
Second, third, and fourth place. I'd say that's pretty decent predictions.
Navi
But we did
blasted it,
not
though.
predict Navi though, yeah. And they did have really good games. Even though they only got themselves the win in the last one, and we saw Northern Lights starting out with 2 wins, they did have really good games. 2 second places, 1 4th, 1 9th, 1 10th, and of course finishing off with that chicken dinner. And a lot of kills, of course, on top of that. And that's just so well played from them, and that's what we kind of expect from a team like Navi. Even though the first day we saw them, it wasn't really up there to this standard, but this is the Navi we know.
Yeah, brilliant stuff by them, and of course plenty of points to come in here from some of the other teams. Navi across the day moves up in total 13 places, Martin, to be able to put themselves nicely in a good position.
Yeah, I was talking a bit about it. Like yesterday, they had 3 points on the 3 Rangel matches. I was hoping for them, like talking about like when they had a rough day 1, they usually come back and improve a lot. They had 41 points today in a Rangel, so I want a big shout out to those guys. Like they're so good at analyzing like mistakes and bad calls and bad gameplays and improving on them coming up back on the next day. And that's why Navi is such a good team in longer formats. Like they're gonna keep pushing this hard, and it's looking at the overall standings after day 3 here. We're basically at the halfway point, so we can double the current points, and then that's going to be around where we're expecting. So the cutoff point I expect is going to be around the 120 point mark with Apex sitting there, and we can kind of continue and look at how well they do. Our bottom teams right now outside, they really need to step up. Like Texas Rangers 303 below 30 points. That is a rough 12 games. Like it's I can't start to say like it's they have to really spend some time here to try to come back to make sure that they can do a big comeback. The other guys are sitting pretty comfortably, pull up 39, and the guys above, they're within that kind of reach all the way from 12th and 12th place Bystander 73 and down to the 53 on Istanbul Wildcats. It's pretty like it's reachable. It's one good game. It's a win with 10 kills. So that's kind of the difference we're looking at.
Yeah, very, very good opportunity for a lot of these teams to solidify themselves in the upcoming days, and some need to do that catch-up, as mentioned here by Martin. Well, that is the standings as they do sit. Froz, any final thoughts from our day before we head on out?
I mean, today I don't even know how to like sum up the whole day. But it's just been very weird circles. We ended with a very weird game, and probably a good way to end the day with a weird ending as well. I don't know. How would we do that?
Yeah, I don't know, mate. This game has my brain muddled completely from the end of the day. And with that game, we are done here for today. So a huge thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for tuning in for PCS3 EU for our first 3 days of the group stage. We have 3 more days up and coming. I will not be here. Mr. Toffees from all across that pond in that direction probably will be coming along as well to be able to host things going forwards for these stages. So thank you very much, gentlemen. We shall see you next time, same place here for more PCS3 EU.
Bye-bye.